Grace and peace, everyone. Grace and peace. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. You know what we're about to do. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Hopefully, you had a restful evening after yesterday's shenanigans and hijinks. And hopefully, you're prepared because who knows what we got going on today. So, at the very top of the chat today, I dropped the link to the YSL bingo game. Please jump in because I'm sure we probably should have had. Man, I'm mad we didn't have it yesterday because there was a lot there were a lot of people that would have had blackout bingo yesterday for sure. But I appreciate y'all stopping through this morning. Good morning to you, each and every one of you. Thank you so much for tapping in, hitting that like button, and jumping up in here. You know, real quick, I want to say something. This is like a centering moment, if you will. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in 2024 from this chemical fire that happened here in Georgia. Of course, the hurricane that hit this past weekend. We have now a port strike that's going to make a major impact in the economy. And of course, everything that's already been going on in the economy. This has been a really interesting year. 2024 has been all gas, no brakes from the first day. And we're coming in, closing in at the end, and it has no signs of slowing down. So I just want to take a second this morning to encourage you all to keep your eyes on Christ, not on the crisis, not on the politicians, not on anything else, but be mindful of the fact that all this other stuff that we're dealing with is temporary. All this other stuff is transient. All this other stuff, it will pass away. But don't allow yourself to get sucked into the woe is me and the foolishness that is happening in today. And a practical application is a YouTuber that I follow. I look at him as a mentor. Yesterday, he had been off the air for a while. And yesterday, he came back and announced to his audience that he has a form of cancer. He's in good spirits. Everything is on the up and up. He seems like he's on the proper side of dealing with any form of sickness. I'm gonna stop that for a second and jump over to today. Today, I just got done with a live stream with a content creator and wonderful member of the live chat. Her name is Monica Mo Justice, and she just did a podcast discussing about Rico. It was excellent. It was super, super informative. And I got a lot out of just the few minutes that I caught. I didn't realize she was doing a show before she goes to work. But she ended it by saying, if you're thinking about anyone and you're concerned about anyone, do something and contact them. She that's a paraphrase, a very loose paraphrase. And I translated that with what I just said about the content creator that just mentioned that he has cancer. And I know all of us are going to be negatively impacted by this shipping strike and gas prices and all this other shenanigans and chicanery that's going on in the world. It might be a good time to just take a few minutes, shoot an email to somebody, text somebody, or call, or do something old school like go to somebody's house and just check on other people and just see how they're doing and bring them some hope, bring them some encouragement, bring them some laughter, bring them a shoulder to cry on. But maybe it'd be a good time in the midst of all this stuff, because we don't know what people are going through. We have no idea what people are playing through, because a lot of us play through some tough times. We don't bellyache about it. We don't make a bunch of fuss about it. We suffer in silence. And so maybe this would be a good, I'm taking what Monica said. I was like, wow, that was a gut punch. She got me right at the end. I was like, wow, that was pretty powerful, Monica. Shout out to Monica Mo Justice. If the moderators would drop her link in the chat, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. But I just want to start the day off before we get into whatever happens in One Charlie, whatever happens in the courtroom. I just want to say maybe it might be a good idea to pick up the phone, text your dad, even though he don't answer the phone when you call him. Text your dad, reach out to Pop, call your estranged child, whatever. Maybe it might be a good idea to just do that, because maybe this will be an opportunity with all this craziness that's going on. And if we just sit back and look at 2024 has been it needs to go to his room, right? Go to your room 2024. You're drunk. You're crazy. But let's be honest. There's a lot of stuff that's been happening for years. And maybe it might be a good time to bring the light of Christ, the hope of the gospel, a shoulder to cry on, a fresh batch of cookies. I don't know. Do people do that anymore? Yeah, do something. Maybe reach out to somebody. And so that was just something that literally, as I was ending Monica's stream, she said that, and it just kind of brought all this stuff together. And I realized I was like, I got to jump on. So today, if you don't mind, if you have somebody that you haven't talked to in a while and you can talk to them, maybe it would be a good idea to just shoot them a call, give them or shoot them a text. It's okay. This pre-K law school class, we allow you to text while you're in class. Just check on them. A friend from college, you just thought about them, shoot them a message, call them, say, hey, I was just thinking about you. Whatever. And goodness gracious, extra bonus points if you score a coffee date. Say, hey, let's go get some coffee. Let's go. Let me hear what's going on in your life. Whatever. We're gonna watch the game or whatever like that. I just thought that would be something good to kind of kick off the day, because we're here. We're over here getting all caught up in Jeffrey. We're all caught up in Adrian Love and Judge Whitaker. And good gracious, everybody, the anti-Fani crowd. But what about our own families, And some of this is Jason being cathartic, you know what I'm saying? I'm judging myself as I'm speaking. We're all caught up in the Jeffrey Williams. We're all caught up in Monktunk and what's going on with Woody and all that. But what about your own people that share your last names? Okay, or what about your kids? What about your family? So that was my morning. I don't want to start off on a downer, or hopefully you hear my heart that this will be a good opportunity to go out there and just check on your peeps before we start, fanboying about Steele and Shard. And good gracious, Matthew's got his own little fan club over there as well. Before we do all that checking in on Doug Weinstein's glasses, maybe we should reach out, to the person we haven't talked to in a while that just so happened to birth us, or just so happened to have been raised with us, or maybe they're across the street or whatever. Just my little morning thought before I hit go. I was like, man, I got to do better at that. So grace and peace, everyone. Hopefully we can all do that. So shout out to Monica Mo Justice. She had no idea that she had kicked me in the gut like that this morning, but I needed it and I really appreciate it. I didn't realize she does a show early in the morning. So shout out to her. It was really informative. Again, if the moderator could drop Monica Mo Justice. Why am I saying that? I got it right here in front of me. What am I doing? All right, here we go. I got the link right here myself. Shout out to Monica Mo Justice. She's doing she has a great insight, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. I do this because I know that I don't know anything. So I'm learning from every last one of us. These cases are just as informative to me as they are comical to me. I'm learning just as much as I'm cracking jokes about it. And so having content creators like Monica, having content creators like AV and Cat Not Williams and all the others that are out here in LawTube, I don't know if that's officially the name, but all of them out here is such a joy because I'm learning so much. I'm like, man, this is so interesting to me. And so I really appreciate it. And knowing that she's out here grinding it out and putting out good content and such of that nature, I want to support and encourage that. So if y'all could, after you get done, reaching out to the family member or your cousin or your neighbor or your friend, after you get done shooting them a message, go over to Monica Mo Justice and check her out and let her know that I sent you. Tell her thanks for kicking Dear World Christian in the butt this morning with her message about reaching out to people that are important to your life. So that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for that, Monica. Y'all, I thank y'all so much. Yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was so crazy. How crazy was it, Jason? Thank you for asking. I made sure that I did our bingo board today. So at the top of this chat, I pinned the YSL bingo board because we should not let another day go by. I might have to crown somebody the official bingo board maker because we can't let a day go by without the bingo board. Yesterday, oh my goodness, who knows what kind of shenanigans were going to happen yesterday. So The bingo board is on there. All right, I'm gonna try it again. I have no idea what to expect today. I have no idea, but I think it's fair to say there's gonna be some shenanigans and there's gonna be some hijinks. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna probably be a motion for mistrial and a 403. There you go. I should put 403 on the bingo board. I'll do it for tomorrow. I definitely got to put 403 on there, but put on there twice, and I guarantee people will be in blackout bingo in a minute. But I have no expectations. We got judge. We got Inspector or Detective Gaither is supposed to be coming back today, and she's supposed to be starting her examination. So I'm not holding my breath that Adrian Love is going to get done with her, even though Gaither's been there already. These repeat witnesses, that is such a weird phenomenon. So I'm not holding my breath that it's going to be over today, but I think it's going to be Gaither. I do want you, if you have the time and you can stomach it, I wouldn't think it would be a bad thing. Go back and listen to yesterday's testimony. And I say that because Sprinkle said some things that were really interesting. I don't think Sprinkle helped them really much at all. I don't think he helped them much at all because I think he bolstered the idea that this case is very flimsy. It's built on a lot of conjecture and hijinks that maybe you wouldn't have had if you didn't have jail calls, or maybe if you weren't listening to Young Thug's music and say, "Hey, what is that?" He said, "What? Let me look into that. Let me." So it might not be bad to listen to it. So there's tons of clips. And matter of fact, I'm going to be this weekend. I'm going to be dropping the pretrial motions just so you can hear them yourself on using rap lyrics in cases. And I brought that up earlier yesterday. I'm hesitant to say I don't think they argued it correctly. I don't want to sound like I'm saying, I am saying that I don't think they argued it correctly. And let me tell you why. If I am an artist and I talk about my art of motorbike racing, and I like motorbikes, I'm singing, rapping, whatever about motorbikes, and I do a lot of stuff about motorbikes, it's fair to say that you could correlate my music to my passion of motorbike racing. That's pretty fair. Okay. So if I got caught speeding in a car, it just wouldn't make sense to say, well, Jason is passionate about motorbikes. He races motorbikes. He's written songs and poems and haikus and all this stuff, liturgical dance about motorbike racing. Therefore, he was speeding on I-285 doing 90 miles per hour. He needs to go to jail. That doesn't make sense. I'm not, my songs and my art and what I do out of the car has zero to do with the fact that I was speeding in the car. Now, let's say I was doing songs about getting chased by the cops, driving down 285, doing 90 miles per hour in the left-hand lane, and I get caught speeding. Well, there's a correlation right there. And I think there's an argument to be made that, okay, Jason is rapping about, singing about, being artistic about the crimes that he commits. Because we see he rapped about driving 120 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. He got caught in the left-hand lane doing 120 miles per hour. There's a relationship there. I think that makes sense. Now, I'm bringing that up because I don't know if it doesn't matter. I feel like I'm really interested in hearing what you all think about it. The problem is it's super long. It's like 7 hours. So I'm going to drop it like Friday night, Thursday night. So y'all got time to start digesting it over the weekend because I don't want to I'm already taking a lot of your time today. And so I wouldn't mind y'all listening because I really don't know if the defense and the prosecution argued for the crimes that are being tried in One Charlie. Does that make sense? They need like if Young Thug, again, he's the artist. He enjoys racing cars, everything about cars, driving fast, all that stuff. He writes rap songs about driving fast, racing cars, all this stuff about cars, but he gets arrested for jewelry theft. How does the song come into play? Why are you talking about a song? They're not the same thing. But again, if he's gets arrested for driving fast, and they're like, the dude has been doing raps about, for 10 years about how he's been running from the cops and not stopping at stoplights and being reckless. Well, there's a correlation there. It really doesn't matter about Johnny Cash. And I think that was the weak part of the argument. It really doesn't matter what the Beatles did. It really doesn't. Now, I do believe, and y'all have probably heard Doug Weinstein, and he made very key elements that rap music is the only type of genre of music that this happens to in just in such a grandiose fashion. There are sure Johnny Cash did have a problem at one time. Sure, Marilyn Manson did get arrested one time about it and had to answer for it. But gangster rap and rap in general has had far more cases brought against it because of the genre that it is. That's very suspect. Makes you scratch your head and wonder why. So I understand that part, but that's almost separate. And I feel like Doug Weinstein and the others, those are great points, but they're not pertinent to One Charlie right now and in this room right now. And I'm like, okay, fine. If Thug is rapping about crimes, he's rapping about throwing gerbils, but he was arrested for jewelry heist. What's the gerbil throwing got to do with the jewelry heist? That should have been the end of the story. It don't matter what he rapped about if the crime is not what he's doing. If the crime that he rapped about is not what he's being tried for. Now, if y'all just run around town looking for, okay, did we find anybody that threw gerbils anywhere? Anybody? Oh, we found a gerbil throwing incident over here. Now we're going to try to book him to it because that's kind of what it looks like they were doing. But don't tell nobody I said that. It seems like that's what they were actually doing. They're just looking for crimes and then pinning his music to the crime and then saying he was the one responsible for the crime. That's mad reckless. But I think the problem is, and again, I'm not saying I'm definitely not at all. I ain't got the Dunning Kruger effect. I am not telling Steele and Shard and Weinstein how to do their craft. They know their craft. I can't even spell it. Okay. I can't spell law. So they got me beat hands down. I submit to their wisdom. I'm only pointing out that I don't think that the argument is that um, um, Rick Ross, Rick Ross, the rapper, sorry. Justin Timberlake got arrested had to argue about his song. Nobody cares. That's a apples to orange comparison. I think they should have stuck with what's going on right here in One Charlie. And the gentleman, like, if you can show me this now, that whole argument about I don't know about the body, but I got something on that body, that's fine. Because that's y'all saying that he's responsible for a deletion, and this is clearly about a deletion, then stick there. But anything about jewelry heist, what's that got to do with it? Ain't got nothing to do with it. Because I do think somebody attempted to argue that, hey, this is I think it's called bad character. And they're trying to pin him down because he's got bad character. I think that's fine. And I'm not trying to say these gentlemen are car boys at all. I've never said that ever. What I am saying, however, is I'm looking forward to hearing what you all think. So I'm gonna start dropping those. And if you're a member of the channel, I've made them available. But again, I broke them down into like 7 videos because it's so long. And I broke it down by the lawyers that are arguing against. So I got the whole prosecution, Shard, Steele, Weinstein, and then the verdict. I'm sorry, and then the whole thing again, just so you can hear the whole thing in context. So again, it was just really long, and I did not want to drop no 7-hour video on y'all because y'all been like, Jason, you out of control. So I'll drop that. I'll start that on Thursday night, and you got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and it's Sunday, and I'm over here pridefully thinking you're gonna actually watch it. So, what we know we're gonna do, we're gonna jump over into that courtroom, and we're gonna see what kind of shenanigans are happening over there. Let's see what they doing today. Thank you so much, everybody who jumped in this morning. Let me make sure we're off of mute. I think we're good to go. Shout out to Law and Crime with this big old ticker on the bottom. Good gracious. I ain't mad at y'all. Go ahead and do your thing. Um, yes, thank y'all so much to everybody who's already tapped in. Looks like 600 of y'all are already up in here. Let me put my glasses on. Stop acting like I can actually see. I need to stop faking. Bang. Get you some anti-reflectant. Shout out to lead attorney. Get some anti-reflectant joints and then turn your light kind of to the side and you'll be good to go. All right, here we go, everybody. Cameras moving. Georgia Seals in the place. I appreciate y'all jumping in. Good morning, Scott. I see you. What's happening, friend? Okay, the camera must have just kicked it. So if you want to, I did at the top of the chat is the YSL bingo. I apologize for that. Somebody's going to get the honor of being responsible for YSL.
Can I look at it without sound on here?
All right, let's see who we got in the building this morning. All right, let's go. What's up, Matthews? Y'all starting the morning off with the fan favorite.
Yeah, if you can cue that up for me.
One in the chat if you can hear.
All right, Miss Love or Miss Hilton, did y'all send the pages that we had discussed? I did. Okay, did you get those? Nope. Did you include the court?
All right, there go Rondarius. Oh, man.
Did anybody get them?
Nobody got it.
Nobody got them.
Oh, hands down. Matthews gets suit game. Sure. Definitely got it. Okay, we're gonna move on from Rondarius. People in the room that the people want to see so much. There he goes, Mr. Weinstein. You look. You know what, man? I really believe Doug Weinstein would be a good mentor. I really believe he would probably be a dope mentor. Look at that picture right there is killer. Let me grab that one real quick. That is a good picture of them. YSL grandma in the building. Do y'all agree? Doug Weinstein would probably be a great mentor. He just seems like a great guy like that. I can see that. Coffee with Doug. Donuts with Doug. Shout out to him. He up in here. Uh-oh, Miss Westmoreland. I see you over there. What's going on, Brian Steele? You know he over there concocting. He over there cooking, getting ready. He mixing the spices already because you know he ready to cook today. Good morning, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tapping in this morning. Thank you. Y'all. All right. If y'all say Westmoreland 3 times, you know Rome King pops up in the chat. So don't do it. Don't say Rome. Don't say Miss Westmoreland 3 times.
Yes, it's just like your scan because I scanned it.
Steele has not moved. He's either dialed in like a savage. Oh, he's gonna wreak havoc today.
Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Weinstein.
Steele, like, don't even use my name.
Did anybody get an email called Your Scan? I did. Yes.
Why they put Atkins at the back table?
Okay.
Well, why you at the kitty table?
Apparently, did we get one, Ms. Percifield?
Scrambling and scraping before 9 o'clock.
Photographs, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted.
I received a Your Scan that had nothing but photographs from Instagram photographs.
That was it.
Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but okay. All right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it. So can you resend to Ms. Percifield? And Mr. Sharp didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but everybody else get
We
it?
know it's called scrambling and scraping.
No, Bruce did not know this. Bruce did not.
Mr. Harvey was,
He's not on this.
he's not even included.
I sent it from.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he just say, "Hey, look, I tap out. Y'all sit up there, all that feminine energy, all y'all up here fussing at each other, passing notes. Look, I'm good." That's probably exactly what he said.
I didn't send it to the board, I sent it to Ms. Percival.
Yeah, no, I know, but she said she didn't get it.
I just didn't.
Oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you so much for stopping through. I'm glad you found us. Lori Sova. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I don't think that woman learned one lesson yesterday. And let me also point out something. Adrian Love has not been under the tutelage of Fonnie Willis for very long. I think she's only been in that office about 2 years. Now, sure, she could have learned a lot of bad habits in 2 years, but I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that's Adrian Love. And it's only exacerbated because she's under Fonnie Willis. Because remember, if she had her way, she would be DA in like Gibson County here in Atlanta, a southern county here in Georgia. And she didn't win that DA-ship. She got shellacked horribly. And she moved up to Fulton County and became whatever it is. She's a ADA here. She's not learned that from Fonnie. Now, it's very possible that she was just a wonderful person, pure
We
as
need
a
to
driven
address
snow.
before we have our next witness in the jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just became like
I
that.
just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and and we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
Okay.
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him,
Okay.
and we'll report back. But I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately. Is that?
Pretty early, so.
Pretty immediately.
Oh, then they're in
Sounds
trouble
like.
then.
So maybe we need to get that sorted.
Shout out to Mandy. Good morning. Thank you so much. Okay, so they're still working on it, but I just wanted to point that out. I don't think it's something that Adrian has been affected by Fonnie. I think this is just the person that she is. That was just it. Okay, so this is the morning horse trade and the such like that study hall court. I don't know why Shard is still standing there because you know Adrian Love ain't got nothing done, no homework done. Why is she breathing hard already? And she was a judge. I don't remember she was a judge here in Fulton or in the county that she's from. I have to look that up. But yeah, I don't think it's a Fonnie problem. I'm not blaming, and I'm definitely not absolving Fonnie of anything, but I don't think it's a Fonnie problem. I think it's an Adrian Love problem. Oh my goodness. It's an Adrian Love problem, y'all. Yeah, it's too early in the morning to be already heavy breathing. Judge Whitaker, let me let you know. If you heavy breathing like that and it's not even 9 o'clock good, you in trouble. I mean, this would be such a wild. Oh yeah, I need to do a poll. I got a poll for y'all. I'm going to add a tagline to this morning stream. So of course, usually YSL trial, whatever day. But I had a couple of taglines I was considering, and we kind of played around with them yesterday. So I'm gonna make a poll just to see, because there's 739 of y'all up in here, which is amazing. Great day, man. It's always blows me away, man, how many of y'all willing to tap in every day. And that's just amazing to me. I'm dumbfounded. Thank you so much. 250 of y'all have liked it. Thank you so much, every one of y'all. All right, so I want to know, how do y'all feel about some of these taglines? All right, so tagline for the YSL trial morning show.
Your Honor? Yeah. Excuse me, during this time where folks are looking, I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realized that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, but, and I didn't realize this before, I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the AJC and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified.
Can you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come
Okay,
up. So
is she on shows like First
No,
48?
She
does
was.
not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified
Look at
as
Hilton.
by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there is there's any reason to change what.
Dude, I
Well, we
literally
could
just
just
found
ask
it. I
her.
just did a quick
And Your Honor,
search.
we could, but she's not. If she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right. The point is,
I just found it. Just one quick
if her
search.
identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
May I
what?
approach?
Yes.
First 48, like literally, I just did a quick search. Go somewhere and sit down with this dumb stuff. That's that scrambling and scraping 101. That's that scrambling and scraping. I didn't mean to jump over her. Wait. G-Dubs, I'm trying to help. These are the ones that you all selected yesterday. These were the top 2 yesterday. So I was like, let me get salient down to the most, which one do y'all really like? And maybe we'll find some way to use the other one. I'm literally looking right here, man. The woman. Hold on, man. This thing right here, this scrambling and scraping that they do, man, is disgusting. All right, here it is right here, just so y'all can see. All right, so Lakia Gaither plays herself as an investigator in Atlanta PD gang unit from where? The First 48. What's the problem? What's the problem? All the shenanigans and hijinks is for no reason, is what Doug Weinstein and now Jason say in agreement. This is a waste of time. She's identifiable. She's all over social. I don't know what she's doing as a career, and that's not the point. There's no reason. Like, what's the purpose? Well, that's a great question. Why is she not in law enforcement? But hey, I'm gonna be gracious. Why am I not a teacher anymore? I'm retired. That's it. So I'm not gonna throw any shade on her, but I do think that, who knows? Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there is. I don't know. All right. because a lot of this, Katie, is just scrambling and scraping. A lot of this is just you just doing something. You're trying to be difficult. Just again, I think Judge Whitaker realizes just how full of hot air this woman is. What we need to have is how many bench meetings are we going to have? We need to add that to the bingo board. Bench meeting. That would automatically look. Some of y'all would be in blackout already. She on the first 48. She's on the website. Yeah, this is just it's extremely extreme. Now, I don't think it matters that it looks like she's only on one episode. It doesn't look like she was like an ongoing character, like 10-part series or something. But still, I think it's fair to say she was there. And what are we doing? You know what? I didn't think about that, Gia 0011. I didn't think about that. Like what stops anyone else from saying this? That would be, oh my gosh, that would be crazy. That would be such a dust storm. Yeah, that would be interesting. I like that though. That's a super idea, actually. And I personally think that Judge Whitaker doesn't consider. I think because I know this sounds weird. I think judges assume that lawyers are going to be candid with the court and honorable and truthful with the judges. And I'm sure that they haven't been. I'm sure there's others that have just as bad as Love and whatnot. I just don't think Judge Whitaker has experienced somebody like Adrian Love. I think that's what also throws her off is like she has not seen somebody that scrambles and scrapes as bad as this. Like, wait, hold on, wait. You really are this unprepared? So apparently, shout out to Mandy. She just sent me a text. Oh my gosh, we got a new emoji in the building. The objection emoji. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now we have an objection emoji. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be hilarious. Because we know it's gonna get used. That's the thing. Like, how are you waking up already? Because this is technically 9 o'clock. And you was telling some stories about that Twitter post. And now you telling stories about this woman. How are we getting this far in the field? And it's only 9 o'clock, 9:05. Amen, Ms. Justice. Love is disrespectful and gotten away with it too long. Like this is not something you learned only under Fonnie. That's my point. Thank you. There we go. That you didn't just learn to be this disrespectful to the court under Fonnie. You didn't do that. This is something that you've been doing this. You was doing this with Big Mama. You was doing this with your Aunt Francine. You was doing this with your siblings. You was doing this in college with your boyfriend, at your first job, second job. You've been doing this for a while. This is not something that you're doing for just off the cuff. You just start doing it. It's her personality. Yeah, absolutely. We do more scrambling and scraping before 9 a.m. than most people do all day. That's going to be the tagline for their office.
Order remains in place.
What?
Do we- Yeah, I know.
So they might argue, we're trying to resolve it short ahead.
The good news is out of all of the issues, there's only 3 that we disagree on,
Okay,
and we're trying to figure that out.
okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I am gonna recess because I need to check on something.
Y'all, how we already on recess and we actually have not even started yet? This case is done. I, I, you got to be kidding me. We are not watching reality. This is a non-reality. This is not a reality. I don't care what you're saying. Atlanta is crazy. I can't even believe what I'm seeing. There's no, y'all stop playing with me. Okay, if you just tapped in, you're like, well, where's court, right? Like, Jason, why are you talking over court? Because they've already gone to recess because somehow or another they got to do some changes because of this doggone. They don't want to show Gaither's face on. Oh my, I can't make this up. Atlanta needs to be stopped, y'all. Atlanta is so Atlanta, it doesn't even make sense. Let me okay. I ran across this morning. Y'all just gonna have to go with me today, y'all. I don't even. We just gonna have to ride. Thank you so much, by the way, for the $4.99 Super Philip Rowe. Thank you so much. What does Philip say? Happy YouTube birthday, DWC. Thank you so much. I just started my 3rd year on YouTube this past month. Thank you so much for that, sir. I appreciate it. Y'all, y'all, this is an example. I live here in Atlanta, so I can pick on Atlanta. If you don't live here, you cannot talk about my city. I'm gonna talk about my city because Atlanta just be Atlanta in. And here is a perfect example of Atlanta just being Atlanta. I don't know if anybody's. I heard about this today, and I was like, wait, when did this happen? This happened back in May. Let me pull it up. Let's go. Thieves take off with $250,000 in cash from Atlanta. Clothes, ill-clothed club after breaking through the ceiling. These cats broke through the roof, man. Wait. I'm not even joking. Police said the theft occurred early Monday morning. This is in May of this year. I had never heard of this. Maybe because I don't really be watching the news like that. I don't know. Police are investigating after masked burglars broke into a popular Atlanta club through the roof and allegedly stole hundreds of thousands of dollars during the heist. APD. Let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Man, why y'all hating on me reading my stuff, my peeps? What in the world? I'll try to make it bigger. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right. APD. Atlanta was 11 Alive. All y'all got are ads. Okay. APD said that the theft happened around 4:16 a.m. on Monday at the Onyx Gentlemen's Club on Cheshire Bridge Road. Investigators said 2 suspects wearing ski masks and gloves entered the building through the ceiling and crawled to the club safes. Look at this right here. The police narrative didn't explain how the suspects broke in through the roof, but they did mention of perpetrators appeared to have used power tools to gain access to the safe. They made off with around $250,000 in cash without triggering any alarm. This is some I Spy stuff. What in the world, Atlanta? According to the police, the ATMs in the club were facing down, but none of them had been broken into or damaged. I wonder why. The Brazen Bandits were seen leaving the business nearly 2 hours after they broke in, authorities said. The investigation into the theft remains active and ongoing. If you have any information, do the right thing. All right. This is crazy, man. Like they cut through the roof of the club. Y'all, Atlanta just needs to stop. Atlanta, just stop it. This is craziness, man. I'm like, we gonna always be Atlanta. That's for sure. But my goodness, in the morning, do we have to be that much of Atlanta? Just stop. Just stop it. All right. I just thought that was funny. I ran across that this morning. Maybe I'll add some more like Atlanta just needs to stop segments. Like, I mean, I got a shirt that says Atlanta must be stopped. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just did. It was an inside job. It was. Are you for real? Or are you just saying that? ATMs are federal. I thought ATMs because they put the face down because they had the cameras on them. I thought maybe that's why. But I mean, they could have put tape over the camera lenses too. Um, Wait, if you rob an ATM, that's a federal crime. But if you rob a place, it's not. Stop it. Y'all are playing with me. Oh, you're just saying that. Wait, are you for real though? Okay. Secret Service abandoned the roof project, roof protection. The roof, nobody. It was a slant. It was a slanted roof. Nobody could get up there. Oh my gosh, Atlanta, just stop. Yeah, never underestimate the ingenuity of a drug addict who needs that stuff. But $250,000, that's a lot of smack you can buy. My goodness, in the morning. Oh wait, you was raised in. Wait. I think I can speak on it. Like, no, you can't. You got to live here to talk smack about us because we deserve it though. Hey, Raymond, thank you so much. Raymond said one can memorize enough information and pass a bar exam, but education will never conceal stupid. Uh, I no argument for me. No argument for me. Man, thank you for that $5 super as well. Thank you so much for that. Where them dollars bills been? Yo, I have no idea. Yeah, that was interesting how they didn't trigger the alarms because the two articles I read before that that inspired me to pull this up this morning. I was like, wait, how are you in there for 2 hours moving around with power tools, probably making noise, probably banging and clanging, and you didn't set off any alarms? Like, oh, okay. Now, but well, see, there you go. There's some Rico right there. Well, Young Thug and them need to watch out because once they catch the people that did it, they might find out that they wore red or they use drip in their rap songs and they're gonna get thrown in with this Rico too. What's going on, Monica Mo Justice? Good to see you. Good morning. Make sure you listen to the beginning part of this live stream. I shouted you out. What does KL Chapo say? Clubs pretty much are run at all times. The only ones who know when it closes are the employees. Definitely an inside job. Okay, I can dig it. I mean, 4 o'clock in the morning did not seem. Oh, they're back. Let's see what they got. Scrambling, scraping up now. Now Atkins is up front. She threw him yesterday. Wait, we can't hear it. What's wrong? Hold on one second. Okay, wait. I'm just hearing that. Hold on. You all are saying that you can't hear? I'm sorry about that. Oh, no. It's way down here. I'm sorry. Let me do that. Let me bring it back in. I just was chopping it up. I'm sorry. And I'll back it up. All right. Can
Your
we try
Honor,
again? Can y'all one in the chat that you can hear?
this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police and certainly around this area,
Real quick. Let me, so you can
um,
hear. So I'll back it up. Let me, real quick. Y'all can hear.
talked
Perfect. I'm
about
sorry.
his
Y'all don't know what happened.
relationship with and
All right. Let's
how
back this up.
much time he spent with
It's scrambling and scraping. Don't worry.
that.
And I'm going to just double it up a little bit.
About some things.
Okay.
So, what did he say about that? Mr. Sharp and the state disagree on number 14, page 81, line 22 to 82, line 2. The portion that the court kept out was, yeah, I told him Shannon hot-headed. The line after that, we have that it is included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, is everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial, or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there's disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is.
Your Honor,
Hang
can I
on,
respond
let's
to that
do
one?
at a time.
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment.
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but they seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation is, did my client like say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right. Yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was,
So I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring them to keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client was.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He literally just said my client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
it-
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If he observes that they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that money.
All right,
to-
here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation, or that he heard them say things like this, or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it. But the fact that he does, having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying, now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go.
Okay,
You know,
we're not
that's just an
talking about
example.
his relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many times, when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they ask questions like,
Ms. Lev, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore the ruling stands. What's the next one?
so
What's the next one?
okay, so I'm sorry, the first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes, it was something different. It's okay. So the second one was, the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding, it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey,
minute behind.
Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mucci, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci.
Mhm.
Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in, it was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
Okay, is there a transcript reference?
Line page 22, I'm sorry, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court, number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's,
I don't
Nope.
seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes. But anyway,
our
recall-
chart says that it's in. I don't know what
show me what the chart looks like.
It was,
Just
they tried to revisit this
No, we didn't.
show me what the chart looks like. Just turn it around and let me see it.
Mr. Atkins is coming up to the.
Oh, is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart of my?
We used it, and we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the argument.
Your Honor, if I
Uh-huh.
may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court in state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2
Okay,
days and a
wasn't
half,
that?
and it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43. And for reference, this is Mr. Shard's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
Okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, my understanding is that Mr. Shard is arguing that the call itself, the fact that there was the call, and
Uh-huh.
he's arguing that all of that came out, and we have that it is not out.
Yeah.
well, the trick is, Your Honor, in this,
Can you try to use your mic?
in this transcript, in this passage, there are several references to we. That in the context, it's clear that Copeland is spilling the beans not only on himself, but on Shannon. So, for instance, I don't know if Your Honor has the
I
transcript.
do.
Okay, so for instance, 110, line 20. No, they said they did it. 111, line, where is it? There's a, 111, line 4. He we just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things that in that spilling the beans by Copeland that in the context of this interview, as it's played to the jury, is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now, I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland, and they left, and then they came back, and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception, and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner, and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal
Okay, we caught up.
when the court's ready.
I had sped it up a little bit, so now we've caught up with the normal speed. They did sound like they was getting work done, though, going fast, I have to admit. Okay, while they're scrambling and scraping, Jen over in Cali, thank you so much for the $5 super. She's got a cup of coffee in hand. She's ready for today's shenanigans. About an hour behind, but she appreciates us. Thank you so much for stopping through. Thank you, Sunflower 74, for becoming a brand new
Your
member.
Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Shard's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on when he references they or we, the jury will not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay.
Well,
that ought to solve it.
Well, that doesn't solve the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's going to agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story, because it's not just that Woody at one point says
We did it, essentially. Yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story, Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
I mean, the specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that we.
Right. So if you redact that word, then when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon. It sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned. So that fixes that.
But he can say, and we can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's ride.
Yes.
Okay.
see, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory line.
Well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're going to handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, he like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house, and page 10, line 20, where it says, no, they said they did it.
Okay. Well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon when
Okay,
only certain people were named and he's not one of them.
I understand the court's ruling.
Okay. What's the next one?
I think there's the only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
Okay. All right.
I need to make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those two areas are clearly understood. Or we bring her out here and something's said.
All right. And actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that.
Number 14.
The one of that, the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed. They all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment purposes. Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request. So the only thing and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
I want to make sure.
The heavy breathing is hilarious.
Since it is my witness, I just want to make certain that all of the court's rulings are understood and that I articulate them to her so that we don't get into, because I will be asking questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any of it.
Okay, let's, if you can do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes already.
May I just step out then?
She can't stop talking. It's a defense mechanism. And she also is not self-aware when she's won. So she'll keep talking. She'll talk herself out of her own blessing. She's won the argument. She's got the whatever it was she wanted, and she'll just keep talking. So she doesn't, she's not aware because she's so used to defending herself. All right, so they're getting Gaither in. The jury is coming in. They just horse traded on 3 of the social media posts and the tapes that they're going to be going over. This is such a long process, but I guess it is what it is. I hope she gets more Paige. She wants more Paige. Paige, give it to her. Unload all the barrels. All right, let's see. Yo, thank y'all so much. It's about 800 of y'all that have already tapped in, and 412 have liked it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you do like this content, let me know. Hit that like button. It lets me know. It lets
Is
the
the witness
YouTube
ready?
overlords know too.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and get the witness in.
Oh, because they can't see the witness. And for some reason or other, Judge Whitaker accepted that argumentation
Are
that
waiting on both of Mr.
we're not going to be able to
Williams'
see the witness.
attorneys.
I really don't care that much.
Have to tell them not to go to the bathroom at the same time. You can come on up to the stand. Hmm? You are. Well, she's already testified. You
Thank
already
you so
have
much.
been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now. As we're waiting on one of the attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn.
So this is a question. If they have a list of witnesses, and feel free to let me know because I really don't know this. If I'm a witness, so let's say I'm witness number 28, and there's 100 witnesses, when I come back to witness again, does that make it 99? That probably doesn't. So I'm not cutting down the 100 witnesses by having me come back. That's what I mean. So if I come back 3 different times to testify, that doesn't cut them down at
I
all,
need
does it?
one of them back.
There's no way this case is gonna get done next year. There's no way. Absolutely, K-Pick. If you rewind or
All
jump
right,
back
let's
to the
go ahead and get
beginning,
the
I talked
jury.
about TLA and made a couple of mentions about that for sure. Blessings for my friend. Blessings for him. Hey there, Turning Point Podcast. Good to see you this morning. They need to start at 7 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Judge Whitaker wanted to start at 8:30 one day and 8 o'clock one morning. I'm sorry. She wanted to start at 8 o'clock one time, and they just couldn't do it. And you know, Love wouldn't have been there on time anyway.
I'm sure it's somewhere.
Maybe so. That might be very interesting. Oh, what are we making a thumbnail for? Scrambling, scraping? What's the thumbnail? Make a Gaither thumbnail. Y'all are wild. Oh, I'm sure it's already. I'm looking. I'm sure it's already made. What's that mean, Monica? Hey, President Not Perfect. Thank you so much, friend, for the $5 super. Appreciate you this morning. Thank you. Oh yeah, the objections are already loaded into the queue. Really? That's an interesting look. Hey, I'm all about conspiracies. I like a good conspiracy. I think they're laughing because they realize this is such a dumpster fire. And that's what I think. But I could be wrong. Oh, the defense is going to go crazy. Yeah, shout out to Adams yesterday. He had Love and all discombobulated yesterday. So thank y'all to everybody that's already tapped in and enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for letting me know that you appreciate this type of content. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you very much.
Here
Good
we go,
morning,
fire in
ladies
the
and
hole.
gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right, so we have Detective Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you, Honor, and welcome back, Sergeant Cather. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
Yeah, there were a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me,
Okay.
stating that he wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to,
Yeah.
Microphone.
I'm going to give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes.
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
Yes.
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that, I mean, if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or...
Yes.
And if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. We'll just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
No.
Okay. At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
No, it's people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let them sit there a minute, and picked them up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is going to happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I had just typed my team to let me in.
All right.
Maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Percival does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter. So
while they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, it was in here. Mhm. Okay. If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
Okay.
So I'm showing this to her, and
Okay.
I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, okay. And for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503. And it
And
was
it
that
has-
already admitted?
It was.
And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we going to get an exhibit sticker on it or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. Yeah, it was in, yeah. Can you pull this? Don't share it. Yeah. What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with. May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right.
I absolutely noticed that Atkins is doing Love's homework. Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right. That's admitted with, as we already discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish.
You may.
And just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so
You
that I
may.
don't.
Your Honor, may I?
May
May
you
I
what?
use this screen?
Is that one available?
It's up. I just didn't know.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. What do you? If you want to use earphones, they're here and available for you. It helps. Allows you to hear.
Food I got dogs, so I can eat food. Like food like that. I don't know, live that. Well, as you know, you contacted us. You want to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my darn nerves, calling me. So we're here. But even though you reached out to us wanting to talk, I still gotta advise you your rights, okay? Let's say yes, you gotta say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name. There's Q-U-I-N-D-A-R-R-U-S, What's your birthday? 8/21/93. 8/21/93. What's your address? 405 Cleveland Avenue.
And Your Honor,
From over there.
his address, not to the computer.
All right.
About to, they said I can move to, they can't find me because of that. Dang, come on. What's the zip over there? 0354. 0354. How tall you are? 6, I mean like 5'10". Yeah, how much you at? 169. Your brown mouth, black hair. My eyes ain't brown. Your eyeball, meaning the colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you completed? Graduated. I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade? High school, 12th grade. What else did you do? I don't know, but I graduated current. What year? I think 09. Something like that. You got a phone number? I'm on them, 44. 5. Phone name again? K-A-L.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
What about T.I.'s phone number yesterday? What about T.I.'s phone number? Y'all, please make this make sense to me.
All right. Let's go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial? Yeah. T. What that stand for? Tashawn. TYSHON. Basically states Aquindare Zachary has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged with for the two drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm gonna go through these one by one. If it's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're gonna go over it, okay? Yeah. Your first right is that you have a right to remain silent and not to make any statements. Do you understand that? Yeah. That any statement that I make may be used against me in a court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making statements and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement. You get that? That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I'm making the statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? You sure? No. No, you're not sure? I mean, I'm sure, but anybody forced me. Okay. Can you read it? Oh, okay. Can you read and write English? Yeah. And I have had read to you. Today is the what?
5/2/6/17.
What's what? If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X.
Just come do it when you're ready. Sure.
My name here. Sign that. All right, well, we here. What's the big rush to talk to you? So, let's go about it. I'm saying, say this, y'all want me to speak on first. Let's talk about this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? I went the other night. You wasn't where? What did you hear about it?
Where? Some came to the house waking me up to my DJ I jumped. I'm like, so? And then,
You was at the house in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Apartment, after you
Yeah,
stayed?
415. And then, that's when she told me, that she had got shot at too.
That same night?
Yeah, she said,
I don't know what happened to the audio. Not only Nikki did they
a whole bunch of shit
announce his number, but they
And then,
told you that it was who it was. They
got
literally said
pulled
it.
up at my
Crazy.
cousin's house. Cause my cousin go with this boy named Tate. Y'all know him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Javante.
yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house. And she said, y'all just started shooting at the house. Like, they were shooting from, the front, like she said.
Where is this house located at? What you talking about?
Landrum apartment.
Landrum and Gunpool?
On campus.
North Campton?
Yeah.
So who stay over there again?
My cousin Liz, Frank, and Tate. That's what Javante said? Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, you know how people say, not my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? Got jumped on? She said it did happen last. It's after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then shootings happen. I'll tell you like, from how I heard, like when I heard her. Okay. I like, shit. Most of them call me or something in the morning, they know that. Mm-hmm. But she like, most of them cussing D out, because D telling them that he's shooting, they had shoot them in the face and jump. Most of them told D they had to find around home. And then that was she like, then that was D told, I would sleep, D told me that morning, like, they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30D, yeah. Like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tay, and who it was? Shannon. He just told me another name. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn. Be with Tay. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. He told you personally? Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there like he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then that they shot up Larry where Tay stayed. So this gang came back, yeah, shot up Tay house? Yeah, someone right there. Like, I guess that was she was gonna go that night. And he said that when they went and prepared home. That when they went and shot up Pierre home. Who went up and shot up Pierre home? Him, Tay, Shannon, and Trey Dunn. He told me them full name. He already said them. But I kind of feel Moulton without a. Why you figure that? I mean, I ain't got no call. How close are you and Moulton? You know, my whole life. I told my dad my dad and him, they grew up here. So you got a lot of loyalty to Moulton. For me? Yeah. Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some of them, but he ain't got nothing for me. How you know he ain't got nothing for you? Shoot. I ain't been talking to him like that. Have you talked to him since you've been in jail? Have I talked to him since I've been in jail? Yeah. I mean, since he's been in, because you went in first. So he told me that Demekion told y'all why he was scared, you tricked him. Demekion sat in that exact same chair, and you're going to get the exact same treat that Demekion. I don't have to trick people or lie, because phone records tell you a lie. Oh, man. Right. And it's my trick. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track, because we got your phone records, too. Mine? Yes, sir. What phone record? This is what we do. Right. Remember when we locked you up the last time? Yeah. And Cat went to the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone record. Because that was your phone number, right? No, that ain't my number. Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. And I don't want to waste your time with mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's going to fuck y'all. So I got Demekion. Because y'all, everybody thinking Demekion snitching. This is Demekion's phone number, wasn't it? Yeah. I got Demekion. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
I got more. 622. 662, whatever. So I know it's like.
So the media ain't necessarily had to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology told them.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was impressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say yourself. But this is what's going to fuck y'all. So I feel like, once again, you're kind of going in the wrong direction. You say you're going to come down here and be honest about shit. I'm being honest. You wasn't there. Oh. I'm probably not there. So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me. See, I don't want to talk about other cases. You need to get over this first.
That's what you're in on.
Yeah. Because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you got to be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on.
Me, Monton, Shannon, Trey Dunn, and D.
Which car was you in? It was two cars, right?
I was in car Monton.
Which was which car?
And Pop.
What car?
Great.
Who all was in the car with you?
Me, Monton, Shannon, and D.
And Trey Don and
They was in another Impala.
what color was that Impala?
Like, I heard the burgundy or something. SS.
Okay, the new one or old one?
Same year Monton car, bro. 08, something like that.
Okay. How did you all know where they stayed?
Trey Dunn. Not Trey Dunn. Tay.
How does Tay know?
Cause he said he been beef with them folks.
So he knew where they stayed at over there on Mosley Park on the dead address is 1428 Dale Avenue. Over there by Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in this? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved?
When they shot at Summer.
So,
But
where did they shoot at Summer at?
Atlanta.
So they shot at before. This is the same night?
Yeah. They shot at Summer first.
Okay.
And they shot at I think they did shoot at the club. I don't know about the club.
So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay.
Yeah.
They were in which car? Or were they in the
She went with Tay. She was with Liz. They haven't got that yet.
Okay. They in the car or they inside the park?
Yeah, they in the car.
They in the car?
Yeah, they in Summer car. They going in the house.
Okay.
And she said they started shooting, but they shooting from way, not parking lot, maybe. They shooting from way in her parking lot.
Did they make a police report?
I don't know.
You know if anybody calls the police or anything, did the police show up out there?
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51. Sergeant Gaither, as I turn this microphone back on.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you? Or did you understand that question?
I think I did. I mean, he appeared. I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Yes.
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When you showed Quindarius Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was a phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
All right. Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or when you all asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents, as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? What did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do? Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
Okay. So when you asked him in the video, you weren't where, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So
Sustained.
yes, Your Honor. Now, when he began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that D had just got jumped, at that time, did you have any information about D or Demikion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes.
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
At Club Crucial.
All right. And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hallowell?
Sound about right. Okay. Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was in DC. Had several cases with involving him.
Okay.
Prior to this.
All right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people,
mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing D out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
All right. And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demekion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demekion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 Deep, and later on, we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 Deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 Deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 Deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang,
Mm-hmm.
did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 Deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes, who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Homes?
What 4 people that he had just referenced?
Okay, Moontunk,
Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay confrontation clause, also ultimate issue, invading the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
but that's the same person,
the
Shannon
same person.
Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Moontunk shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Okay. Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room, and he said, I kind of figure Moontoon was there though. Did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontoon's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontoon was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontoon? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontoon?
Yes.
All right. And when he told you that his dad and Moontoon grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontoon since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontoon was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match.
Mm-hmm.
Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and, again, try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
Okay. And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Moontoon, and that Demekion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you all also talk to Demekion?
I did.
And is that Demekion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Confrontation clause violation, hearsay.
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may. This might be a good time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break. Mr. Steele, will you still need to approach? Okay.
What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, let's get back to it. So, all right. I think this is what needs to happen. I need those wiretaps in the building.
I suppose it's going to take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well, so. Okay. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you.
They're going to do anything to keep this camera off them so they can be scrambling and scraping.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
And to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment and he's severed. There's some wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it. because he's not being called as a witness. He's
Right.
not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mrs. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining
Very
that.
good.
I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means. And I'm objecting to it under Confrontation Clause and hearsay.
Very
Okay,
good.
well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing, if you don't mind? Objection?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break if anybody else needs to do that now. Thank you.
All right. So now they're on recess or to a break. Somebody just asked this question. What's the purpose of this witness? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't get it. I'm getting a lot of Glanville vibes, if you will. It doesn't make any sense because we've already seen these videos. We've already heard from Garlington. I'm sorry, from Zachary. We've already heard from this young lady. So what's the purpose of this again? I don't get it. And it just seems like a major, major waste of time. But anyway, I'm hoping that Judge Whitaker will make a better decision, a different decision, if you will. But we gonna see. We gonna see. Yo, I greatly appreciate every last one of you. Look at 739 of y'all are watching. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hit that like button. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. Hit that like button. Also, jump into the best live chat on the planet and make sure you go in and grab your bingo board because we got some YSL bingo popping for sure. All right. I wonder would an appeal be granted just so the trial doesn't set a ridiculous precedent? This is almost guaranteed to go to appeal. I mean, there's no way around it. I think a mistrial should be considered because it is so poorly run and it is setting a bad precedent for future cases, future RICOs down the pipe. So I think there is room to say, hey, maybe we should do this differently. Maybe this is not the right way to handle it, so on and so forth, because future cases are going to be tried just like this. Oh, real quick, thank you so much for joining us, Metalcore. Thank you so much for becoming a member, as well as Sunflower74. Earlier, I believe I shouted you out, but thank you again to everybody who's become members, everybody who supported the channel. Thank you so much. It does mean a lot. that you all take the time to do that. And get your popcorn and grab your pillow. Like, what's the purpose of this? Okay, great question, John C. Who is this witness and why are they not on camera? It's Detective Gaither. And we remember Detective Gaither from Woody's interrogation. I think she might have been Sledge's. I know she was in Zachary's. I don't know why she doesn't want to be recorded because she's, as we pointed out this morning, she's been on television as an Atlanta police officer. So it's not just like you're an undercover cop and you don't want nobody to know your details. She's been on TV as a detective in the Atlanta Police Department. And she's been on here already. So I think she was obscured the first time she was here as well. But even that doesn't seem like it makes sense. What's the purpose? And I'm sure if we go to TikTok or rather Twitter's probably having a field day with her today because they weren't pleased with it yesterday. So I'm sure they're probably giving her the business today as well. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't get it. And they had a bench conference this morning. Judge Whitaker sided with Adrian Love to not let her be seen. Again, not really certain why. I'm going over here to Thugger Daily real quick and see what they got. Anything good Thugger can tell us about this? Yo, they done already found where she works. Twitter is undefeated, y'all. Hold on real quick. Twitter is nonstop undefeated. Wow. Okay, wait, I don't want to get okay. Anyway, if you go to Twitter, they're already talking about because apparently she's now no longer a police detective. And so they're trying to figure out, like, well, she doesn't want her new job to be impacted by this, whatever. Anyway, they got her on they got her on blast. Twitter is undefeated. Undefeated. The undefeatedness of Twitter. Let's see. Oh, I was going to Thugger Daily and I got distracted, which is easy to believe, right? Yeah, so even Thugger Daily is saying that today, how do I do this? Like this. Even Thugger Daily is saying that today is just going to be a light day. Young Thug trial day 139. Want to make zoom this in a little bit, Jason. 139. Today will most likely be a light day. Detective Gaither is on the stand in order for the state to introduce Quandarius Zachary's interrogation videos. So that's it. So we're gonna probably hear the air hockey game a couple more times because for the life of me, that is such a waste of time, man. That is such a 403, man. So Thugger says here, they began with talking about Gaither's history as they appeared on 2 episodes of the First 48, questioning her security for being on camera. The judge kept the motion in place after discussion. So, yeah, I don't know why she gets such preferential treatment. It does seem problematic or at least interesting, but I don't know why. And there we go. So we're just ready just in case they come back. Did she say how long? I wasn't certain. I heard that. All right. What Whitaker expects and what Whitaker does are not entirely different things.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for
Uh-oh.
watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take.
All right. So I think what happened is I'm noticing that everybody, Law and Crime, 11 Alive, Atlanta News First, they're all branding their streams more. I don't know why that is. So this little added that Law and Crime does where they have a commercial that comes in, that's something new. Totally didn't do that last week. And I'm not really certain why. Again, I've said it several times. I don't know what that is. I think again, it's just some kind of branding effort. I don't know if it's because of the whole big whoop to do. Okay, let me I'm trying to see if anybody else is live streaming the court besides them, but I don't think anybody Atl- Atlanta News First has kind of been slow dragging. They're back. They got it up now. They didn't have it up earlier. But they got that big bug across the bottom as well. That banner is huge. Okay, let's get back. Here they come. Here they come. Now we're looking at the lighting in here. As you can see here, your tax dollars are being well spent on lighting. All right, let's see what they got. Unmute it, Jason. Let's go.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary.
477. You said 477 and 482?
Yes. Why? As in Yankee. You can
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question and allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I don't think we got an answer. So, yeah. What is, who's, is that computer's making that?
I'm gonna, hold on. Let me see something. I can go to notifications and mute that.
Make sure your email.
Ask me some more. Let me see the next page. The next page. It's not page because I'm going by this also. That's what the next page.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demekion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No.
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
Yes.
And did you speak with him multiple times?
Yes.
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
No.
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
I'll also then object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They can make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
Your Honor, I don't have any reports or other interactions. I'd like those reports and interactions before questions are asked.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you
Make a
took
foundation.
Kenneth
You just do that.
Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay. So are there any statements by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or investigator Dennis, no man.
Do you know of any from anybody else?
I don't know.
Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demekion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In
Yes.
other words, okay. And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing, Your Honor, at 2:27:48.
Okay. She was telling me what happened. I told her she was telling me what happened right up front. And then that one, I called Fulton. And Fulton told me that he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride with. They wanted me to ride, but they didn't want me to ride.
What you mean?
Like, they wanted me to go with him, but I ain't have to do that.
So where were you seated?
I was sitting in the back seat.
Well, how were y'all sitting?
Huh?
Let's break this down.
Shannon's in the front, D right here. I'm on this side, Fulton drive.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Moon's driving, Shannon front passenger. You sitting behind Shannon?
Yeah.
And Demekion behind Moonton?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like, why were they picking you up?
Now you just
Say that passenger, seating charge one more time. Monton driver, Shannon front passenger.
me and D.
And then
The other D.
Demekion.
Yeah. We went to make take them. They was in different cars.
What kind of car? You said the orange YSL?
Yeah, burger. It wasn't
Orange. Who car is that?
the boy Trayvon.
Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? It's Trey Duncan.
I didn't know him because
What gang he in? Or who he affiliated with?
they supposed to be blood, but like just like regular games. I don't know what regular games. They supposed to be blood.
So, who all was in the car when they came and picked you up?
When Fulton came to pick me up, Fulton Shannon D.
Okay, Fulton Shannon D was in the car and came and picked you up. Where'd y'all go?
She went to Perry home.
Mm-hmm.
When that lad went to the house on MLK.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon D and Tay got out the car. Man, Fulton stayed in.
Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what?
They went and shot at the house.
What kind of gun did Shannon have?
Shannon had a Draco 762.
Where's that gun at now?
I don't know.
Whose gun is that?
I don't know. They already had the gun.
What color is it?
Like a chocolate.
Like a chocolate?
Like 8.
I said, what color is it?
Brown.
What kind of gun is it?
They had a 762 too, AK. It looked like a deer gun, but it looked like a what? It looked like a big old deer gun, but it was an AK, you say?
What about Demikion?
He had a Moulton gun.
Which was what?
That gun I got caught with.
And you didn't shoot?
No.
But don't you own this? You went and bought like 3, 4 firearms.
Man, who tricked me out of those?
They tricked you out of all of them, man.
Yes, he did.
We gonna get to that though.
Right.
So, did Traydon shoot any guns?
Nah, he was driving.
So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car.
Yeah.
And you stayed in the car.
Yeah.
How far did they get up to the house?
I don't know, man. Moulton Paul way back. Like, they got up close to the house, though. I think like front driver or something. I don't know if they got any up to the dog. I know they got the driver. I seen that much. Now they shot that house. And then that way we went Perry home.
Okay. And how did you guys know what apartment was at Perry home? But who? Tay know what Philo girl? Because that's Philo girl house, right?
That we used to hit baby mom.
Baby mom. So Tay knows them from the west side, basically.
Yeah.
Y'all don't really have
home together.
Right.
They beat before too, though. Like they said, the mom knew that Tay shot at the house.
But how is it that, because Tay's not flying, how is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that?
Tay from Capitol Home, me and Moulton, all of Capitol Home.
He originally from Capitol Home.
Yeah, and he sang Big Boo, Big Boo. He
Quite
sang
important.
Yeah. We sang Boo, and I was met Tay.
Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there.
And then, now we had went somewhere else for Perry home.
What about?
Someone get some bullets, huh?
From where?
So, somebody spot that did on Cleveland.
Like somebody, like house or
Spot.
What's the spot?
A spot?
I mean, you gotta talk to me layman terms. I don't know.
A truck spot.
What kind of bullets did y'all get?
They ain't getting nothing for the chopper. They got some. They got some. They ain't getting nothing for the 223. They got some for the Sunset too.
Who had the 223? Tay?
This is the one that Demikion had. Mom's not gun that shoot 223 rounds. So is that Mom's gun that had the double drum on it? Is that the one you talking about?
Yeah.
That's the one that you shoot?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th,
Yeah.
that's Monto.
Stupid. He needed my gun to go for girl for that night.
He needed your gun.
Cause it was small. That little gun y'all just got. That they just what's the house and got? The little bit gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 40. What is it? The 40?
The 40 Smith & Wesson. So he needed my gun to go for girl house.
So that's your 40.
Yeah.
Cause we just got him last week. I ain't had a chance to run it yet. But
I had just bought this gun like a day or two before. Before that got locked up.
We know.
From on Boulevard, one of the apartment, 493 Boulevard. No, I said I had bought. Yeah, I know.
Some Arrowhead. How do I know?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
I got something better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
Surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all?
Down there and got it.
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name, we had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead Pawn Shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we work hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system on the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun and see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Montun was driving, where each person was seated? Why was that of any importance?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle, and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make it a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stay, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember her name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive. Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Right. Haiti Gang. What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach. Oh, yeah, thanks.
Why are we approaching? What if I don't want to approach? Tired of approaching. Okay, so somebody suggested that we watch the first 48 episode that Gaither was in. Okay, I want to do that. My only issue is I'm picking up that they're not too keen on the fact that, and I mean by they, I think it's more like Adrian Love, is super not keen on the fact that we, as the great unwashed, the Goyim, are able to interact, to watch, to comment, dare I say, even sway popular opinion about this court case. So what I'm saying by that is if I find the video of the first 48 and we'll do a watch party, it'll be after Gaither is done, because I don't want them to have any kind of smoke for us over here at DWC like they've done for other content creators. So I appreciate it. I found the IMDb page for it, but I don't see the actual video. I'm trying to find the actual video at this moment. But as soon as I do, I'll let y'all know and we'll schedule it. But it'll be after Gaither is out of the booth. So it's not like we're harassing a witness or something crazy like that. Because good gracious. I think Love really wants cameras out of the courtroom. She wants a Chicago, New York style where all you can do is just sketch and you got to take notes. No technology at all. I think that's what she wants it to be. Because I mean, remember, like think about what this case would be like if nobody could see Adrian Love's shenanigans. I can only imagine. I hesitate to think what it would be like if she were able to run roughshod and the mass of population were not able to watch this trial. That would be crazy. And we're just waiting for the nightly news or the daily, hourly update on it, so on and so forth. We probably wouldn't even care. Let's be honest. If we couldn't watch it, and since most people get their the lion's share of your news comes from the internet now. So it's not coming from network television and it's such like that. They would have to really do a lot to keep you engaged in it if you weren't already dialed in or a part of this and aware of what's going on. So, all right. But yeah, that's just that. So I don't know why they got to do another conference. I mean, good gracious. I'm so tired of these conferences. They steady conferencing. They always conferencing. All right, and all right, we're over here on the messing around on the Twitter trying to see if oh my gosh, man. If we can see anything else pertaining to this. At the current moment, nothing new besides just the looking at the lights or looking at the Georgia seal. So we'll hopefully it'll be done soon. So and we can get back to some real content. By the way, thank y'all so much, man. We got 757 of y'all in here. And I said, once we hit 600 likes, I am going to drop some I got 4 more likes. Come on. Let's make it happen. My goal for the month of October is 50,000 likes. I want 50,000 likes on this channel. So, and help me out. Just hit the like button when you come in and jump into the best live chat on the planet. We are almost there. I'm going to drop 10 memberships as soon as we hit. 605. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So let's drop that 10 memberships going out hot right now. Welcome to 5 more people being added to the Dear Woke Christian Nation. Absolutely. There's 5 right there. If you could, go on and hit that. Go on and accept it. Say thank you. I appreciate you. And got 5 more. Let's do it again. Thank y'all so much for liking this video. I really appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. So clearing that out, 5 more added. Thank you so much. To all of our new members, please make sure that you run over to the community page on Dear Woke Christian. It tells you how to join the Discord. I'd love for you to come over there and hang out with us over there, where we talk a lot about the trial. We talk a lot about future videos and content that's coming up in the, down the pike. I give you guys a chance to look at some of the thumbnails I'm working on, polling, all that kind of good stuff like that. So come on over. It's just another big extension of the best live chat on the planet. I call it the best Discord on the planet, but I haven't come up with a song about the best Discord on the planet yet. Shout out to We Watch YouTube. But I want to say thank you all to everybody who supports the channel. And whether it be you're a member or you've been giving out super chats or anything like that, or you just come to the chat and interact with everybody and leave a comment and watch the videos. All of you all support. It means a whole lot to me as a content creator to know that I'm doing something, making something that you all are enjoying and getting value out of. You'll hear me say this quite a bit. My goal and my desire is to do things and create content that you find valuable. So if we're talking about this case, if we're talking about the weirdness of the law, or we're going on a morning monologue about calling your family and engaging with people that you're thinking about, I want you to find value in it. And one of the ways that you let me know that you find value is just hitting the like button. So I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. I'm still surprised that is this the 4th bench meeting this morning? I think it is. And that is preposterous. Like, how are we still here? Man, but I don't know what they're doing over there at One Charlie. I'm gonna leave them alone, but I appreciate y'all for sure. This is craziness, man. But I don't know. I know I saw the question about what is the purpose of this witness. I have no idea. I have no idea. I realize now that they can't, and I don't get it. And if you're a legal mind, please let me know. I thought the reason they were asking Quandarius, Lil D, those questions is to impeach him by bringing in the interrogation videos. So remember that day when Adrian Love had that big, thick binder and she was going through all those questions. And even Judge Whitaker said, wait, hold on, wait. Are you going line up on line? Oh, no, we can't do that. So she was literally going through the interrogation, the transcript of the interrogation with Little D. And she's effectively doing this right now. And all of that is to bring in the videos, which I thought that they already have gotten enough. They've already gotten enough from Little D to bring in the videos to impeach Little D's testimony, which seemed like what they were trying to do. I hope not. I don't think so. That's a great question.
And Sergeant
I don't know.
Gaither, as I was
I have to
asking
look.
before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother.
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Phil
Darren
Collins.
Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
You may.
You may answer. What gang is D a member of?
Haiti Gang, as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that If gang when you say
If gang.
Inglewood?
I'm sorry.
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or if gang.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and Dee's mother's name or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Diamond.
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
All right. And do they have a sister, Stacey Adams?
Correct, yes.
Did Stacey Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you ask about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the West Side, what did you mean?
They both were from the west side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the west side as well, the same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the west side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown, Memorial Drive area. The west side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, parts of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moncton were from Capitol Homes and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time. Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from the Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland Rock Crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22. Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland, would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activity is conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
That's you? Yeah, I think that's you.
We did all of that. So after
We got the bullet. Went Perry wrong.
okay.
Then don't even got out and shot the house.
Who got out and shot this time?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Tay did
It was only
Shannon
3
again.
guns.
Okay. And they had the same gun that they had before? From there?
Nah, it was another one calling this time. And
Who?
called Tatum.
What's his name?
I think his name Lee.
Lee? Did he get out?
Yeah. Yeah, handgun.
You remember what kind?
I just remember 2 handguns.
Who called me there?
He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum from
Lee.
They went and got him out the little make that up.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Montun to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know?
All right. They're making me sleepy. I'm getting tired of this. All right. So I saw a question in here, and we're going to make a quick commercial break and I'll get back to it because I know it's so stimulating, right? All right. Somebody mentioned that they want a cool gang name or rap name. Maybe you were born in the tree line streets of a suburb or whatever like that. Maybe from the country, maybe from another country, and you don't have a cool rap name. Have no fear. Your fearless leaders here. All right. I found a website. It is called Rap Name Generator. So you put in all this stuff about yourself and it will generate for you several different names that you can use. It is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. So anyway, if you do not have a cool rap name, you now can have a cool rap name. Yes. Somebody said they didn't have it. And look, I'm here to help the people. I told you, did I not just say I want to add value? Did I not just say that? I'm trying to add value up in here. Look, where else do you go to get value like this? You come to DWC, you get a rap name. Come on. Does that not get a thumbs up? Does that not get a like? Come on now. That thing is so funny. I said, wow, I just literally typed in rap name generator and there's a website called name generator to find the perfect rap name. Y'all have fun. Who was it? It was you. That was you, Haley. It was you. It was you. I was like, man, I was trying to think of a name for you. And I was like, I don't know Haley like that. And I said, let me find out there's a rap name and there was a rap name generator. How serendipitous is that? Y'all have fun. I cannot wait to see your rap names in the chat. I can only imagine. Like they gave me some pretty good ones too, though. All right, let me get back to this trial because these questions are so stimulating. We gotta get back over here and hear Adrian Love fumbling and bumbling. But the Rico dad, I'm doing the Lord's work. Absolutely, I'm here for the people, man. Y'all done already got them in there already. Cool K Dub. I actually like that one. Hey, they're not bad. Let me just say that too. By the way, my rap names were not bad at all. I'm gonna have them email it to me so I can keep up with it. No, they were actually pretty good. There's some I'm like, whatever. But I mean, they give you like a lot. They give you a whole lot. So you got a lot to pick from. Oh wow, I didn't even see this part. There's even more. They even give you rap songs. Y'all, this page is wild. I didn't know that. Okay. All right, let's get back to the trial. Let's get back to the trial. But drop your rap name in the chat. I want to hear what y'all came up with.
And Cleveland Avenue was a link up for a long time. Ain't nobody fuck with them. Y'all didn't fuck with each other. Those started fucking with Woody. So that just kind of brought everybody together. How close are you and Woody? Or how close were you?
Only reason we got close because I was hanging with Mook for hanging with Thug. And then another one, Woody, what's it called? We started it.
So the Woody people, meaning Demekion and Shannon, everybody just kind of started linking up.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other?
No, we ain't never had no problem with Campbell. But they ain't never had no problem with Campbell. I ain't never got into it nobody from Campbell. Ain't nobody never got into it nobody from Campbell. It just linked up like that.
So how did it get to a point where, you really didn't have too much, really?
What?
No, go ahead.
What the beat started, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Killed them, shot up Gavin House, the dugout.
Right.
And then the demo Woody had called me skating ring or something. And then he was like, but they had shot through a window out.
On which car?
The SS.
Right.
And Thug like, nah, I ain't cool them niggas till they take my window.
But why did they shoot up the dugout down there?
Woody and Kerry had some person going on, I guess, big as bad. Who got more girl, more money. Both want, and that one has money.
They flexing with somebody else shit.
Yeah.
So,
you know how it is. Kill one, like Thug coming to Crucial, getting up money doing stuff. Kill don't want him to do that.
Right.
Yeah. But Thug he ain't clicking them, he ain't like them.
Right. He ain't like Kill.
Shot out one of them.
So just over there in Windshield?
Now every time you find it together, how?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, y'all didn't do that? Y'all didn't know?
No.
I'm
saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot us?
Like 200.
So they were just done.
Yeah.
But they knew y'all was in there?
Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram.
I turned it off.
People posting videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Thug leave like Thug first. So everybody walking to their car. I stayed there, I still gambling. I ain't had no gun anyway, so ain't no sense me walking out there. Then you just hear gunshot stuff going off. They say they was in the woods across the street or something. Then everybody ran out the door. Everybody who was in those guns ran out the door stuff.
Right.
So they thought they was gonna get some money.
So when this Windshield got shot out, he confronted Kale about it?
Like, what? He ain't know. They ain't know the person. They thought MDC did. And then when I got shot.
Right. Who shot you?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just shooting at the club.
Okay.
They thought MDC did, but come find out MDC didn't do it. Kill had told Thug baby mama who correct that he had did it. And she messed with Moonton. She told Moonton and went.
Wait, the Thug baby mama was messing with Moonton?
No, Thug baby mama told my sister.
Okay.
And my sister was messing with Moonton.
Okay. So tour?
Yeah.
Okay.
And went from there.
So I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They standing outside.
I ain't no gun.
Well, they went outside. Everybody still out there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kale that did it?
I just told her I didn't know. Kale, I told they thought it was MDC or somebody else. Kale ran his mouth to Gucci head trying to play. And then that was
that's when he got back.
Yeah, she told my sister told Moonton.
Cause then Moonton told Doug that it was Kevin.
Moonton told Woody and Thug.
Okay. So this incident with chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
That was way before. I don't know. When did this happen? With the dugout. That was in January, right? Yeah. Dugout got shut up in December. In December. Yeah. So from that point, it was really on like y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning, YSL and they didn't mess with each other. They didn't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14. And we will advance to 2:43:13.
Hey, Gordon, I saw this comment. I don't think this is going to go that long. Even me, I don't think it's going to go.
Sergeant, while
That's
we're advancing,
basically
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
2 years and 3 months from now. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's going to be long, but I don't think it's going that long.
Did you know during your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
Yes.
All right. And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location, Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 deep. 30 deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demikion, did they have any affiliation with 30 Deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named? Yes.
When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watts in a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang?
Yeah. If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
And is that also the gambling house?
It is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but.
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for If Gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
Okay. And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
I have no idea where the audio is. They're scrambling and scraping over there.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef. Y'all still go to the club. I ain't go to the club like that. You ain't go to Crucial like that. But you hung out with him, like on the block. I might hang out on the block with YSL. So I ain't talking about Kevin. Oh yeah, I used to hang with him. Like I might go Crucial one Monday, then not go in that Monday if I know it's gonna be something. Right.
So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah.
How many times you think you went to Crucial since then?
About 10. I know. Not
November to January, because it's they closed one now.
Oh, no, not till November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times. Like 5 times? 5 or 4, something like that.
So when did you and Monson, so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell Woody.
And then what?
Then Woody like, oh, alright. And then that when they shot at Kel. Y'all heard about that? On NFL? Yeah. Woody and Monson shot at Kel. And they went for now.
When did y'all make
it? And then that one, make what? I heard no video you talking about.
What video you talking about?
Monson mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let me see. Monson mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after I got shot up.
So sometime in December?
January. Sometime in January, yeah. Heck yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we in January now. Yeah. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about, that's what I'm saying. I'm not involved with, I don't know, in word made them do that. Made who do that? People killed. Shannon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And ain't Lambo. Big Nose Nard who in jail right now? Yeah. Yeah. And Doo-Wop. And ain't Doo-Wop. What Doo-Wop look like? I don't know. He on your IG. That's the little Doo-Wop. Do the Doo-Wop thing. Look at him. Yeah. How do you know this? I know. Because they told me. Who told you? Shannon told me. Yeah, told me. Why did they tell you? Who was it? I was talking about which house? Thug house. Well, the new one or the old? His condo down there? Yeah. What exactly did they say? A lot of folks can't go down there and murder, man. What you mean? Like, it's a big old, a lot of folks have something to do with it.
Explain that from start to finish. Break it down how it happened.
Yeah, one of the girl. My name Bushi. They saw Nut. They saw Nut where? At the bar shop. Well, they would be hanging at the bar shop in Texas on the job. Mm-hmm. They saw Nut. And D was in the car with D got in another car. Which car were they in when they saw him? The Infiniti G35. What color was it? It was, I forgot what color it was, but the old manager had rented it. Amina? Yeah. I forgot what color it was, but man, what was it? New Amina car? Yeah, man, Wood was in the later on that night. Okay. We had went to a little kickback. Okay. I thought we had wrecked it. Well, we did. We spent around the Springway. Yeah, I was drunk at the bottom, but no, we was just flying. It was my car, me and him. He just flying, trying to see what it was doing. You remember where they rented the car from? No, I don't know what she rented from. So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for Thug. Yeah. Who did Thug give it to? Who he let drive? Yeah, who he let drive? Nard, yeah, and Shannon and Dua. They supposed to meet yeah, girl, Bushi. Where were they supposed to meet Bushi at? I don't know where they supposed to meet if I know they supposed to know. That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the Texaco? Did they go looking for him? No, they probably left the studio. I went there when they I felt like my little niece had a party, and then Monson called like Monson didn't even know. Monson like somebody just killed Nut. And he's like, I'm gonna meet Woody at the Gavin house. And then Woody was scared. Cause they chased him and all that. So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed? No. So when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut, or were they going for somebody else? They were going to get the girl. But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're going to get Nut, or was it somebody else? We're going to get Nut. What?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, aka Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
Picking up at 2:48:33.
How did it, what I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point of, you never said none of this?
Because they say it's power out. They like to green like all white and 30 feet. They say Nut said whoop or something like so I mean it's a go.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So power out at the gang meeting.
yeah,
So you saying if gang had a power out?
that house that they spot on MLK.
Okay, and they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them, like they fool.
Yeah.
So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that?
I don't know. Cause they had never shot it. They had never shot it Nut before.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you know teams like when they killed Nut, everybody like why the hell they do that to Nut?
Right.
It was no attention to nothing, man.
So do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened?
Yeah. Like we just caught nigga Nut down bad.
You said we caught the nigga Nut down bad?
Yeah.
I understand.
I like who? Like me, yeah. Nut, Dua.
Mm-hmm.
I like I'm telling you kind of gun he had.
Which gun?
They had AK-72, right?
He said, you gonna tell what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that?
That was Nut gun.
What else?
That a 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what other kind.
Whose gun was the 4.5?
Shannon.
You remember what brand it was?
XD or something.
XD?
Yeah.
You know what that gun is now, or where these guns are now?
Like I know. Let me finish the story.
Okay.
They caught Nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley.
Calvin Treadwell.
They gave him guns in the car.
What did he do with it?
He hid the guns and they took them in the car back.
Do you know where he hid the guns at?
I don't know yet. I know they took to a spot on Cleveland. You know where it on Cleveland? A spot. Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though. On Oak Drive? Yeah. So this is all what Shannon is telling you. This was both. Shannon ain't got told, but this Shannon, what Shannon told me first. So Shannon told you, they both told me the same story though. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after? Same night. Shannon, I was walking through. I had just walked me and Moose had just pulled up at the house. Mm-hmm. And Shannon was gonna go with her house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, nigga got no gun. They see Moose on gun. Right. Moose had a little handgun. They see Moose on gun and go to the store. Moose say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And then Shannon started talking. Moose still didn't know. He didn't know that night. Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed. Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Moose don't talk too much. That's what I heard too. Yeah. And then Shannon was telling me the story. Say they were going to be bushes, but they looked up and seen Nut. Say they had rolled back around and then started shooting them. So he had nothing to walk. So was Kale out there? No, I don't think Kale went out there in front of our shop.
Well, he wasn't sorry.
I don't think he was out there, but it's just like we seen Nut. Right, because Nut made the call for all the youngsters. Because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was? What? I'm asking, do you know what his rank was in F? Nah, it's supposed to be OG or something. Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D, he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones going to be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of a whole nine. Because I ain't never shot at you. Like every game. They ain't never shot at you? They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure. Where we were? At the farm on Empire. See, y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation? I don't know. Yeah. Are you saying that was them? Because we added in. Yeah, that had to be them. Well, I ain't know at the time until they got them twins. They were twins. Who was twins? D was twins, Stu was twins. What was they saying? Like, we shoot at them and they make a police report. Something like, yeah, they say we shoot at them, they make a police report. But they shoot at us, won't say that. So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words? No, I didn't tell him that. I mean, not Nard, Yeah, just like, Those was going out of town. Well, he had left one out of town. Where'd he go? He went to Florida. Okay. That night? Yeah, we both went the next day, like that morning. Well, we did see that morning. Who all went down to Florida? Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and and Noah had left before. They said they shot the spring back for us. So you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody. Yeah. So y'all went down there on the sprinter bus. Who down there? Me, Shannon, Nard, Woody. Okay, yeah. I got you, Zachary.
Both you and when you the meet y'all went to her.
Yeah. So this was the next day after the murder? Yeah. Did you hear Nard say anything about it? No. I ain't gonna say nothing about it. Like, it came out when another time said something about we got back from Miami. About how long after the murder? Like how long were y'all in Miami? Me, Shannon, D, and Nard, and we just stayed down there 2 days. But we want to come back. It was bored. They just down there Birdman House. Woody down there scared. What? Cause they was shooting up on his house. Right. He was down there scared. He didn't leave on the sofa. Right. And then some Nard nigga Woody gonna fold. All right, what you mean? How you gonna tell him?
Stopping at 2:55:13. Sergeant.
Where's this lapel mic been this whole time?
I want to talk a little bit about
Where'd this come from?
what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No,
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And by,
under?
right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? OG
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that means, what that was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about OG Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with OG Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Before-
I'm going to object to that foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring. If we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting. I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes.
driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. She was present and witnessing.
The evidence, okay. Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that this is
this one?
this is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Those wonderful lights again, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15?
Oh, he was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15. One quick question, Mr. Steele, I appreciate you sending the order, and with regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this written order?
There was oral argument, and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had the asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later
Yeah.
said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot,
Okay.
and then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right. Well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report. And it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just going to go back and look.
That's fine.
Unless, what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that it was not, that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
That's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the records, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that. But otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay, and whatever the transcript says, I stand by the
Okay.
Harris case.
Yeah, I read it.
And it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case, though, was the notes that existed. So anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15.
Okay. I'm just going to wait and see. I think they mean business. They might really mean business this time. I think they do. So this is a great question. Very informed question. Are you aware of any evidence, testimony, or indictments that don't involve members of 30 Deep? Seems this is about 30 Deep and IF or Inglewood family. What do you think? I agree 100%. The problem is, I know exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say that this is too old to bring up 30 Deep or IF gang or anybody else into this XYZ ABC. Now, granted, you probably saying the same thing I'm saying. Well, so is this Young Thug case, the YSL gang, allegedly. But I think that's it. It's not really about, as I said yesterday, this is not about justice. This is not about getting bringing resolution to the families or closure for the victims. It's none of that. It is a stepping stone. And I guarantee you, if anybody in Inglewood gang or IF or 30 Deep had money like Young Thug, we would know them. The only reason Young Thug is here is because he's Young Thug. If he were Jeffrey Williams, broke street dude out there on Cleveland Avenue slinging dope, let me tell you, we wouldn't know his name. We wouldn't know his name. We only know his name because he's Young Thug. That's it. There's no other way around it. So if anybody in Ingle, IF gang, or 30 Deep, or anybody else, if they got money like Young Thug, watch for your RICO. Here it comes. Open up, FBI. But that's not going to be the case because they ain't got no money. Nobody sues people that ain't got money. I'm just saying, like, show me another example. Show me another example. Show me a high profile case with a broke person. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is not about that. So that's why you're not going to see the Inglewood family or 30 Deep or the Dirty Jordan gang or the Black Levi Strauss. You're not going to see those gangs. You're only going to see gangs that got money. I'm looking for the lie. I'm looking for the lie. Help me find it if I'm wrong. I'm not. That's it. This is a money grab. I've said this. RICOs are a form of money laundering. It's a wealth redistribution. That's all it is. It's a wealth redistribution. Just like every program in government is just a wealth redistribution. They took it from somebody who had a lot of money and they're redistributing it for favors, usually votes, to somebody else. Now, it could be they take from the lesser and give it to the more, or they give it to the rich and give it and roll it down to the poor. It's just money laundering. That's all it is. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, come on. And every industry has this problem. There's not an industry because the problem is in us. We're the sinners and we do sinful things. We're greedy. We want more. If you think I'm wrong, ask your child and you're a parent, how many times has your toddler, once they realized what Cheez-Its were, they stuck their left hand in there and then they immediately stuck their right hand in there, shoved them in their mouth and shoved another hand back in there and is munching away because they just want more. We can't be satisfied. So that's it. So that's it. I mean, there's another way around it, no other way to splice it, no other way to dice it, anything like that. This RICO is based on 30 Deep in IF crimes. Look at the overt acts. Only ties YSL are claims of behind. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying I agree 100%. But if watch this, if Young Thug was tied to the 30 Deep, so instead of it being YSL, it was 30 Deep was his record label, then it would be 30 Deep. This would be the 30 Deep trial. If Young Thug was IF, if Young Thug was IF record label, this would be the IF. This is only about Young Thug and his money. That's it. There's no other way. That's it. They ain't worried about nothing else. Gangs got subdivisions. They got hybrids. They got electric gangs. They got full they got gas combustion engine gangs. I'm sorry, there's no other way around it. It's just money laundering. That's all it is. It is the government taking money from, or I'm sorry, the government putting a burden on Young Thug and requiring that money go in different directions. That's it. Now, that's it. There's no other way around it. Yeah, and y'all know how I like to say it. If you want to, we can just go on out here you can catch me outside. I'll meet you down at the corner because I'm about to go walk outside and go get my mail. I'll meet you out there and we can scrap, as the kids like to say. We can knuckle up. But you're still gonna be wrong, and this is still gonna be money laundering when I get done with you. But it's still gonna be the truth. It's just it. There's no other way around it. Now, there are instances where they allow you to continue in your sin and debauchery, and then to finally yank the chain back. Diddy, I'm looking at you. But that's just money laundering. They're going to run that man till he's poor. I'm going to be richer than P. Diddy when this thing gets done. That's all it is. That is all it is. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. They allowed him. Come on. We've known about P. Diddy and all of his shenanigans from the early days. Early days. If they had done something with him then, we wouldn't be talking about him now. But why is he being allowed to run amok, to speak about voting and own all these businesses and so on and so forth, just to build up that money? And then finally they say, yeah, we're good. Yank that chain back. Jason, you're crazy. You're right. You're right. I'm absolutely crazy because nothing ever happened with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing ever happened with Kevin Spacey. Gotcha. See, y'all know I'm right. You know I'm right. There's some nasty, nasty people out here that are allowed to continue to be nasty. That all of a sudden, when they're done, when people they've run up their tab at the bar, they finally say, "Yeah, it's time. Last call." No, I'm saying that. Please understand. I do believe that Diddy's done the lion's share of the things he's being accused of. I'm not arguing that he did or didn't. I'm saying he's been allowed to do those to this point. Think about it. Are y'all trying to tell me that Diddy just started this? You all have heard about Diddy parties and such like that. I actually interviewed a dude that did security for him back in the early 2010s. And these shenanigans have been going on well before then. And so my point is, he at any time if somebody cared, they could have yanked that chain. People knew what he was doing to Cassie. They could have yanked that chain. People knew all the other hijinks and what they could have yanked that chain. Nope. He'd been able to run all the way down. All of a sudden, his chain he runs out to the end of his chain and they bring him right on back and get yourself in this jail and be quiet as we take all your money. So yeah, he's been doing this junk for decades, not years, decades. And so back to this case. This case is nothing more than governmental money laundering. I'm looking around for the lie. It ain't up in here. But there's another baseball cap over here. But no, I ain't lying. This is just legalized money laundering. If Guido was doing this money laundering, if Jose was doing this money laundering, that'd be wrong. If Jason was doing the money laundering, it's wrong. But the government can do it wholesale. I'm just saying. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. I'm sorry. There's no other way around it. There's no other way. Well, you know what I can do? I can say shout out to N Doug. N Doug be coming in. Y'all, N Doug has kept this. Look, N Doug has built the memberships up so strong. Thank you so much, N Doug. I appreciate you blessing 10 other people with memberships to Dear Woke Christian for the month. please go take advantage of your benefits. Jump on over to the community post and join the Discord. We got a lot of good shenanigans going on over there, as well as members only content. As I told you all, I did a deep dive in to the pre-trial motions. This is early in the trial, actually before the trial started. There was a day of argumentation and motions before Judge Glanville about using rap lyrics in trial. And I thought it was really good. Again, I don't think the defense argued the right point, but I'm not fronting on them at all. I just think I think they made the wrong argument, in my opinion. But I want y'all to check it out. So if you're a member, those videos are available to you right now. And I will be they're long too, by the way. So the reason I didn't put them all out there is because it's like 7.5 hours. Ain't nobody got time for that. But I do want you to watch them because I do want to get your feedback. I do want to hear your thoughts on it. So I chopped them up and I'm going to lower them. I'm going to roll them out probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you have time to kind of digest them all. Because I think they're really good and they do show the thought process. And Doug Weinstein said this, I mentioned it yesterday. And I think I use that as literally the whole foundation for the entire video series. New music always sounds loud to old ears. So if you can go back to when you were a teenager, your mom and dad probably didn't approve of the music that you listened to. If you're a parent, you probably don't like the music that your teenagers listen to. And good gracious, if you're a grandparent, there ain't nothing you probably like, right? And that's that's a very simplified version, but there's a lot of instances where trends and new things come up and the older generation just don't understand them. And I think I'm not saying that. No, I am saying that. I am saying that this generation, because everybody in there arguing had gray hair. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to be problematic because you don't understand this type of music. I don't understand it, but I'm also able to, you can read the lyrics. I can also use comprehension skills to say he's not confessing doing a crime that's being litigated in this courtroom. And I gave you the example this morning of that. So check it out. I think it's going to be fun. I think you'll enjoy it. Everybody will have access to it by this weekend because I'm just rolling them out slowly because there's so many of them. And but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Hey, thank you so much, Mandy, for blessing the team with a membership as well. I appreciate you. And I do want to say thank you so much because Rev Off, and I don't see you in the chat. Rev Off continually be blessing your boy with buy me a coffees or super chats, or cash apps. And I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate that you all find value in this. I don't try to be out here and put my hand out or anything like that, doing the Bernie Sanders. Should say cash app. But I do want to say thank you so much for that. And I do appreciate it. It should say cash app, not buy me a coffee. There we go. Problem resolved. There we go. Off to the races. Even though it still says buy me a coffee right there, Jason. I'm telling you, man, editor Jason's going to get fired. All right. Now we're good. I think it looks right. Perfect. Let's do this. All right. That is true. Now, and hear me. And I think this is a very good point. I'm not saying that the music should not be critiqued. I am very, very pro critiquing honest critiques of arts and music. I'm very pro. If Axel Wheel is a comedian, his art, his craft should be able to be critiqued. If Axel Wheel is an author, if Axel Wheel is a musician, you got my point. It should be able to be critiqued. That being the case, however, I'm still willing to submit that I might not fully understand. For example, if Axel Wheel's art is very, very tied to the community that he was raised in, I'm willing to accept that I might not understand where Axel Wheel is coming from. So I can't say that I'm emphatically a expert because Axel Wheel is giving his perspective from where he's from. And I can't say, hey man, where you're from, that's well, I'm not there. I wasn't born there. I wasn't raised there. My family's not from there. I'm not going to pretend like I have a solid argument about exactly where Axelrod is from or where his art generates from. However, there are universal truths. For example, as he says here, the music went from love to hate to murder. It's fair to say I don't really care where you're from. Murder is murder. The deletion of other people is bad. So therefore, we can critique that apart from the instrumentation and the lyrics of what he's doing. Say, hey man, that right there is not promoting the thriving of humans. And I don't think we should probably rock with that. And we can have that discussion. But I'm not going to pretend that my perspective is necessarily the same as his perspective. Therefore, Axel Wheel doesn't think just like me, which is just silly. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. So and that's what I noticed with the Young Thug argumentation. Just think about it. And they did. They brought in two other men. I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but they kind of look like Doug Weinstein carbon copies. They're like you got Doug Weinstein from Temu. And so they look very similar to Doug, like just Temu versions or Wish.com versions of Doug. White men, older, balding, gray hair. Of course, then you got the optics of Judge Glanville, older, balding, gray hair. Huh, interesting. And they're looking at the lyrics of a 32-year-old man, black man, with dreadlocks and face tattoos in very different fashion. I think we need to be honest about that and say, hey, this optic doesn't work. So your vantage point, and again, like the argumentation was really bad. And I'm sorry, and I'm saying that, and I respect Doug Weinstein, and I respect Brian Steele and Max Shard and all of them. I just think that they argued the wrong point. And I gave the example this morning. If my music is about driving fast on 285 in the left lane, doing 120, it's fair to say that I'm committing a crime. I'm singing about, rapping about a crime. Okay, as I'm driving, even though we drive pretty fast on 285. 285 is crazy. It's the Southern Autobahn for sure. It's fair to say that I'm rapping about a crime. Okay. However, if I get arrested for I'm one of those guys that broke into that club and stole $250,000, right? That my music has no relevance to the crime that I've committed. The dude broke into a club and raided the safe and ran away with $250,000. That's nothing to do with riding 120 on 285. They're not the same thing. And so it's really a moot point what I rapped about or what Young Thug was rapping about if it's not being brought in directly into here. And I don't think they made the case. I know Adrian Love did not make the case. I think she just got an alley-oop from Judge Glanville. In my opinion, I don't think that he wanted to do the right thing. I'm gonna come back to this. I see you. I'm sorry. Jasifa. I apologize if I mispronounced that. But I love this question. So I'm gonna just put it away for a second, but I got you in a minute because I do want to talk about that. But so now, if Young Thug, I'm sorry, let me use me because I'm the criminal. If I'm rapping about breaking into a club, cutting a hole through the roof, slipping down into the safe, running off with the truth, I mean, whatever, right? If I'm doing that and I get busted for it, it's very possible that music is an admission of a crime. Very much so. But if I'm talking about skydiving, but I get arrested for scuba diving, those are not the same things. And therefore, it really doesn't matter what I say about skydiving. I cut your rope and let you hit the ground. It doesn't matter. I'm being arrested because I was scuba diving. And the arguments were really not there, in my opinion. Now, this is a good one. So, didn't Uncle Luke, if you're not familiar, Luke Skywalker and Two Live Crew, when the Supreme Court about lyrics, they did go before the Supreme Court about lyrics. I don't remember exactly when. I did not have that planned up, but watch this. That was, again, artistic expression. I do not agree with Luke Skywalker and Two Live Crew, and even that whole genre. There was that gangster rap era and so on and so forth. I don't agree with that. I do respect that they have the right to talk, though. And therefore, though I disagree with that, and I, as a Christian, I disagree with a lot of those things that they were singing and rapping about, I respect that they have a right to say those things in the court of popular opinion. And in the market, we can have those debates. That's where I was talking about before, where I'm free. I'm fine with, as long as you and I can have a discourse about it, and I can talk about why this is not good, and you can talk about why it is good, then we're fine. I have no problem with that. I want the free expression of being able to parse it out, dare I say, debate and argue it out. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. It's when one side can't argue it, though. You fall into this box, therefore you have no words to say. And now I can just say whatever I want to say. You are from a different people group, so therefore you have no words to say. And I can say whatever I want to say about you. That's not cool. And I feel like in that regard, what we're looking at here is, yeah, I'm going back to my money laundering. This is just a money laundering case. And it's grand theft larceny and done by the government. That's it. So back to Luke and them. I don't think, and Doug Weinstein makes this point, and y'all are welcome to correct me, and please email me if I am wrong. But if you look at every case that's dealt with music or artistic expression being brought into a criminal case, you will see horse lengths above, head and shoulders above the rest, rap music is always brought in. Well above music, country music or anything else. Heavy metal, speed metal, murder metal, rap music is way above here. Why is that? Why is that? I just want to know. So if you find an answer, let me know. Because the argument is that Young Thug is the artist. Jeffrey Williams is the person. Now, y'all might be like, hold on now. Wait, hold on. Wait. You're just trying to split hairs. Okay. Okay. Not a problem. I believe that Jeffrey Williams is the person. Young Thug is the artist, the stage presence, the talent draw, if you will. And most of y'all would probably not be willing to give me that, if I'm right. Most people are not willing to give me that Jeffrey Williams is different than Young Thug. Most of y'all won't do that to me. Won't give me that benefit. However, when it's Denzel Washington and fill in the blank role that he plays, y'all don't do that. When it's Tom Cruise, because Tom Cruise, watch this, Tom Cruise did a movie where he broke into a safe, came in through the roof. What if I said, hey, the reason these guys broke into that club and stole $250,000 is because of Tom Cruise, or because of Ocean's 11 or Ocean's 12 or Ocean's 13. I loved Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 12. Ocean's 13 should never happen. But you got my point. They wouldn't do that. Everybody would immediately say, No. It's just George Clooney playing a role. No, it's just Brad Pitt playing a role. It's Denzel Washington playing a role. Well, then isn't that what Jeffrey Williams is doing? Is not Jeffrey Williams playing a role as Young Thug? I mean, technically, I'm playing a role when y'all call me DWC. That's not my name. I got people who literally have me on their phone as Dear Woke. When I call them, they say, "What's up, Dear Woke?" That's not my name. My name is Jason. But Jason is playing the role of Dear Woke Christian. I hold fast to the beliefs of Dear Woke Christian, so both of us will go to jail, along with editor Jason. I don't know what that guy be doing sometimes, but you got my point. But Jeffrey Williams is the artist, just like so and so else. I mean, Taylor Swift at home is different from Taylor Swift on the stage. I'm just wondering. So I think it's very interesting how that argumentation went. And I'm looking forward to us having a conversation about it. And I'm seeing. Okay. I'm looking forward to us having a conversation about it. But at the end of the day, I don't think rap music should be held against the artist. Now, if you can see that the artist wrote a song about doing drive-by gerbil throwing, and they got arrested for drive-by gerbil throwing, then we might have a discussion. But if you're just saying, well, the rapper rapped about throwing gerbils, but he got arrested for crashing a birthday party. What's that got to do with the other? That's an apples and bowling balls. What are you talking about? Well, they're both crimes. They're both doing mean things to little cute people, and I just don't like him because I really think when it boils down to it, a lot of this is there's certain people that don't like Jeffrey Williams. And again, I couldn't have told you. I still really can't tell you a Young Thug song. So I'm not out here trying to like cape for my favorite artists because none of them are in that courtroom. I just don't want people to be mistreated and done wrong. And I believe that's what we're watching in 4K, that these men are being treated wrong and for something that is really, it is itself wrong. There's no way to make it right. What we're watching, I believe, is a lot of artists change their stage name. Right. So, is it Guns N' Roses? Their drummer, I think his name, or is it bass player? His name is Slash. Do you want me to believe that's his government name? Slash. Okay. All right. I guess that's what I'm supposed to believe. I don't believe that. I'm sorry, but it's not going to do that. I'm not that crazy. So it's fair to say that in some genres, it is perfectly okay. And we do appreciate that an artist is separate from who they are. That's where I wanted to hear, and I don't think I heard it. And I do think that even if that argumentation was made during that part of the pre-trial motion, I still don't think Judge Weinstein was going to get it because Judge Weinstein was, in my opinion, based upon my information and belief, Judge Weinstein was bent on this trial getting going, only to find out that it was such a dumpster fire. Like, I don't know if the judges are like impartial. So he's just kind of, I think they're both caught flat-footed, like, whoa, you really truly have nothing here. I don't think Judge Glanville knew how terrible this case was, in my opinion. Michael Douglas is Batman? No, I am Batman. All right, let's keep this going. Why do y'all with gerbils, man? Y'all leave gerbils alone. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have no problem. Again, I disagree with Eminem, but I respect that he has the right to express himself, and I have the right to disagree. As long as that's the case, then we're good to go. I think the problem that most of us have is that in the current state that we are in, we're not allowed to disagree with people. Amethyst Angel. Oh, I love and I cannot wait to meet you. Oh, look at this. The role that Denzel won his Best Actor award for was the most vile character he had ever played. I think he's played worse since then, but I got you. Think about that. Yeah. And I mean, remember, that was a dirty cop. That was a cop that has done some of the stuff that we've seen in this YSL trial. Where's Denzel up in this piece? I mean, that's problematic at a high level. I mean, rap is just talking to a beat. I mean, let's stop vilifying it. Let's stop making it more than it needs to be. It's just, again, whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not, that's not the case. I don't understand. I'm sure if we listed all the different types of music, genres, and subgenres that are out there, I'm sure that there's going to be far more that you don't like than you like. I'm fine with them just existing. My good friend from high school, I mean, I don't remember how he started doing this. We are from a suburb of Chicago, and he's a Puerto Rican. And I don't know how, but he got into playing the harmonica when we were in high school. So we're like 9th, 10th grade, and Tony is playing the harmonica. And I mean, I don't even understand it. But let me tell you something. He has since, so we're what, 18, 17, 18 years old. We all turned 50 this year. He's been playing that silly harmonica for 30 something plus years. He has gone through, he came to my birthday party this April, and we were just sitting around just reminiscing. I'm like, dude, how many harmonicas have you been through? He told me he's probably been through several thousand harmonicas. He was explaining to me. I mean, it was deep weeds. I don't even understand I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What is that sound? But he loves it. And oh my gosh. So my point in that is there are so many different genres. Oh, because he plays blues, by the way. He's very big into blues. So he'll go to Chicago and they have these open mic nights and you can jam with a band. It is the wildest stuff. His wife keeps me posted on it. And I'm like, wow, Tony, that is amazing. I would never have done that though. And I'm going to pretty much guarantee you the likelihood of me picking up a harmonica is going to be very, very low. You'd be better off not betting against that. But I'm okay with Tony doing that though. I'm okay with listening to Tony play the harmonica. I'm not necessarily myself a harmonica fan, but hey, let it be what it is. And that's all. Let people do that. But I don't want Tony brought up on charges on Rico because he playing the harmonica with fat Tony and Mike. I don't know. I can't think of his name. One eye Willie over here. No, that's not gonna work either. Anyway, with this little random band that he'll join. There are some actors that get stuck. There's an actor. Who is it? I perfectly believe. Well, I've told y'all know I like the Fast and Furious franchise, right? I told y'all I love the Fast and Furious. I don't even care. I don't care. So don't tell me in the chat how many they've had and how washed up. The Fast and Furious was over after the Fast Five. It was over then. When they got chased on the highway with the tank, that was it. That was the end of it. And they threw the tank out of a cargo plane. That was the end of the movie, the series. Everything after that was just the death throes. But I'm here for it all. I love the Fast and Furious. Vin Diesel plays the same character in every movie he's ever been in. I can't think of one movie where Vin Diesel plays somebody else besides Vin Diesel. I can't think of anyone. I personally think The Rock plays the same character. Dwayne Johnson, his name is Dwayne Johnson, but he goes by The Rock. And The Rock is known for beating up people, doing all that kind of stuff. But see, we're able to separate the art from the artist. Just something to remember. I don't think The Rock plays a much different character. There's the girl, she's actually in the Fast and Furious franchise, and she's Vin Diesel's wife. She, I think her name is Letty. I don't think she plays anybody else, really. She seems to play the brooding female, overhyped female role pretty much all the time. I can't think of any other characters. And I'm being facetious, but I don't think she's played any other characters. In my opinion, the reason the movie Black Adam didn't do well is because The Rock wanted to be The Rock and not Black Adam. I didn't watch the movie, but I just reading through the reviews, I'm like, that's why the movie failed, because it's The Rock, it's not Black Adam. And we've talked about this as well. Last weekend, I did the I did the episode where I asked ChatGPT to write me a rap song, and then I sent it to We Watch YouTube, and it's actually really good. But yeah, there's a lot of people who don't even write their own stuff. So we don't even need to go there with, well, who wrote it? Because if they didn't write it and all I did was perform it, wait, hold on now. That's a whole nother slippery slope. To me, I think the music should have been excluded. And please remember, Fonnie Willis, during one of her pressers, when she first indicted Young Thug, she said, we're going to use rap lyrics and blah, blah, blah. And she said, if you confess to a crime, it doesn't change because you did it to a beat. She was already assuming that the crime that they're being charged for is a crime that's in the beat. That was already an assumption that was wrong. Some rappers rap about other people's violence. Again, but some country songs rap about other people's wives, leaving them, taking the dog, taking the truck. So, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios here. Again, I think music needs to be excluded from the discussion. If you're not going to hold every artist, and keep in mind, every other week, video games gets the target on it. Nobody is holding Ubisoft and Gears of War or Grand Theft Auto accountable. So why are you not doing that? Oh, because there's multiple writers and there's graphics people. Oh, so there's a whole team. So that sounds like a RICO to me. See? We can play this game till the cows come home. We can bring up RICO against video games. The same thing. There's money involved. There's killing. Oh, it's only on the screen. Oh, but so is this. It's only in the audio. Oh, okay. I think the argumentation could be better. I don't know why, but people say that Eminem is. And look, I don't have a dog in the race. I don't actually care. But he has a new track with LL Cool J. And it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. But they're rapping. They're better than 50 years old. I think you should give it up, in my opinion. Nah, Prince was Prince. That's fair. That's fair. But and Sheila E is Sheila Estevan. And Gloria. Yeah, there are artists who use their real names. That is true. I'm not saying because yeah, I agree with that truism. Most of them don't do that, but that's okay. His person, using training day, his person is not near that. Thank you again for the $2 super. I agree. I don't think Denzel Washington, from everything I've heard and read, Denzel Washington is totally different than most of the characters that he plays. I remember him in Colors. I mean, Denzel Washington has a humongous discography. I'm not going to look it up over here on the second screen. I'm not going to do it. Hey, have y'all figured out how do y'all do the big one, the one big giant screen? How does that work? How many movies is this guy? This guy's been in so many movies. I just want to see like a list. Oh my goodness. And these are still movies that are upcoming movies. Great day. Hold on, let me see. And then we'll come back. Oh my gosh. And the thing is, I think I've seen just about every movie he's played in, close to it at least. So his first movie, he played a lot of plays. Oh, you know what? Why am I doing this? Let's bring this over and let's look at it together. Thank you, Amethyst Angel. And now I'm just rambling about Denzel. I think Denzel is a great actor. Okay. TV movie. I'm assuming Cry Freedom. No. What is Power? What is that? Okay, I'm gonna go with Cry Freedom. Sounds right to me. So his first movie was in 1987. I'm sure there was one before then. Because these are TVs, these are plays. A Soldier Story. Oh, there we go. 1984. Wow. All right. So this is his first movie that I see right here. That is crazy. So Denzel Washington has been basically up in these video and movie streets for 40 years. That is crazy. Wow. And there's some really good movies in here too. I haven't seen every movie. Now I look at it, I'm like, no, I ain't seen that movie. So roughly 62, 65 films. Wow. That's crazy. I didn't know he had been in that much. Shout out to Denzel. But my point is here, I mean, in these movies, he's not playing Denzel Washington. He's not playing Denzel Washington as he's Robert McCall here. The Equalizer series is not bad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna say I've watched them all, but I might have watched them all several times. He's not Roman J. Israel. He's not Denzel Washington. He doesn't play the same person in every role. Whip Whitaker. Now, I'm a little upset about the fact that his name is Whip Whitaker right here in the movie Flight, where he was like a pilot that had a alcohol problem. I'm a little bit upset about that. I didn't realize, I forgot about his last name was Whitaker in there. Come on now, man. What's up with that, brother? Anyway. Shout out to Denzel Washington for sure. Your son plays a harmonica? Really? Hey, I ain't got no shade for him. I'm just like, we always looked at him crazy, like, dang, Tony, like, what is that? Because it wasn't something that we could hang out with him at, because he would be going to these clubs. When we graduated from high school, he went to the military. I want to say for like 2 years. He didn't stay in long. And then he was back, and I remember him playing the harmonica when we were in high school. And he would go to these jazz clubs, go to these blues clubs to play the harmonica. I'm like, dude, what is that? So, yeah, wow. Oh, he is. Oh yeah, Tito. Well, he's then definitely unequivocally, if there were any question about whether or not Tony was Puerto Rican, he has definitely got his bona fides. because he loves. I mean, he loves it. Yeah. I just don't think that if we put the looking here at the Young Thug trial, y'all seen those examples, those motivational speakers that talk about like you get a vase and you put on all the big things and you put all the medium sized things and then the small things and then you pour the sand in and then at the end you even pour water into it to get all the stuff in. Y'all have seen those. And I agree with that. I think those are pretty neat examples and so on and so forth, like organizing your day. You start with what's most important. And here in this trial, I think they should start with what's most important. What's the most clear cut, easy to understand, dare I say, the smoking gun of evidence, right? And that's like the most physical evidence. Look, we got the gun. The gun has your fingerprints on it. It was still smoking and that kind of stuff. We got your receipt of you buying the bullets. We got the video of you doing all. I mean that most hard evidence, and then you go down to the next level, maybe the less salient evidence, maybe the evidence that only bolsters the case that you made before. This is the person at the pawn shop that sold you the gun. This is the person at the gas station that saw you filling up, whatever. This is where the cell phone people would come in, right? And then even under that, that's where you got the real sketch artists. These are the witnesses that, yeah, we might not need this person. Or this person could go left, this person can go right. Whatever we do, we don't really need them. This case, there's not that physical evidence, in my opinion, that they need to build a foundation. You got those big stones, you get that cornerstone in place, and then you build off of that. But here, I don't see where's the cornerstone? Where's the foundation stone of this case? I got you. Because nobody knows, because it doesn't exist. No, I don't play blues. No. Now, Tony does, my good friend from high school, he does. He's not actually from high school, from elementary school. Um, oh, let me make sure I got the channel up just in case. I don't think they're ready though. They're not. She said 115. Matter of fact, let me put that on the banner too, by the way. While I'm sitting here just talking, 115. There we go. And hear me. I'm being a little covered jewel. I'm being a little tongue in cheek. I'm not saying because I do think The Rock is a good actor. I think The Rock overall, I think he's a good person. I don't have a bone to pick. I'm just saying like he plays Jason Statham also does as well. A lot of their roles revolve around you will not see Jason Statham doing a Shakespeare play. You won't see The Rock doing a Shakespeare play because they got to be able to punch something or kick something or put somebody in a headlock. They might be doing some punching, kicking in Shakespeare too, though. But where you see like Denzel did Othello, or remember when Mel Gibson did Hamlet? Remember that was like wild for Mel Gibson to do Hamlet. But he's spread himself out. I just don't think that The Rock, and there's other actors, and hey, it don't look like The Rock is suffering. Okay, it don't look like he's struggling at all. So hey, keep doing what you're doing, my guy. I'm only pointing out that I feel like they might be just playing the same role over and over again. And that was it. But I know there are instances where he does play other roles. It's not just that role. But I was just being a little bit facetious. Not really. Somebody just reminded me, why don't you play the trial that never ends? And I think that's a great idea. Un momento, por favor. Now, there is no reason for me to have to be looking for this song. Oh, I got it over here. Shout out to We Watch YouTube. Has been, again, a fantastic supporter of the channel and giving me some great ideas. Got it right here. All right, let's get ready to have a little bit of fun. Oh, man, did not populate? Oh, come on, Jason. It did not populate. All right, let me go back. I'm telling you, man, I can't win for losing up in here. I'm losing. Why did you not populate? Because that wasn't the one. That's why. Let's do this. So y'all not watching me sit right here, struggle streaming this morning. It's too early in the morning to be struggle streaming, Jason.
Welcome back to Season 4 of As the Peach Rots. In this suspenseful fourth season, we marinate the feeder of Georgia's political elite in the tangy vinegar of accountability. In a state where the odor of mendacity toxifies the air, our perspicacious team of chatroom investigators is on a mission to peel back the layers of deceit and uncover the truth. From backroom deals to embezzlement scandals, no stone is left unturned in our pursuit of justice. But as tensions rise and alliances shift, who can be trusted in the Peach State? Join us for a season ripe with virality, where even the fruit isn't safe from corruption, because sometimes the juiciest scandals are right under your nose.
Oh, by the way, somebody said Samuel L. Jackson. I think Samuel L. Jackson is a very, very diverse artist. I'm sorry. I think I'm sure I'm missing some, like Morgan. I think Morgan Freeman is too, but I think Samuel L. Jackson's got him beat by a mile, in my opinion. In my opinion. But what else is in my opinion? There we go.
This is the trial that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started pleading out and pleading just for love, and they'll continue doing it forever just because. This is the trial that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started pleading out and pleading just for love, and they'll continue doing it forever just because. This is the trial that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started pleading out and pleading just for love, and they'll continue doing it forever just because. This is the trial that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started pleading out and pleading just for love, and they'll continue doing it forever just because.
Thank you so much to We Watch YouTube for that great clip. All right, so I appreciate it, man. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad y'all liked it. We're still working on, I think we're gonna go with the real DAs of Fulton County as a tagline for this series. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. We've done As the Peach Rots, because this is definitely a daytime soap opera. I wanted to just come up with another one that was fun. So we'll see. We'll see. Just stay around. Stay around. We need a verse from Thug immediately. The bad thing is nothing is stopping them from writing while they're there. Like, like, can you imagine if they're sitting there writing lyrics while they're sitting there? I mean, that could be crazy. We'll keep them awake. Being awake is good. I just wonder, like, what would stop them from doing that? Besides just somebody not doing it. All right. Tupac wrote lyrics in jail. Absolutely. Like, why? I think it would be interesting. If they get out, I would be very interested to see what ends up coming from these people now. Power is that was like an HBO movie, right? Or something like that. I didn't know that 50 Cent was involved with it. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Oh, he's gonna be filling it up for sure. It was a series? Okay. Does he? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, you might as well. You're stuck there. You might as well write. That would be crazy, man. Well, I know one thing. Let's stop talking about crimes. You better be writing about puppies and butterflies. I'm just saying. Oh my gosh. He needs to go, if he gets out, he needs to leave from the Cobb County Jail directly to the airport and leave Fulton County and leave Georgia immediately. Go to Colorado. Move immediately to Quietville, Missouri. Immediately. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's it. Wait. Do a song. Wait. Do a video with DA Love and the song I Need Love. Oh, I got you. Okay. The problem is, man, when you find out, I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't know disappointment. You've never had this disappointment, Kokomo Joe. Thank you for the question. You do a project and you think everything is cooking with hot grease, right? You load it into YouTube and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna let it sit here for a day or two. Oh no, I'm sorry. You load it into YouTube and you make it available for your audience, for your community to watch. And you wake up the next day, and instead of it saying that the video is monetized, it says it's blocked or removed. And you got an email that says, we've removed this video because you have 10 seconds from WWE of The Rock saying, finally, The Rock has come back. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about? Yes, that has happened to me. I've had a 90-minute video deleted off of YouTube because I used 9 seconds of some WWE content. So you got to be real careful with that. So I like the idea, but man, you got to be able to have time to make sure that it passes all the hurdles. So even when you upload it today, so I did that video today, I wouldn't even upload it until like Friday because I want to make sure it sits out there so YouTube has enough time to look, because I don't want to come back and be thinking it's going to go one way. It goes a different way, totally different way. See Nicole's coffee break. I like that name. I agree. I've said this ad nauseum. So if you follow me on the channel, I've said this a lot. He needs to move immediately. I think all of them should. They just get away from each other and get out of Georgia as quickly as you can, within reason. Yeah, the court is going to be back at 1:15. I got it on the crawler at the bottom. Oh, it's happened. That's the thing. But I think it's a great idea. And if anybody can come up with a way to do it, it's going to be We Watch YouTube. We Watch YouTube is brilliant. So I won't be surprised if We Watch YouTube has already come up with a great way to crack that nut. What kind of books I got behind me? Fantabulous question. So they're not in any rhyme or order or anything of that nature. So over here, I have a full. Most of these books are theological books. I've got a couple of ones that are outliers, like The Millionaire Identity. I just finished reading. I still read a book a week, even though I've been kind of quiet and not talking about it much because sometimes my week has like 9 days in it. Don't tell nobody. And then also like Gary Vaynerchuk's book on day trading attention. But I got several biographies over here by Lawson, book on Jesus's parables by MacArthur. I do have a comic book series right here that I follow, a content creator that writes his own comic books. So those are right there. I got tons of books by R.C. Sproul and such like that. Down here on the bottom, you can't really see it. There are all my Bibles right there and study guides. And over here is my very large collection of John Bunyan books. I love John Bunyan. That guy was oh my gosh, that's a great writer. So he wrote Pilgrim's Progress, if you're familiar. And he's wrote several other ones as well. There's a book right here. It's called The City of God. And it's by Augustine. And that's a fantastic book. I don't know why I changed my position. It's a fantastic book about the fall of Rome, when Rome was losing from becoming a superpower, or what was allegedly a superpower at that time, a world dominating empire to being eviscerated by its enemies. And the reason I bring that up is because Augustine here, Saint Augustine, is writing about why Rome is falling and why it's not anybody else's fault but Rome. So, because they were blaming Christians at that time for the fall of Rome, and he makes a solid point. What in the world is that? Honest Youth Pastors in the building. What's going on? Grace and peace. So this is another wonderful content creator. I've done a couple projects with him as well. And hey, I appreciate you stopping by, man. That's good to see you. He does great content looking at sermon reviews as well as critiquing different TED Talks and spiritual TED Talks. So shout out to Honest Youth Pastor. Can I get the moderators to drop Honest Youth Pastor's link in the chat? If you could, that'd be outstanding. I think people would be very, very glad to stop by there and check out, see what you're up to over there. Let me see. I do have several books on the rise of communism over here. I got The Naked Communists, as well as Color, Compromise, and Communism and Common Sense. Those are some great books. I need to go put them back in order because my kids have rated my books and they don't put them back in a correct order. So I need to. So whenever they want to read something for school, or Dad, we're reading something for youth group, they'll come over here and check first. Like, do you have that book? And I need to come up with a checkout system for them. But of course my kids can borrow the books. I don't care. But that is thank you so much, Q, for dropping that in the chat. Yes, Honest Youth Pastor is in the building. But yeah, when they grab something and then they'll just put it back and they'll just try to find the path of least resistance. So, if it fits over here, I'll just put it here. But it's a Bunyan book. You got to put my Bunyan books back, back with the John Bunyan stack. So, that's my little people. But Okay. Well, we got y'all gonna bring Fonnie up on Rico too? Fonnie had illegally gained money where Jeffrey had legally gained money. Okay, I got you. Well, I can kind of see what you're doing. I can kind of see it. The problem is, Sassy C, this is something, and this is gonna, I hope this doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. Please make sure you email management. I should make them do that. All right. Okay. So please email management. There is a presumption that we're making. Oh no, I got a C.S. Lewis stack as well. I don't. You know what? I'm not a big. Let me start that again. I do have some Lewis, and now I think about it. Taylor has them. She was reading them over the summer, and she had to read a project at school. So there is some Lewis upstairs. I don't have a lot of it, but I do have some. But let me jump back to this and finish this up because I know the court's going to kick off in a second. This is the presumption is that the people of Fulton County actually see and understand that Fonnie Willis is a problem for their flourishing and thriving in Fulton County. I don't think people realize that. It's the same thing that we see every single year when people are talking about term limits for senators or term limits for representatives. And I immediately say, you got term limits, just don't vote the clowns in. But people will immediately say, well, see, my representative, my senator, they're okay. It's your senator, it's your representative. Those are the problems. Mine are no problems. And I think people actually really truly hope themselves into believing that Fonnie Willis is not the problem. The DA is just the mean people at the Georgia Dome that are the problem. It's the Georgia legislature because they have less melanin and they're men. They're the problem, not the fact that Fonnie Willis is a horrible DA. So my point is, people are not willing to be honest about what the problem is, where the problem lies. The problem lies, I mean, there's enough to spread around. There's enough of it. There's some good fertilizer. You can spread that fertilizer everywhere. Fonnie Willis is part of the problem. And so people don't realize that. So I don't think she's going to get, but also, have y'all seen Courtney Kramer? I'm sorry, looking for you, Courtney. She ain't running against anybody. They're not gonna, it's a federal trial, Axel Wheel. They're not gonna show federal trial. So the best we're gonna get is the pictures on the news. We're gonna get the tweets and the updates, but they're not gonna, it's a federal trial. So they're not, now if they do something different, that'll be wild. But overall, kind of like what she said right here, yeah, it's federal. They don't televise them. It would be wild though. Let me just say it again. Elaine, thank you so much for the $10 super. I appreciate it. No message, just for the pure love of the game. I love it. Thank you so much. No, don't raid my library, please. I am a borderline hoarder about that kind of stuff. Don't do that. It's already stresses me out that I now know that there are books behind me that are not there. So I'm kind of bothered and my hands are starting to sweat. And I'm like, I'm gonna run upstairs and go get my books out of Taylor's room. So please don't do that to me. It's already stressing me out. Don't do it. Maybe I'll bring some books that I can give away when we do our meetup in Atlanta next month. I'm gonna do a meetup in November. Absolutely. So stay tuned. More information, especially if you're in Atlanta. Come on through. People don't realize how much more important. No, they don't. Trey, I don't think they do. They really don't. And the more and the more we're engaging as this election is drawing near, we're engaging with people. The more you realize that, man, you don't realize, sure, a presidential election has a lot riding on it, but you do realize that your county commissioners are the ones that raise your property taxes, or your school board. They're making plays that add to your property tax. Um, I am not a fan of special purpose local option sales tax. SPLOST is what they call it. I'm not a fan of those because it's basically a new tax that the county or your city or your township, whatever, has decided to say, hey, we're going to use this special purpose local option sales tax to build a new library or to build a new school or to build a whatever. And it sounds good because it's only like a penny. It always is a penny. But what have y'all been doing with the money y'all been getting from us? So I'm never a fan of those, but those are very important. So yes, Trey C, I agree with you. I like the name Trey C. I love it. Did anybody? Oh, I lost it. Where'd it go? Anyway, if you are a person that when you hear names like Yak Gotti and Young Thug and little this and little that, if you're one of those people that feel like, boy, I wish I had a cool rap name. I wish I had a cool street name. Have no fear. I'm just dropping in the link in the chat. This is the rapper name generator. And y'all, this thing is so funny to me. You fill in a lot of little nuances about yourself, and it gives you a list. And the list is pretty long of just rapper names for you. So anyway, I thought that was hilarious. Somebody earlier said they didn't have a cool rap name. And lo and behold, they got one of the best ones. Get your rap name. Absolutely. Get your street name. You might have a vanilla name. You might have like a, no cred to your name. You can add this to your resume. You can add this to your handle. Hey, I also go by little crime spree. I also go by little barbecue papa. I don't know, whatever. The big green egg papa. Whatever. So have fun. Knock yourselves out. All right. I don't see that court is back. Let me just pull it in just so we can make sure it works. Looks good. Double check it's not muted, Jason. Aha. All right. Looks good. When it comes back in, we'll be ready to go. So yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was a good lunch break. Hopefully you all had a good lunch. And I'm trying to see if there's any good comments that I need to holler at. Get your rap name. Get your rap name. Let me send this to somebody else. I think they'll get a good kick out of this. Get your rap name on. Then that way I can find it next time I use it. I don't remember where I put it. But maybe your rap name, instead of Zipper Jones, maybe your name could be Zippy. Zippy J. Come on, man. Southside. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. She the one. We need a rap name. Come on now. Oh, I'm her. I need to see it. Oh yeah, Young Thug is gonna be Old Thug, hands down. Oh, hands down. I mean, I didn't have gray hair in my beard when this case started. Look where we are now. A little red. See, there we go. I like it. Amanda Timpson, yep, was fired for finding used grant money for kids for her gain in making stuff about her with her name on it, like Tiffany Henyard. Absolutely. And I interviewed Amanda Timpson, and I've talked to her recently. She recently just did her deposition before, in order to continue suing Fonnie, she had to do her deposition. She recently did that. Special K. Oh, come on, man. They got better ones. Come on. We got some better ones there for you. That's so 1990s. Come on. You need little K. Lil. I guess they use big too. Yeah. Young K. Little T Walk. There we go. See, I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Spurious Curious. Wow. Okay. I like that one actually. That was too academic though, man. That's Spurious Curious. That I mean, come on. Nobody rapping with Spurious. Wait, is it? Are they moving? No, they're not. Oh, you some from the south side of Chicago. Gotcha. Okay, I got you. It's funny. There's very few places that, like when you see South Side, I don't think it's south side of Atlanta. I don't think it's south side of Houston, south side of New York, anywhere. I think immediately the south side of Chicago. That's funny. 'Cause, I mean, there's other south sides. There's a south side of Atlanta, but we never think of it. If somebody says I was born on the south side, I'm going to say of Illinois, almost immediately. And I could be wrong, but that's almost immediate. I don't know why the south side immediately makes me think about Illinois, Chicago, not anywhere else. South side of Miami. I'm from the south side of Alabama, of Birmingham. How about the shameless prosecutor of Fulton? I like. I like the real DAs of Fulton County because that just puts them all on zipper dripper. See, because drip means murder, so we already know what you're trying to say because he's a criminal. Remember that. Remember, see, that's another point to my old ears, new music. Like the term drip. Now, granted, I'm around younger people because I have kids, so I knew what that meant, but never in my wildest dreams would I have ever thought that drip meant that you were dripping in bodily fluids, life-giving bodily fluids, because you're a criminal. But that's what DA Love said. Because again, old ears, new music. It always sounds loud. Joy Zip It. Oh, Jay Zip It. That's kind of cool though. I mean, I don't know who made this rap name generator, but they were really on it though, for real. Oh, you have to divulge it, Q. This is a safe space for us. Your rap name is safe with us. I like that, Sassy Nola Mama. That's actually not bad. But Q, yours is come on, Q. Come on, just give it up. Yeah, like whenever I hear Southside, I immediately think Chicago. Now, if the person is clearly Southern, I might be like, well, hold on, wait. It's outside of Chicago? But if they don't sound Southern, I'm going to immediately say I've never thought, and I'm sure there's other cities that have South Sides. Like I said, there's one here in Atlanta, but we rarely call College Park the South Side. Never. I mean, but we also don't really say the West Side like that. I mean, maybe sometimes, but yeah. So anyway, long story short, when I hear that, I immediately think Chicago. Big tip. Okay. All right. So you're the one that we're going to lunch with because she tips big. Yeah, but I'm saying like, yeah, I've never heard somebody like live on it, but I've heard people say South Side of Atlanta, but just to say I'm from the South Side, oh no, that's definitely rare. Yes, Bitter Lily, she did file that retaliation suit against Fonnie because Fonnie was the one that fired her for blowing the whistle on her antics. Let's see. Okay, they are not back yet. Wow. Okay, walking through, girl. I'm gonna have to say, I think is it fair to say today's been like a little bit of a nothing burger? I think it's fair. We've had Detective Gaither has been there. For some reason or other, Gaither cannot be on camera for whatever reason. Even though she's on social media, even though she's talking about her new job on social media, she can't be filmed here. I don't know why. So the camera is pointing in all these different angles. So it's pointing at the defense, it's pointing at the lights, it's doing weird stuff while Adrian Love is asking questions. But that's really it. I think we had like 3 or 4 bench trials, though. I'll say that. I mean bench meetings though. And it's just been kind of yeah. Drip refers to clothing. Or drip refers to jewelry. Absolutely. But Adrian Love said that drip refers to me dripping in blood because I unalive somebody. Old ears, new music. I guess I am. I guess I got the red hat. It's got the M on it. You know, M. The only M that's there is the M for unaliving people. There's no other word that starts with the letter M, and there's no other use for the color red except life-giving bodily fluid. Yeah, man. I'm Rico. Open up. Let's see. Yeah, but my point is, you all are correct. Fly clothing or jewelry, swag, presentation, whatever you want to do. But Adrian Love argued that the word drip, and I want to say it was even it was because of a social media post. And the people were like, yeah, we got that drip. And she's saying that they were talking about we had, committed a crime and they were dripping in. And Judge Whitaker was like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. Like, no, that doesn't make sense to anybody. It's not a horror film. What the devil's wrong with you people? What, like a vampire movie from the 90s. Get out of here. What's going on, Yusuf? Grace and peace, man. Good to see you, man. Good to have you stop by today. I'm trying to see. Okay. Love is probably
I
late.
had asked you to, or you had taken on the responsibility of reaching out to the APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of I think they called it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit, in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with the APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes
Right.
individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donna Thomas's murder, is those are the three most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay, so is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else beyond like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Yes, sir.
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Ms. Matthews say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about how they go about things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not
And
just.
there may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given, and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier in this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria that they use.
They're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We've literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Those types of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure. And if they have written it down, then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And I think that
and as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, you know, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, you know, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right, so anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I started the right place. So if the judge.
All right, well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places. So can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in? And I'll make sure to avert the cameras till she's in place, please.
All right, I'm good.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Locke.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. (2:57:08). But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned?
Yes. That's evidence rule. Objection. On the recording.
Sustained.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection? Specifically about, may I approach?
I'm having Blair Witch Project vibes. Hey, everybody. So they're back at the bench and they're zooming that camera around like they're trying to make Blair Witch number 4. It's making me dizzy. It's kind of making me nauseous. Please don't cuss in the chat. Thank you. This is a family-friendly chat. Appreciate it. Jason's taking a little break because these are some long days. She does always have to argue. Always. She's always got to be right. Always. I need to dream of Mean John. That's so funny. I know. Some herbal tea, something. I know, Richard. I saw that. I saw that. I was on my live stream on my channel and I saw that come across. Hi, David. How are you doing? Hey, Dream. Make sure you guys come back here on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Got, if you know anything about the Karen Reed trial, got Aussie Insider is going to be here. And she's going to break down everything Karen Reed, from what she was originally charged with to what's going on now with the appeal, to her new lawyer, to the new special prosecutor that they have brought in because they had let the original prosecutor go because they don't think he did a very good job, which, to be fair, he didn't. So make sure you're here to learn about all things Karen Reed. Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be really good. This woman knows it all. She has been breaking down all the videotaped evidence on her channel, and she is very, very smart. You thought she was done? Oh, no. She goes back on trial on January the 27th, retrial. And she hopefully will get her appeal passed. I'm hoping. Lally was awful. Yeah, Lally was insufferable. He talked like this. I just want the state to see that, yes, we inverted this video and we set Karen Reed up, but you should still put her in prison for the rest of her life. He talked like this. Bueller. That's how he talked. What if anything? What if anything? Yes. That was his favorite phrase. What if anything? Yeah, we're at a bench sidebar right now. She still has what's his name? The one that's in that area. But Alan Jackson is in he couldn't keep with her because of the retrial. But she still has the other one, Yannetti. She still has Yannetti. But she's got a lawyer that is apparently ruthless now. Okay, here we go. Talking about Karen Reed. Yes, he's still technically on the case.
Did
Technically.
Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes, Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just 1 second.
Q said it best. How is she this unprepared? This is ridiculous. Oh, Malika, we're just waiting on love. What are we always doing?
550.
This is just painful. You gonna do this all the way to 5 o'clock? I mean, really. Asking for a friend. Wouldn't you, Tamika? Nana, that's a Rico. She doesn't sit down. No, don't sit down.
We're starting at 255.
What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like? No, it's just one nigga. He like Moonton, like, I don't go with it. They ain't gonna really talk to him. Moonton, everybody know Moonton don't go. And everybody know Nard don't go. It's just like, they the old. Okay, so it's like, they know they valid, but ain't nobody gonna too much fuck with them. Yeah, ain't nobody really gonna build Moonton. Right. If he went to hang with Wood. Right. Ain't nobody gonna build Nard because they know. What about Dewey? Fit into this because he at home. So him and Yak are close. Yeah. Do you know Dewey? No, I just know him like, I don't know, I didn't know his name Dewey. If you like that, so I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 256.40. As we advance to, I just did. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Moonton, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Moonton being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Moontunk, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius, and I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about doo-wop, do you know or remember what name doo-wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb,
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe OG Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with a fence around it?
Yes.
All right. Page 8. Zachary tell you whether or not he knew any relationship between OG Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister?
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
I don't know her name. Y'all don't know her name? Anybody know her?
I know a nickname.
What her nickname?
I'm sure. We'll find
That she got Twitter or something.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
I think it's a brick house.
Fence. Any cars in the front? Broke down cars?
Nah, they ain't got that spot no more. Somebody shot it up. They said it was again.
Is that when
That's that little corner little house? It looks like a studio or something? Nah, I don't see no corner. You know what y'all gonna talk about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it. It's like how they sit next to the park. It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago. Nah, that was Walden spot. You know what y'all talking about, though, right? They said top of the hill on the corner. Yeah, like right in the corner. Yeah. Okay. That Walden spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
red brick, brown brick.
Brown brick, a little brown brick. What end of Oak Drive, like what is it closest to? You know, you make right at McDonald's. Mm-hmm. You go all the way up to the red light. Mm-hmm. Make that right, it's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left. Fourth or fifth house on the left. What else? The Canlator right here, they spot right here. It's next door to the Canlator? Yeah. Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it? Go down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, cause you know what I mean? They like do had a show down there. So y'all just went for the show. Yeah. See, I told you, when they tell them to stay down there for a few days, we came back. Come on, was already up here. Motu ain't go. Motu ain't big now, ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, hey, nobody bring it up at all or what?
Scared.
You even speak on it.
So Woody just so far, I looked on some off here.
What, you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he kills her like, why did they kill Nut? Like, but then down like they told him that Nut said it's a goal. It really Woody be holding back stuff. Why? I don't know. Like he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02.
When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
That's evidence, Your Honor. Also cumulative.
Well, sustained is to best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked who?
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
I got to jump in here. What's up, Mandy? How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh,
Everything
no,
is
no,
good.
no, you're fine. I was trying to figure out how to edit the poll, but I don't guess I can do that.
What, I make a spelling error?
I'll tell you about it off camera.
Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I did something wrong. Okay.
Here, I'll put it in private chat.
Okay. Okay. I really believe.
Oh, it was a joke. Okay, we watched YouTube. My bad.
Okay. I think Adrian Love deliberately. I know this sounds weird. I think she deliberately tries to annoy people. This incessive. Think about everything that she asks for is very labor intensive. She doesn't
But
want
she
the
ain't willing to
cameras.
do no labor though.
Right. It's not something she has to do. It's a burden on other people. She'll deliver 95 pages of Instagram posts for the defense to sort out. she'll ask the judge not to allow the media, basically for her own pleasure. And she'll couch it in some kind of language. How many times have we done? Think about all the foolishness with this particular witness. They got all this foolishness with the camera now. They got to move the camera. They got to look in another direction. And now they got to do all of this in order. Just why? Because Adrian Love wants to come up there and tell the judge that the person is a shoe shiner at the Atlanta Hawks Stadium or something. That what for? She just wants to be annoying. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. She wants to be annoying. She wants to be an irritant.
Yeah, home office just nailed it. She's a control freak. It's got to be her way, her terms, her narrative.
And I think, and she's also the kid, and if you have a child like this, that has to get the last word. She's the last word kid. Even if she's one, I can only imagine her talking her mom and dad down about having an extra piece of cake. And mom finally just giving in, here, girl, go on and get yourself a piece of cake. And then she just wants to talk. And you're like, you already won. And lo and behold, now you're getting in trouble. So anyway, I was watching. I'm like, all of this is just the burden. Again, I'm going to say it again. This is just money laundering. This is just a war of attrition to run out Young Thug's bank account.
That's
so
all
every
it
time,
is.
every one of these sidebars, every one of these bench meetings, every time she doesn't have her homework done, all that stuff is meant to delay this game, drag it out that much longer. This is like the football team that's losing, but they still got 9 timeouts, and they just keep using every. Like you're not going to win.
His lawyers are being paid by the hour.
Say again.
You got to think his lawyers are being paid by the hour.
I don't know if they're being paid by the hour, but they're just being paid. Period.
I bet they are. I bet they're being paid by the hour. And if so, think about how much that is.
I don't think they're paid by the hour. I think, like, for example, I doubt highly that Brian Steele is getting paid $500 an hour. I think he's getting paid a retainer, but hear what I'm saying.
It up a few seconds.
Oh, they're back. Let's go. See, all of this is just because of her. Oh, we can see your screen. Watch out. They're going to clip you again.
I guess they told him that nut said it's a goal.
Back it up a little bit more.
Oh, we just on so far. I was going to my.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa, all of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were going to get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I have the same objection. I'm 403, this is going to take.
So if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is.
Make sure we don't do it with every.
We are not.
Overruled.
Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking what Thug was like.
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he tells her he why did they kill Nut? But then that I guess they told him that Nut said.
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but why why did they kill, but like, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go, yes.
That what now?
That they were on go, yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, would he really be holding back? And later on explain.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, like, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. Like, he was like, if they said something about you. Like, he told me, I said something about me. Like, to rev him up? Huh? You mean like to just rev somebody else to be down to do some shit? Yeah. Like, it really be at him, but he'll try to push off on, like,
It's like he said about me and I bring her into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? Like, I'm just trying to grasp what Woody did. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously? They say Woody had shot up Gucci Studio on Metropolitan.
Metropolitan where?
In studio with Thug Studio at. Well, they ain't really Thug Studio, but
where he be at?
The
studio is.
I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Acting Studio. I don't know his name.
Try to be over there though.
I was out there about 2 times.
So supposedly Rudy shot up Lucci Studio.
Yeah.
Which side of
the got studio? They were both doing stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not.
I mean, but do you know what is it on the same side as the vault?
That's the vault. What's the vault?
The vault is the studio with Thug.
Nah, it's on this side.
Like what TIG is?
TIG, that's studio.
Oh, okay. Well, you got say TIG. We don't know. So they shot up TIG Studio.
Yeah, Rich Homie was out there.
Right.
And then when they shot it kill, when they first shot it kill, when I told you him and Moonson,
right.
That was I beat, like, that one really escalated. That one just guns up for both sides.
So who shot Kel?
Who shot him? Tay.
Trevante? No. And who was?
That's all I know. Tay said him and his little partner seen him. It was either in February or something. They found him. Then they found him from the West End. He was an ugly girl or something.
Who was with you, Bonte?
His partner, he didn't tell his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce? So the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped up?
Yeah, they happened before that.
That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
Another got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah, I would say about 5 or 6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel? So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club. And then, me and Thug stayed in the club. All went outside to, what's it called? But D and Kel,
what's you call?
What?
You said they went outside with what's you call?
Get guns. Nah, they did get guns. I want Thug walking out there and so he money too.
Right.
And then that one, what you call it?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped on. I just didn't say that. They jumped on Bloody J. Shannon Swamp. They pulled out. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and meet Thug and they. I'm gonna probably get Drake Thug and Corvette by itself. Then Wood out in the night up on South Street by the church. Went on Bloody J on the ride past. Like right past, he started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this like Kel, they shot at Kel, all them, they've been at it.
So Nut murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Gotcha. So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He not scared, trip.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you be scared?
But if somebody shoot towards my mama, that's what I'm going to do.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got him out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at my mama, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck her.
I'm gonna be mad at her now.
Nah, yeah. My mama's home, they always up.
Mommy's coming off.
What about grandma?
That's my grandma.
Exactly. So one of the point I'm making is that.
Stopping at 3:06:09.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house. Wouldn't you be scared?
Who doesn't line up on side of the street by the church? One of them by itself. Then who doesn't line up on side of the street by the church?
Okay.
Big thug and they big drink.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
You can try.
This is so painful. This is so
Sergeant
painful.
Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and If Gang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear here today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say?
Objecting, Your Honor. I mean, this is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and what was
Time wasting.
I'd ask to be allowed to do what the
Time
court
wasting.
said that it would allow me to do.
The court didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor.
listening to a recording. Then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it. And she says, yes, I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this
I
consistently.
don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking a question. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative, or what? What is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
rehash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they are not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court, or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
it's not really whether Miss Sergeant
Gaither
can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna probably get Drake Thug and Carvette by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette.
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And the wood on line up on the side of the street by the church. Went on Bloody Day on the ride back. Like right back, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
How y'all gonna get the church involved in it, y'all? It's Crucial Church. How you gonna get the church involved in y'all foolishness?
The shooting, all this, like, kill, they shot it, kill, all of them, they've been at it.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. It was stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06. 32.
He tried to tell me he didn't do it. They just kept pushing it up for that Woody did because he wanted Woody.
That's his right.
Yeah, Woody and Kelly just alike. Both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. They gonna try to put it off on somebody. Say like, I don't like you. Mm-hmm. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other. Right. Then somebody on my side get shot, but she didn't do it. I didn't think that it was them just to get more people again. Yeah. Right. Well, what's Montauk and Kel's beef? Who Montauk? Montauk Antonio. Right.
Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that.
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say trivia?
Trivia, yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time frame. I want to start at 3:07:46. And I'm going to go to 3:09.
What kind of court you told me? Montauk guy.
Now, he ain't had that in politics. What kind of car he driving? He had a running truck. When was this incident? No, Moontoon had that car. Who car is that? I don't know who car that is.
Who got a great Impala?
Moontoon J got that problem when he came back out too.
Who got a great Impala?
I don't know. His girl on Drive the World with the great Malibu? Hey, girl. Nah, his girl on Boulevard. His girl got a gun. She used to have a Malibu, used to drive. No, she didn't. Not I know of. Not I ain't war. This was like recent. Like, he had a rental Malibu. It was a rental? Yeah, a Malibu, but not a. When did he have a rental? Shoot, before went on tour. And when did y'all go? I don't know when y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Like in April. Yeah.
So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary, did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
Investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
maybe
one occurred in
February.
January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 30906.
Thug and nephew.
The police in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, because that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with.
No, that's some gun.
So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day?
We was at Boot Grandma house, big Boot Grandma house. And we was like, hey, fucking shit, that right.
Okay.
Then when they came back, they ain't even tell us what they did.
What kind of car were they in? They were in what?
It was in that white Charger.
Woody Chargers? Okay.
And then the boy, Mushu, who he be with Lucci, Mushu.
Yeah.
He called Boo. Like, when Woodland got back, he called Boo. Like, Boo, we got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house, and mom got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me I just did that. Cause they come back, they ain't say that. Don't tell me I did that. Then that when Woody got scared again, cause Mushu, I got 10,000 and Woody did it.
Who had the Monto gun?
Woody.
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it?
No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Woody, like I told you, Woody got scared when they said he got 10,000. I'm like, man, we just shot up Lucci mama house.
So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just...
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, Nut didn't go get killed. I don't know what made him do that.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He gave me $20 and stuff, so you know, I pull up on use some gas money, phone bills, doing stuff like that.
So he's like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was trying to, but he like every time I see him, so I still ain't no gas in the car, so I give him 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like
yeah, I ain't no harm.
Basically. So
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
I'm not certain what happened. Now they're back. Okay, court is back. Okay, there we go. I have no idea. This is what are y'all thinking about this, people? Where are y'all with this? Where are y'all with this? Like, where are you with this? This is emotionally draining. The abundance of caution, one would discontinue this approach. To me, this does not seem to be a winner. Again, I don't know legal strategy. There are legal minds that are in this chat, and you're welcome to please correct me. But after yesterday's shellacking from Judge Whitaker, if my name was, if I were Adrian Love, I would have come in here with a much more refined strategy. And I've said this before. They very rarely, they're moving in one direction, and it doesn't matter what obstacles they face, they're going to go in that direction. They're not going to move to the left or to the right or augment their speed whatsoever. I would not use this strategy. Even if you were going to have Gaither here, after yesterday, I would have really sat down, reflected, prayed, meditated, looked over my strategy. That woman ain't got no strategy. What was I thinking? In a normal world where a lawyer has laid out a plan, a path to victory, I would just have a normal situation. I think a lawyer would sit down and kind of go over this and look at some better strategies. Again, in my opinion, you've lost the support, you've lost the benefit of the doubt of the judge. So it's akin to getting, like, you perturbing the umpire. You're getting the referee angry at you, but they can't kick you out of the game. They can't eject you. So they're still going to keep calling balls and strikes. But eventually you're starting to, for lack of a better term, you're starting to torque them off. And to me, this strategy right here is not the strategy of success. But not only that, I feel like she's lost the jury. All right, let's see where we are. Okay, they're back, but they have not turned on their mics yet. They're back. One in the chat when you can hear. The delusion is viral up in here.
And Your Honor, I can play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct. Because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible. What does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just to advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
Good did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had 8K. Another 223. It was 223 and an 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was Fulton.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in
That
court,
very last part again.
Okay.
answer this question. So when we were in court,
No, before.
and you found this
Hang on, stop it. Okay.
Another 223. It was 223 and an 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was Fulton.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Your Honor,
and you found out.
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it might be hard to get to that, but.
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court, and you found out that gun.
I'm going to 3:11. Just one go.
Yeah, the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court.
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but anyway, I mean, that's in.
I don't disagree that you're listened to this and reported back and said it was in.
Yeah.
I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was ruled upon.
So why were we encroaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To make sure what the ruling was?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now, so. Is the jury by chance ready? Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
Okay, so I apologize. The jury wasn't in there, nor was the witness for the testimony. Again, this is an uber time waste. I really hope and pray that Judge Whitaker looks at this case, goes over the fine details of it outside of court, and has time to ruminate over this and see, yo, I'm being taken advantage of. I'm getting played. Everybody plays a fool. There's no exceptions to the rules. So, but she's got to get upset about this. I really hope that, man, because this is crazy. Did y'all hear her using profanity? Remember last week she was all hesitant and gun shy to use profanity, but now I mean she was discussing quoting was it Thorpe or Gaither? She was quoting somebody like, "Whoa, you just using it." Oh, okay. I guess that's what we're doing in 24. Okay, to make a scene before the jury, and this is only to heighten their curiosity. Amen. I think it meant to heighten their curiosity. I mean, she knows what she's doing, but this is what she's really doing. She's wasting time. It's a waste of time. Give them that old razzle dazzle them. Yeah, this is a mess. Whoa, yikes. Wow. See, he's from Houston, Texas. He's representing
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the young.
120 victims of Diddy. Great mercy. Yikes. And one of them is 9 years old. Okay. Wow. That's something else right there. Let me get this off the screen. All right. Man. She's wasting time because I really believe, okay, I believe she's wasting time because she really believes that, okay. You've seen people behave certain way out in public and you know, like, wow, you probably do that at home. Most school teachers know if a kid talks back to the teacher, they talk back to their parents. Now, they might not talk back the same way. They might not talk back in the same vitriol or volume, but they talk back to their parents. You don't respect adults. I told Chief Executive Secondborn, be careful how you speak to your dad. You'll speak to your husband that way. So where am I going with that? Adrienne Love, if you've noticed, she doesn't know how to stop talking. She's going to keep pushing the envelope and get the last word in by hook or by crook. So I think her strategy is no matter what, to just wear you down. That's a horrible look. And I would like to see has she done that in other court cases. But I do believe that her strategy is just to just keep going, keep plotting and plotting and plotting and plotting. And eventually you just quit. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I can't think of another good reason for this type of strategy, which seems to be the strategy of torquing off the judge. It seems crazy. I appreciate that tone. I appreciate that Tone Man 1974. I will definitely. I just captured the name. I will look it up. Thank you. I don't get it, and most people I think can understand that it's irritating. Most people can get that it's a time waster. But watch this. If you were raised in this environment where you're able to basically talk your mom and dad down out of grounding you, talk your mom and dad down about letting you stay out late for curfew, talk your mom and dad. If you're used to that and you've used it in high school and used it in college and grad school, first job, third job, and so on and so forth, you're probably pretty settled in it that you can just talk your way out of it. If I talk enough, if I just keep talking enough, I'll get there. She's very persistent. Now, Judge Whitaker would have been smart early on to recognize, because I don't think it was wise to not do any research on this case, because it's already into, it's no longer really about, I know it sounds bad, you're not gonna like it. It's not really about the facts anymore. It is about the personality. It is. And if Judge Whitaker didn't do any review or deep dive into the personalities, because they're already, I think the research says that after a certain time period, the case becomes about personality. So you want to have your court case short enough that it doesn't become about personality. Well, we're well into the personality zone here. If Judge Whitaker didn't do any research, if she didn't do, I think she did some. I'm sure she did some. I'm not trying to at all say she came in there blind. I just don't think she looked at some of the more non-tangibles, the more soft skills, not the hard numbers and hard facts, but the soft skills, because this is what we're dealing with now. I mean, if you had all of this brouhaha going on with Glanville and then the recusal and then the next recusal and a lawyer getting arrested and all that kind of stuff, that stuff is moved around the building. People know about it. My point here is just pointing out that I think Adrian Love knows that she's able to, because she's been successful at it in the past. She's going to talk you down. Can you imagine her on a school board meeting, an HOA meeting? Oh my gosh. HOA board meeting? Oh my gosh. It'd be a disaster because she's not going to stop talking. So I think it's a bad look. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Reader. I appreciate you. I got to find another way to look at this, because otherwise it will drive you crazy. I mean, I probably watch more of this than anybody else on the chat right now. And it's daunting, it's exhausting, it's mentally draining. And sometimes it can be depressing. Like, man, what in the world? Like, this is craziness. So I had to think about it some way other than that in order to help me out. So I don't know what else to do. I think sadly it's going to go all the way to the end, unless Judge Whitaker just finally says enough is enough. That's it. I mean, there's a couple ways, and I would love for Monica Mo Justice to jump in if she wants to talk about it. I know she's at work. Why are you at work, girl? Come on. But there's a couple ways that this could end. But I do think the likelihood is it's going to go to a jury. So we're looking at, next May, next June, or July of 2025. And I don't think a jury is going to be kind to Adrian Love by any means or measure. And I think this right here is going to go the distance. And she'll more than likely claim victimhood, that's why these people are not, that's why she lost this case. I think Fonnie threw it on her lap for her to collect this L to get her out of her way so that she's not trying to vie for her position. Again, this is my tinfoil hat theory. Fonnie threw this on her lap and made her and Simone Hilton take the helm. She's looking at Simone Hilton as the heir apparent. If she becomes something else if she goes to DC or any other opportunities open up for her, Fonnie's looking at, okay, if I go another direction, then you'll be here ready to swoop in and take this position if I ever leave, or if I can make an heir apparent. Adrian Love knows that that's not going to be the lick for her. So that's my little 2 cents. I think she was set up. I think Adrian Love set up, but I think Adrian Love also adds to her own issues. And this is from a guy that used to talk a lot when I was in elementary school. And it took me a long time to realize, stop talking, Jason. Just stop. It took me a long time to realize that. But I got in a lot of trouble before I realized that. And I can see, and Adrian Love, she's used to talking. She's used to just yapping, as the kids say. It is yapping to yap. What's my daughter calls it, Division I yapper. You're a D1 yapper. And that's what she is. That's what she does. So, I mean, it's sad because who knows? Maybe she could be a really good lawyer. I don't know. The strategies and approach that she brings to the equation has me doubting any civility. Other people have been here commenting about, where did she get her law degree from? Somebody took the test for her. Under any other circumstances, any other days of the week, I would usually not condone that type of speech. But I'm pretty sure she got her law degree from Temu or Wish.com. I'm feeling good that Amazon Prime Day, that's where she got it from. Because these argumentations are horrible. These are terrible arguments. And yeah, this case is just ghetto. This case is just ghetto. Talking about the ghetto. The funky, funky ghetto. It's terrible. And yeah, you shouldn't get a buy one, get one free. Wait, law degree from offer. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry. I should not feel like nothing about me feels like I could have a strong argument with Brian Steele. Nothing about me says, man, I know good and well I could dog walk Matthews. No, I don't feel that way. I feel like those men know their craft. There's no way. And Adams went to Howard, and there's no excuse for anybody to go to Howard University. But I know good and well I wouldn't want to get into a debate and argument with Adams because I'm going to get flambéed. Okay? All right. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to do that. When I'm sitting here thinking I could debate with Adrian Love, you know you done messed up. You know you cooked. I try to have a sane estimate of my abilities. And I'm like, I could probably win this debate. I'm looking at it like, I could probably win this. Give me a little bit of prep time. Just like Batman. Give me a little bit of prep time. I could probably win this. Where are y'all? What are you doing? This is embarrassing. Somebody said she got a degree from DeVry. I don't know if that was yesterday or today. Y'all are wild, man. I don't know. They might have went home. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on in One Charlie today. I have no idea. I spoke on her behavior matching Dexter. After she's trying to fake it till she makes it legally. I personally think Dexter's worse because he's a man. And this, y'all feel free, email management, dearwokec@gmail.com. I expect a woman to behave like this. I'm not minimizing it. I expect a woman to, try to talk her way out of it or use the multitude of words to deluge you. I totally expect that. I live in a house with 3 women. I totally expect you to just talk me to death. Dexter, that's not a good look, my guy. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're doing, but my guy, stop doing that. So I don't know if it's the same, but it's definitely different. Wait, what did I say? I'm crazy. What did I say? Oh, they're on a break. Okay. Love is wearing the judge down. And if the judge is smart, the judge prayerfully recognizes this. Somebody in her coffee clutch or her judge's group chat is like, girl, you getting flambéed by this one tricking you. Somebody prayerfully is telling her, you getting dog walked by Adrian Love. Stop it. And you need to shut this foolishness down. Hopefully that's what's happening. All right. 2 for 1. Okay, set me straight. Here come Monica. Monica gonna set me straight. It was proven that Baldwin's special prosecutor withheld critical evidence from the defense. Correct. Here, Love is overwhelming with prosecuting this case and doesn't know how to delegate effectively. Oh, no question about that. No question whatsoever. But I think it's because, watch this. I wonder how this case would be different. Let's go back in time and let's just pretend that Adrian Love was in Fulton County when all of this stuff broke off and jumped off. And she worked under Paul Howard. She was aware of it because you do realize, again, she's only been in the office about 2 years. So she hasn't been there a whole long period of time. And she didn't have a long track record and history with this case. So I'm wondering, would it be different if this was her case versus me coming over here and just saying, voila, here's your case. But I agree with you. I like that. Thank you, Monica. Prime example of building a case as you, I mean, she's building it as she goes. There's no question about that. Judge Whitaker realized it yesterday, and I don't think she realized how right she was when she said, you're building this case, you're building the case as you're prosecuting it. And I don't think she realized just how true she was. I don't think she realized that. Receipts on the degree. Y'all ain't gonna take it, huh? Y'all gonna be like, look, the jury should say, hey, before we render a verdict, we need to just verify. Can we see your transcripts? I need to see them transcripts real quick. Yo, not 4 easy payments. Is that thing still up? Is that that's like the shop at home network thing, right? What did QVC stand for? Why was it called QVC? I don't know. Let's stop. Yo, you should not get your law degree on the bottom of a Happy Meal box. That should not be a real thing. That dearwokec@gmail.com. That's management. That's right. Email management. Adrian gets so lost in the details that aren't always relevant, which hurts her in the long run. Yes. And if she took the time on the front end to, if they took the time on the front end to sort through that information, there would be success. Oh, wait, there's a new question right here. Do you think her new courtroom conduct will elicit sympathy from the jury? No, I do. Black female and appearing to represent victims. Nope, I don't think so. I'll tell you why. Who are the victims? Who are they? Right. We got Nut, but outside of that, who is it? Every day, the jury sits in that jury booth and looks at these men that are looking pretty well taken care of. They're presenting very well. They're looking respectful, and such of that nature. Those are real humans right there. There's no other. Again, this is going back to my agnosium statement. I need to say that in Latin. Agnosium statemento. I don't know. Adrian Love is a horrible storyteller. If she could tell a story that would elicit emotional response. Well, first of all, the case should be short enough that people don't even care about your personality. But I digress. She needs to be able to convey the story. She hasn't pulled on any heartstrings. And you do realize this whole year has been the prosecution. The state has not, the defense has not, they don't have control of the field. This is like a football game where the first half of the game, the one team owns the field. No matter what, they can kick, they can run, they can punt, they can do whatever they want, but they are always in control of the ball. That's kind of a weird game, but you got my point. Or basketball team, where they're always on offense for the whole first half of the game. We haven't even gotten the defense on the defense doesn't have control of the game yet. So all of this is because of them. So if the defense is smart, which I don't think that there's any argument at all that those men are not smart, they will move fast. They will get up there fast. If they don't have a question, they're not going to ask it. If they don't know what they're going to ask, they're not going to do it. And get up there. Personally, I think they should get up and say, "We rest, Your Honor, because the prosecution has not proven their case," and let it go and give it to the jury like that. Because the jury, in my opinion, is on the side of the defense. So the jury is for the defense to lose. The judge is a crapshoot, but she's only supposed to be there to call balls and strikes. It's really the judge the jury that matters. And in my opinion, Adrian Love is focusing on the judge and not on the jury. The state, the defense, they get up there and focus on the jury. They're gonna run away with this. They're going to be respectful and be like, "Hey, we're going to move this faster, sir. We realize that we want to respect your time, so on and so forth." They can just run away with it. I made a very generalized statement. I do make very generalized statements and try my best to, if when necessary, to clear those up, but I try not to be ambiguous in my initial offering and my initial response. That way, you know where I land, so you know where to go with. All right, lots of good commentary. Y'all, did they forget about us? Did they turn off the lights? Like, what is going on in One Charlie? All right, let's see. She's taking it to limits. Right. She's going to wear this. The goal is to wear you down. Again, I would absolutely love, and you know, there's people who do that, who monitor how much time somebody talks or how many words somebody used in a debate, stuff like that. I would love to see the analytics of this whole trial when it's all said and done. Like how many words did Glanville say, and Judge Whitaker, and this prosecutor and this defense attorney, and blah blah blah, this witness, and how much time were they in the booth, and so on and so forth. Those numbers would probably be very interesting to see. And somebody probably is out there somewhere crunching it. But I guarantee you, Adrian Love, her economy of words is insane. It's inflated. Okay, I do want to make sure. Ashley Merchant, obviously a female, does not conduct herself the way Adrian Love does. Okay, okay, I got you. All right. Yes, I did make the generalization that I expect a woman to talk. Yes, you're correct. That's fine. And I'm not insulting Ashley Merchant by at all. No way, shape, or form. But let me I expect if you told me, if somebody did the analytics and said, "Hey, Jason, do you realize that Ashley Merchant uses as many words as Adrian Love?" I would be a little surprised. But I'm like, "Okay, that makes sense." Okay. If you said, "Hey, Jason, do you know that Brian Steele uses 10 times fewer words than Dexter Bond?" I'm like, "For sure. That makes perfect sense." So I'm not saying, and please understand, it was not the conduct, because I believe that Ashley Merchant conducts herself in a respectful manner that, in my opinion, respects the position as an attorney. I don't think that that's the case in a mile of Adrian Love. My name is Jason Deerwoodc@gmail.com. What does my friend Monica say? I think she knows the case. They got the info illegally, and they're trying to find ways to get the evidence.
Swimming at 3:11:15 where we stopped.
Comment, Monica. Thank you. Wow, they're still here. Oh my gosh.
So, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had 8K. Another 223. The 223 and the 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was posted on.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I just know gun. They go like how.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Some told me, man, so like, you need to start hanging with them, you need to go and tell them for who gun it was. I was going to tell, but I didn't.
So, where are they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from?
I already had guns. You think somebody already got guns?
I mean, I know they really bringing them out tonight.
That's like it, right? We was at Thor house. Thor was already gone. We see Kel don't pull up in the driveway.
His house, his apartment?
Yeah, come on ticket. We see I was not one, I like that Kel. I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that all they car, they go for this some car, I got some car. They go pause there, some call one few minutes and pull back out. And then when we went out of town, well, I know some call it go out. She came and got my dad dropped off. Cause I ain't getting that call. They just bought it too. Right. I don't know if they still around or not. Right. So that's what I was saying. When y'all went out of town, they shot at Kale shot at Summer at Crooks. That was with your sister, right? With my sister. Wasn't it?
It was
Trion.
Yeah, Treevy and Summer cousin, and they met at the Christmas and Kale and Herbie had word.
They take Kale out in the car. That way he pushing it. But you wasn't in that car.
Right, but you wasn't in the car. You was in Miami. Right, you was gone. So now you got these two for somebody else's piece because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point.
That night, and you guys know that's the first time like they ever let me ride. Like when they go do something.
So I was like, now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up or something.
Oh boy. What you remember what day he got arrested for that gun?
Like May 7th. May 7th. Like
where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one when I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco.
Yes.
I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had left it. I had owed one of Woody friends money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that, so I paid him. So I see Thug this money from him. He like, all right.
Who is this? Because we need that gun.
Who?
The gun you bought. No. You had. I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
No, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
I owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
No, I just like holding guns until I get money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
I had see Thug ain't coming around because he got too much going on. He going down for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around, and then that when I had bought the other one. I had bought the other one a few days later.
Right.
The 223.
And who did you buy that for? Because I know it wasn't for you.
I bought it for Woody.
How much did you pay for it?
$1,000.
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what, you gonna leave me in the house with his baby?
What's the investigator thought?
The one that's handling the house.
Yeah, pop him on, man.
Yeah. What's up? Come on. Give me some long gloves, man.
Where are you from?
Yeah. What you feel about this thing?
I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and I'm going to 3:16:21.
You gotta think about it. One
And I'm stopping at
3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections. Starting up at 3:16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants, tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
If we just refer to the document, they can help.
I'm referring to it.
What's going on, because obviously we can't play the video real time to know what the state's talking about. So we could just refer to the document.
If he,
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell. I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So,
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
And I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I just got to look at that.
Okay, while we're waiting for that, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sebastian,
I need to
for the
use
very
the mic.
kind.
I
Super.
understand
Thank you so much.
what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a
Oh,
second?
no.
And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway.
Goodness gracious. I don't know. This camera movement thing is just tiring. Good gracious, man. Stop it. But back to Sebastian. Thank you so very much for the very kind Danish krona. Thank you so much. He says, when Fani took office, and of course the DA's office, people working in that department begged her to fire Miss Love. I think I remember that fully, but she wasn't in there that much longer. She wasn't in there. So remember, Fani already worked in the office as well under Paul Howard. Let me see real quick. How long is Adrian Love working in? So the point that I think this actually substantiates the point earlier. Adrian Love is not a byproduct of Fani Willis. She is her own Adrian Love from County. She's her own problem. But yeah, I totally get it. Thank you so very much for that. Let me see. Right. So she was in the office as of. Oh no, I take that back, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no, I messed that all up. Adrian has been there for a minute. Oh no, Adrian's been in the DA's office for a hot minute. Well, when she was applying for Gibson County, hold on. So she must have been in the office and then applied for that role, ran for that role down in Gibson County. Oh, that's it. Okay. I had it wrong. I thought she lived in Gibson. I'm sorry, she was working in Gibson. No, she worked in Fulton County. I misspoke. I apologize. Okay. So this still substantiates that people wanted her fired. Yeah, she was still, all this stuff was in Fulton. I totally read this wrong. Adrian served as state of Georgia as a prosecutor for over 15 years. She joined Fulton County District Attorney's Office in August 2011 after serving 6 years as assistant district attorney in Middle Judicial Circuit, Georgia. She has specialized in handling most complicated felony cases and successfully prosecuted decade-old cold cases. Adrian has served as the head of the district attorney's office gang unit and has served Fulton County as a chief senior assistant district attorney, CSADA. Wow. In crimes against women and children's unit, gang unit, major case unit. Adrian has served as lead counsel in scores of complex felony jury trials and has been recognized for her litigation prowess, which with some awards as Cold Case Award and the Gang Unit Employee of the Year Award. Adrian now serves as the state of Georgia as part of the District Attorney Fonnie Willis's executive team. Wow. So she got awards, y'all. Gang Unit. She beating the Gang Unit, y'all. Love is Chief Deputy ADA. Whew. Man, she has got some skills. And I still sit there thinking I could probably argue her. I could probably win a debate. Give me 3 or 4 days. And the topic's got to be on the book of Romans. Stack the deck. The fine details of John Bunyan. I got to stack the deck for myself. The best iced coffee. This is slight. She has the gang experience. The problem is many of us think she's the gang. They made that award. Rome King is in the building. Yeah, I would love to look at, okay, let's talk about some of these people that you successfully prosecuted. Can we have a little conversation about that? I think that was it. I think it was Rachel Kaufman I heard that from. Yeah. I've heard it from other people as well, but I believe it was the first person I heard it from was Rachel Kaufman. The About Me page. It does sound like, let me drop this in the chat. So, y'all, I thank you so much for hanging out with us. We got 654 of us. Y'all, I don't know what is going on, why Adrian Love is squandering her time, squandering the possible goodwill that she could generate. But, I don't think she cares. But, yeah, I don't know where this is going. I don't know where it's traipsing off to. I don't even know. Why do we keep getting, I see green eggs and ham. I do not like Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. Oh, I think she is. I do think she's stalling on purpose. It's a war of attrition. if she can drag this out a little bit longer, if she could drag this out just, an extra month, whatever like that, that's one less month that the defense is going to have to present themselves to the jury. The jury is going to be tired and exhausted by the time. And we see this all the time when the defense finally gets a hold of the witness. The judge is super tired. She's cranky. She's ornery toward the defense, and they've done nothing but just sit there all day. So I totally believe this is her strategy. Welcome to my nightmare. My goodness, no. Still a pigeon? Is that a pigeon?
Listening to a portion of this, I'm gonna have to excuse y'all again. I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere very.
Yo, come on, Judge Whitaker. All right. So it sounds like she's dismissing the jury, or whatever they're doing, it needs to be done without the jury in there. Oh my gosh. I feel so sorry for those people.
All right. Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah. And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and sort it out.
And to be clear, John, let me also put on the record, the part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that everyone on the other side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is, and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm going to play.
Good. You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that?
On murder against nothing? I told they just trying to get his name.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions?
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122, going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
correct.
And then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name.
That's out.
That's
the
out.
law is in, and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question. Right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So, no. So, am I clear that there's a 1 second part that's out? Because,
yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not. A second, it's going to take less than a second to say that. To stop it.
Doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine if you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
Thank you, Alan Bennett. Thank you so much for the $5 super. Very kind of you.
Yep. Because we had 316.34 to 316.41 out.
And that's what was agreed
We
And
were
that was
talking
what
about
they
Adrian.
agreed to.
Timestamps are, but I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in, and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gator's question again.
So the nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after 5-6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it says space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But I'll, Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just practice.
Okay.
To pray. Please tell me she said to pray. She did say pray. I hope so. Yo, this woman is utterly ridiculous. This is insane. Like, no, there's no other way around it. Now that I know, come over here reading, now that I know that I was wrong, she's actually been in Fulton County for almost better than a decade and a good couple years. That means she was a part of this. She was aware. If she was on the gang, whatever, in the DA's office under Paul Howard, that means she could have been set for this. So actually, my theory that Fonnie Willis just threw this on her is wrong. It's actually worse. She knew about this case. She knew about the ins and outs. Wow. Yeah, I was just making that up. I think I must have just made that up, Wandering Sub. But I appreciate you. She got me. So that actually makes it worse. When you hear that Paul Howard has a war room for cases where they kind of lay him out on the board and on the table and such like that, that means she was aware of this. And remember, this stuff, these sins happened in 2015. She came on board in 2011. So she was 4 years in by the time they started doing the research on Young Thug and Slime Life and so on and so forth. That actually makes the argumentation, the thing she said about gangs, remember the whole thing about drip and any color red and all that kind of stuff like that? That actually makes that worse. So it's not just she's a boomer and you just don't understand what the kids are doing. She deliberately, I feel comfortable, based upon information and belief, it is my opinion that she deliberately misrepresented that fact to Judge Whitaker. Because she know Judge Whitaker don't care. I mean, is aware of that.
That's not the critical part.
Wow.
Say anything.
She said practice. I thought she said pray. I'm over believing she said pray.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that the court would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
He's just trying to.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. So I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute. Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered. So I'm going to do as the court directed.
Oh, she angry. good. Now do something right.
Sorry. Ready to get the witness back in?
Easy.
Yes.
That's $50 I don't want to lose. I'm not going to lose that $50. I need to keep my little bit of money.
Gonna caution you though, that if more than, like if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not gonna be happy.
Ooh.
So make sure you don't do that.
I'm gonna make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply with the court's instructions.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the jury too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
Y'all, this is not a conversation between two adults. That was the most, I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker talked to her like she was 3, with a possibility that she's 4, okay? That was very, very juvenile. Oh, shots fired. Hats off to you, Judge Whitaker. That's why she's so snarky, because she's getting chastised. That's what it is. Corey, keep hope alive, my brother. Keep hope alive, my brother. I think she has so many errors. If you mean errors like mistakes, I think she has so many errors because she hasn't properly put this case in order. It would be akin to what how I'm translating it. If I brought you, thank you for the question. If I brought you 2 puzzles, but I mixed them up in the box, and there's 2 distinctly different puzzles in the same box, all the pieces, it would, some people would deal with them 2 different ways, several different ways. You know, separate the 2 puzzles, find all the pieces that are the same, and then start. A lot of people, like myself, when I do a puzzle, I start with the border first and all that kind of stuff. I get all the sky pieces, all the land pieces, all the mountain pieces, whatever, and then I start putting them together. I think she's still dealing with the case and is mixed in with the If Gang and the 30 Deep and all this stuff that's not really important to the trial. She still has that mixed in the box. And so she's trying to put together the puzzle. She's got 2 different puzzles, maybe even 3 different puzzles, all in the box, and they're all over the place. And that's why I think she has so many errors, because she hasn't taken the time to properly prepare. I was just hoping that she said pray, but she probably said practice. Y'all right. Man, what they doing?
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, let's go.
I'm starting at 3:16:27.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Wait. Do you think that Thug ordered that?
On murder against nothing. I told they did.
I'm stopping. I stopped at 3:16:41, and I'm going to pick. And I'm starting back up at 3:16:43.
from Chicago, so, you know, I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of, who said so, the higher? I mean,
Pausing at 3:17:00. And resuming at 3:17:04.
He wasn't even right there when they started YSL.
Who started it?
My brother and Slug.
Slug.
Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did it, because they were around through. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started.
Mm-hmm.
All of them started. And then they, Slug, he loved Thug, so he put him, he told Thug what's going on. And Thug just ran with it.
So now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right?
No.
Well, he was rapping with Rock and all them.
I didn't know what he was Rock Crew.
Oh, Rock Crew. Rock Crew, y'all confuse me.
Rock Crew and YSL the same thing.
Right.
But I told you, when everybody had fell out with Boo, I ain't saying like that, but they had fell out with Boo, because they say Boo snitching on Mo.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when they started YSL.
Just to kind of disassociate them.
But then they started back messing with Boo, and then that's why I came to YSL.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a cult, like, correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18.
Picking up at this one. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges it, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10. and picking back up at 3/19/11.
I'm sure there's some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who's doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you said.
Do-wop.
Okay. You mind signing this picture? Tell me that's do-wop.
How I spell your name? Y'all spell do-wop for me.
D-O-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. How long you been knowing him?
I ain't knowing that long.
Okay. You
I told that to my cousin.
tell your name anywhere in there.
Say my name? Mm-hmm. I thought you wanted to know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's do-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What is that?
August 5th, 8/5, 2015.
8/5. 2015.
Do-wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who is that?
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, you can see it. Right in the arm. How long you been on the arm?
So about 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I don't know his dad.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
he knew his dad.
To know Quindarius' dad.
Sign name right here too?
Yeah, same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something.
What about Duwop? You heard anything about him lately?
No.
You know if he out?
Yeah, they say he locked up.
Today's date again. They told me $500 until. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
Somewhere up in here. Right, yak or whatever. Why he came?
Probably a little darker.
Mom, you can see it. Oh, he's killing it.
That's the fit. I think it's
Yeah, that's 8/5/2015. Who's that? Shannon. How long you know Shannon?
About a year now.
About a year. He put in his t-shirt.
You got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Badass, I think.
Shannon Bedard.
That ain't last name. So would you put SB or something?
Whatever you know,
Shannon. Or whatever you
Shannon. You know the Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah. And sign your name if you want. I know you told them, but tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon and Yak.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right there, they run away. Well, they run away to me bullshit. Yeah, girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, she know.
Bullshit though?
Yeah, she know. And, then they seen, look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like, calm down bad. Calm down bad.
Okay. What else?
And then they killed me.
And did they say who was firing what gun?
Now, I know, Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5.
Okay. And I know some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco?
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know.
Where'd you see it?
Why I seen Draco at? None had, brought Thug House made but really the day before.
The day before?
Yeah. Before the murder or?
The day before the murder.
Before the murder? No, I had.
But I think Nard was driving.
Nard was driving?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said it was an Infinity?
Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35. Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had, Thug manager had rented.
Thug manager?
Had rented.
You know his manager's name? Amina. You know her last name?
No.
You know where she rented from? No. So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Village Farm.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of?
More likely they got rid of them. I didn't really drop them off at Village Farm. He pulled that got rid of them.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That's the first time they usually keep them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did anybody give word to shoot up, or this was just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause like, it used to be Woody Moulton going out shooting. They just wanted the name.
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit? Or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folk that ran with him, that we on back up.
Moody.
Yeah. But see, they might really know Shannon like that. Yeah, he just, right. Like, Thug wasn't really messing with him. He was running for we water from him.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
Start messing with Shannon.
So he puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So, like, Woody took Slug's spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that Nard was in the car also, and Nard was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
No. That's it. No, that's it. You know what he told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
They threw out. Well, Shannon told me they threw out. Nard told me they threw out too, but Thug was already gone.
Okay. His house was condo or condo? Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So,
what boat she stay? Where she stayed?
What she stayed? I don't know where she stayed at. I didn't know.
So just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Where that is?
At the condo.
At the condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shane.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all of that went to the mom that one. So that one was closed, so that was the day before.
Okay. All right. And what else you know? What else you know?
I would.
Something else?
I told y'all everything.
That's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to Thug House and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, what Doo-Wop was?
Okay.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
So, or how did you link up with them after the murder?
Cause I told you, we called. Fulton called me out that say like somebody killed Nut. He was scared and we were together house so much possible. Who got shot at? We met him up there. And then Wood had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we me and Fulton followed me because I ain't have no license to Thug House.
So y'all all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug House.
And me and Fulton and we met Wood had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug. He had been out the whole day.
Out of these four, who you the closest with? Shannon? Why is that?
Cause like, told you, he always like, they treat me like little brother and stuff.
But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age?
I'm 21, since I'm 22. But I didn't know mom though, we went cold like that. Right. We just spoke up. He used to hang on who I just call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. Advancing to 3:30:06. Here. Okay. And then 44,919.
All right, so I don't know what they're waiting on. I was thinking they would go to the next. I don't know who that person is in the picture, but yeah. No, there's not going to be any
Going
cross
from
there.
3:30:06 to 3:30:10. 3:39. 3:30:09.
Do you expect cross this week? Is the question, Sarah? You're not asking the right question. This week.
Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 3:31:36. And as we're looking on the, at this point, are you, or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Imagine doing this and thinking that the jury is in your back pocket. To think that the jury is just following along, like they're just waiting with bated breath for your next clip or your next video segment or whatever. Imagine thinking that. That woman is delusional.
Starting at 3:31:06.
Wow.
3:31:36.
Who that DK look like? I can't see him.
This is him right here.
I don't know him.
How often did Noah have Bentley Nitro?
Every day.
So he had access to it.
You asked me like who he was on? No.
You said, in your opinion, this look like Nard?
Yeah. Still,
Crazy.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That's what I know.
You sure?
Shit, they got me.
This, I don't want to like DK. No, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like Nard. Like we still working this case. DK sign on the white car.
Sign with my name?
Name, date, and putting who you think in that picture is Noah.
Is Nard skinny?
Yeah.
So they just got sticks on that. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not. Thug put it back on 85.
I told Thug ain't stop messing with all everybody. Thug ain't never really like buying guns for no crime.
You didn't go.
Stopping at 3:33:12, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 3/33/21.
I'm asking. I mean, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had no thing pre-trial. I ain't gave you no violations or none of that.
The pre-trial officer, he was mad. I was getting locked up. Officer Rent.
Yeah.
Everybody doing it like you.
Because he know, like, he don't even own me no truck.
But why you be around folks that be in trouble?
Dude.
If your brother Tay trying to tell you stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks?
They just hang around stores and get a lot of girls.
But you knew Thug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that.
I'm Thug my whole life.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that.
I know, but like, that's just how it was going. We mess with it. It's like, Thug cut you off. One day, and then back cool to the next day.
So why people choose to come back around him? Why, because he got money? He be taking folks anywhere?
Be taking care of folks and stuff.
When's the last time you seen him?
I ain't seen him, man.
I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club or nothing with him?
I ain't been no club. I ain't seen him, man. Like, when I came back on tour, I went in the hospital. You know, I been in hospital. Like, right. In the hospital, I ain't really seen him.
Right. What's up to think about all this?
She told me to come talk to y'all. She said, if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all.
Absolutely.
She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 3:35:05 and starting at 3:35:11.
3 years.
Damn. Y'all got no kids together?
Nah.
You want to break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the book. Let it go.
Want to bring some chips or anything?
Yeah, I'm over here.
What kind of chips you want?
I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that.
I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. Maybe I don't want to eat a lot.
You give you some crackers?
Oh, yeah, it's chill.
Straight Doritos?
Yeah, Doritos.
Let's talk about the bus. Now,
I'll be back out.
Y'all want to get y'all killed?
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job.
You don't,
Like, you don't even know.
even express to you.
I'm saying, no, I don't want to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit.
I promise God, I ain't gonna, this right here cost me so much, they find out, I ain't gonna be able to, I'm in Cleveland now.
I'm just listen, you don't want to hang on
I don't
Cleveland.
want him to Cleveland now, man, something move.
You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation,
Man, some of them call county cars. I'm not going out.
What I say, if I say to you, these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life, and that's just being real because.
Hey, can y'all get my new pocket at the court then?
I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like
I'm saying, can y'all tell them this my house or something?
All we can do is ask.
What we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigating authority. He's stand up time. He's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopped on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you like this shit is huge.
I want to say, like, even if y'all don't, y'all can just release me out of my house arrest so y'all can move forward with the case.
I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weights off your shoulders now.
I just want to get out of here.
I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold all that in.
I don't have a problem with my health. I want to
because you're stressing too.
I don't spend time with my family.
I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way.
I promise God.
Everybody say I promise God. Yes, you can.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
So the Wayne concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, he supposed to came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we just like we were who I with. I was Shrub and Chill. When we two in the car.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in Benz.
What color?
White.
Okay.
Where we all at before?
Where were y'all at before y'all went to compound?
Before.
So y'all was at before first.
Those folks want to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that.
Right.
She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
Her truck.
What kind of truck?
Explorer.
2-door?
Yeah.
Who was with her?
DK they had pulled out the car. DK they had pulled out the car.
DK was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book.
Book?
Yeah.
You know how to rap with Book?
No. This little nigga be with DK though.
Okay.
And they little partner named Kel.
Was in Little Sister Truck.
And Shannon.
Shannon wasn't in that car.
Huh?
He wasn't in that car.
He got in that car. I told him, look, I can go.
So when they went to hit the bus,
yeah,
he got in that car, and then they put the sister out. Where she stayed?
I don't know where she stayed. I ain't know.
Which sister is this?
Max.
That's why, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you had.
That's why I'm saying. That's why it's like he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You know, you snatched. I met the truck.
Yeah.
DK gun.
Were you out there for that?
Nah.
For the actual bus shooting? They don't even know that.
So,
They ungunned truth.
let's break it. Let's start off. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody's turn. But y'all go back to the studio at any time.
Nah, we went to still late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound.
I went to Magic City and before.
And then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all met them openly.
Who met
Was y'all with everybody else at the
met him at Magic?
And then y'all.
Yeah.
But at some point, all of y'all wasn't together. Before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Matt, all this, DK, everybody until Pee-wee on. We met Pee-wee on that Magic on you.
Okay. And then y'all left Magic to compound. Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10.
And you in what? You said white Mercedes?
Yeah.
Who was driving that?
Chill Will.
Dark skinned guy?
Nah. Light skin, Drew.
Light skinned Drew?
Yeah.
Where was Pee-wee?
He Maryland. Who's with him? I don't know who's in the car. No.
So y'all leave from Magic, go to Compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah, I ain't never one shot, so a lot of them ain't going inside. And then,
What was the reason for trying to get in there?
just going good, I get it and YSL shirts on stuff.
No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne?
Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in there and just get into a point.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. You ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I don't know if it's start shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them few grabbed from the boys, I try to run from the back and keep grabbing.
I did, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed.
What happened then?
We stand right there where you grab the gun at.
And I pulled out on y'all?
Yeah. When they pulled down that side street right there, they like, they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Told everybody that they were from what's it called?
But you know what?
Me and Max studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the two.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know what they mean if they shoot up the two boys.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it.
Who was the most hyped about it?
Who was more hyped? Yeah. Shannon.
So where did you go? Once you left Compound?
I went to the house at first, and then down there woke me up. Well, my partner chill, we woke me up. The D said, hey, studio, I'm gonna pull up down there. Yeah, we pull up down there. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen you.
So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio?
Wow. Hey, I get it, I thought one come back, but Thug went to the phone and
Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right, performing.
Like, with my intention, I don't think Thug knew about it. And so I was like,
right. Pee-wee was in the car by himself?
Nah, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody was in the car with him?
Was Rico with them?
Who Rico?
Rico means you got no answers, you ain't calling.
We left him at Magic.
So he ain't go to Compound?
Yeah, sure at Magic.
I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug.
I didn't know him. They said that's Thug artist or something.
Bobby Thug artist.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
So after they shot at the bus, what happened? After they shot at the bus, what happened?
I met him in studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan?
Yeah.
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57. And advancing to $346.19. And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Quindarius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you, or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
How does Pee Wee fit in all this?
What you mean how he fit?
He cool with one.
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood.
Boy,
He a crook.
Burger Street or Rolling City.
I don't know. Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that Birdman and got that check for him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper?
Pee Wee, yeah, he rap. I don't do no shows, man, but he really hype, man, like, for Thug.
Kind of like a Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, I need you to just.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this. This is exhausting. This camera in the sky thing is that's just silliness, man. All right. So Rico is in Cuba with Tupac. We know where it's not. It's not there on Pryor Street. That's for sure. This is ridiculous. I feel embarrassed for her. Like, what is that called? Secondhand embarrassment. I feel embarrassed for Love because you hear, if you're not watching the screen and you're just listening, you hear all the paper shuffling and all the movement and stuff like that is exacerbated. She thinks she's cooking. She is just in the kitchen clanging pots, moving spoons around. Like, I saw Brian Steele, he was doing this and he was cooking. I saw Shard, he was cooking. Adams cooked my goose yesterday. Let me do the same thing. They start banging some pots and making noise. This is embarrassing. Oh my gosh. I don't hear. I don't know. These breaks are becoming ridiculous. Hopefully when they're done with Detective Gaither, they can go back to, but I don't know. I'm calling it seal the deal or something. Because they're not like, they're only going up there to just talk. And because Adrian Love pitched a fit, she doesn't want them to keep the camera on. So this is like, I don't know, what number is this? Somebody said this is the 8th one. Is this the 8th bench conference or seal the deal? I gotta come up with a better term than that. Seal the deal. I don't know. Yeah, it does sound, if you're not watching it and you're just listening to it, it sounds crazy. Especially like when I was saying air hockey, I'm like, wait, it really does sound like air hockey. I was thinking about taking that whole clip that sound like air hockey and then like superimpose a game of air hockey on it. Because I have a video of my daughter playing my pastor in air hockey. Yeah, I got it. I might do that. I mean, but it's like real air hockey sounds, but I think this will be hilarious. Let me just real quick. This is, y'all, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to feel positive about this, but this is ridiculous. And again, I still think it's meant to wear down everybody. Everybody just eventually just give up. Like, fine, just throw me in jail. I give up. I know that sounds crazy, but what sounds crazier? My idea that she just wants them to just give up and say, fine, just put me in jail, or she thinks she's winning. Which one sounds crazier, right? What trial? What trial? What trial are y'all referring to? The chat during that trial was hilarious. Which one? I want to know what's hilarious. This is it. I totally believe it. If you told me it was 20, I wouldn't doubt it. You saying it's the 12th bench conference? I wouldn't be surprised. This is draining, though. I admit it. Oh, the Daryl Brooks trial. Okay, got you. Yeah, she thinks she's cooking. She thinks she's cooking. This is like your toddler sitting in the kitchen. They open up the pan drawer or the pots cabinet, and they're just banging stuff, and they know they're cooking. They just know they're cooking. Like, what are you doing? So I see this comment right here. Woody QZ has admitted, Anselich admitted to lying to get out of trouble. This crap is crazy. Oh, how love trying to say they telling the truth. That's the part that I think is the major disconnect, Lady XO. I think that's the major disconnect. She's not repairing their image. When those men came in there and said, I was lying back then in 2015, 2013, whenever it was, I was lying. She didn't do anything to repair that image. So the jury is just going to say whether they have to determine whether they believe them when they were under duress that they were lying, or they believe that now they're lying. They're lying. And we saw all the chicane. That's why I don't think they're taking the time to think about, be circumspect about where they are. Like, hey, hold on. Woody really cooked our goose. Woody really did not make us look good. Why? Because we drug him in here. So let's not drag Sledge in here. Let's find a way to get him in here on his own volition. Let's see if we can get Quandarius Zachary in here on his own volition. Not coming in here on an ambulance gurney, on a hospital gurney, but let's get him in here on his own volition, because we don't need that negative image that we presented with Woody pleading the fifth on the stand. Nope. Let's just keep going. And it doesn't work. It's not sustainable. And we're watching this right now. Okay, they're back. Let's see what they got.
Continuing.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got food in New Orleans?
No.
You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
Pee-wee. He FaceTimed the Thug now. What about Birdman?
I don't think he FaceTime. I don't reckon he FaceTime. I reckon he FaceTime Thug now. It was at the gas station on Northside Drive. Thug and him.
He called for him afterwards, though.
No, that's what. If I talk to him after the shoot.
Yeah, after the shooting.
So the question that everybody wants to know is, Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
No.
Or did he freelanced and did it?
Told it, like, Pee-wee felt like, because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon, he came on with him. He want to go ahead, he going to do it, he going to get some money.
After that.
He thought he going to get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't give him that.
So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it, he had ordered.
Just do it. You know, they just wanted the name.
No, that don't make sense. Like, why wouldn't he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would
Shannon and Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug gonna give me some money.
Cause they say Thug and Wayne was beefing, but they was beefing, but like
About what?
Thug really look up to Wayne. I was like, he do. I know him, I trust him. Just he look up to him.
So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne?
But they say something like Wayne be acting antisocial.
Like when they all
he don't just kick it. Yeah.
He don't acknowledge him and shit.
Yeah, he don't acknowledge him.
Like, he ain't even on my level.
Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way.
Right.
But for like I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the budget. I ain't heard it. On that heard like they will get this budget to give us some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't say nothing about it.
At what point did it get to y'all was there to start some shit or be making names for yourself?
Shoot. Those sisters, like we can go home and get, like be seen.
So if Thug's sister,
yeah.
So if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I don't know if Thug was with it.
But from what you know,
I was on the phone for a few years, like he was FaceTime at the gas station.
So basically everybody got high and then turned like, let's go get it.
They be high all day. You smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42. And that's number picking back up at 3:50:42.
Nah, he just started hanging with Thug too.
Cause he rapped too though.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that past people off shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Thug. I told Thug, he hang with people who know him home with him when he was broke.
That what?
That never would home with him when he was broke. He hang.
Somebody else did that. Man, new friends bring the house down though. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece of it.
Stopping at 3:51:17, advancing to 3:52:08.
What Dolly White say?
I don't know. He gonna be alright.
So who else stay with Thug up Sandy Spring?
I don't know. I ain't never been in that house here.
You ain't never been out?
Why you ain't never been?
Our house is here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
moved
You
in?
ain't left the house.
When I go to see pre-trial,
No, you did not before.
mom,
Be honest.
have I done mom?
Be real.
Yeah, when I go see pre-trial,
No.
I hear an excuse for it.
No, like on some real. Have you ever left it on some just random?
I'm finna go to the store.
Let me go to the stuff. Okay, you
I mean,
it ain't like I'm feeling.
But I call them and let them know.
Right. You gotta step out.
You ask them that, or my location that I bet them, it don't be no lot of place like with that stop room and permission for.
Yeah. So you ain't had no violations or nothing with it?
No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it. His brother man, cause multiple men told him like, get that gun back. You should never did that.
Right.
And then I was trying to get back to him. Their brother, the guy they brought out of town and all that. They brought him saying, call home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Did he pay you anything to get it?
No.
You just did out the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in.
Like he tell me like it's just for their house is like he got kids in the house, they know he's dead and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then they don't want to like he trick get that gun back. And then want to like this be second gun, you know, trick you out of it.
Well, where are your other guns?
My other gun? I told you like I had older somebody.
So you gave him guns instead?
No, I told him like put him in funds. I'm pay out and I get my gun back on
Who is this person?
Who is this person?
Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of, who?
Your brother.
Who brother?
Who's brother?
The big dude?
I guess.
The one that said call home?
Yeah. He fat?
Yeah. I mean,
I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought?
Yeah, but me and someone, we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who got that?
I'm up to him.
how you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name.
I bought the gun. I told him I bought the gun. They shot it some car.
That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the scene, though?
Cause I been moved to. Yeah, that ain't being that video.
Who ain't being in that?
I say that ain't being that video.
That ain't me. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon frame. That ain't you though.
Who said it was me? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, it's like the other person.
Who know that other person?
Nah, in my paper they like 70B, 30B, and Shannon.
You need to stay away from him. Period.
I know that.
You just always in the video with the gun.
It was a girl like they grabbed the gun.
You doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you.
I know.
Come on, man. You can't play like that. Son, you did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. I'm going to tell you what it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Yep.
All right.
These folks, you really need to be, whatever questions this man got, don't hold it. They federal agents because he's done. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life, but.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you back on me? You ready for that?
Yeah. Let's be honest. You start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's when I'm getting No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same question we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So, whatever questions this man have of you, please don't stop, Bill. No BS.
Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up.
From what I told you, I can go fit.
No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what saved you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
So, right here. Excuse me.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What in the world are we doing? The part that just
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the.
Now's not the time for that.
Okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge.
Judge Whitaker's had it, man. She's so over this.
That gun I had caught with for been misdemeanor.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, is it legal for that gun for you?
It's modified.
I ain't know that.
Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is good if you want to stay. It don't matter. I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue at any point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents, or?
No, I had no reason.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him and asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need to stop shooting.
This is crazy. She thinks this is working for her.
When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Thank you.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
Oh, who's that? Oh, who got to stay after school? Who got to stay for detention? Who is it? It's probably somebody, probably some public figures that have been sitting back there.
I'm now going to show you what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117,
Oh my
81,
gosh.
79, and 12 of states 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page. All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta, and ask you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta, and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
All right. Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge, I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry. I thought
exhibit.
you said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
We'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be.
That's correct.
It may be that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now, no, so that we cannot break.
All right, then just don't tender him yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
you can show her whatever you want. If,
Okay.
if you need, if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
I mean, we probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
Judge Whitaker, you know they welcome in the chat. You know we welcome them in this chat. We welcome them in this chat. Dude, it's like the 45th. Okay, hopefully we're gonna hear who it is that's on after school detention. Gotta stay after class. Don't be leaving early. I'm reaching out. I haven't heard anything back from any of my sources. I'm looking, checking the traps. Okay, so they've muted it. I just want to see if hopefully we'll see this. I have a something for y'all since y'all have hung with me all day.
All of your cameras away and let the witness leave.
Put your cameras away, let the witness leave. Yo, she's not that important. Yo, that's crazy.
Okay, sit.
Okay, here we go. We're back. Okay, cool.
You want that camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Whose?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras
Told you.
anymore.
I knew it.
Because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness, and some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented
Yep, I see it.
all over the internet of this witness
it.
today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so
It was y'all
get
did it
to the
though.
bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox, Protect the Flag America, I guess, 2028.
Oh my gosh.
With
these
the
people.
disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So
It's on the screenshot.
one by one.
I don't take stills.
It's,
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up.
Oh my gosh, come on up there. Let's see. Oh,
somewhere so that I can
it's
hear
literally
you,
on the
identify
screen though. It was
yourself,
them
and say
when they
what you need to
transitioned.
say.
Oh, people be doing the most. Oh my gosh. This is such a clown show. But we knew this was going to happen.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. And remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They got them snitching. Got them snitching.
And she was Miss Sylvia.
I ain't touching Prior Street at all.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still
I ain't
photos,
going.
but
I
not
ain't going
on
nowhere
this.
near Prior
You weren't
Street.
supposed to do that.
Hey, I only live.
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming. That's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant. That's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Or I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness. All right.
It was
thank
on
you.
screen
Do
though.
you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
She signed in right here. Amanda.
All right. And ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but
No, she's not even allowed to have.
okay. No. All right. Sorry to have, okay. All right. Thank you. I will do a show cause order to Miss Hall and we'll find out from her. Okay. That's it for this part of the proceedings.
I'm
All
texting right
right,
now. See if
so
anybody.
Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on.
I'll talk about it in a second. This is crazy.
Tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview.
Somebody's texting me back about it real quick.
In
Hold
other
on 1 second.
words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
okay.
You hear.
So I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526
Okay.
Yankee.
So I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Okay, they're just talking about horse trading. Nobody cares about that. Hey, real quick. I'll just leave that in the background for a second, just in case anything good happens. If somebody can give me the timestamp of when Gaither was on screen, I don't think they realize that they're the ones that literally showed it. Apparently, the person that I'm texting, it seems like nobody realized that it was a court. They're asking for the timestamp right now. If anybody can give me the timestamp, it'd be very helpful. No, I saw the transition when they moved from showing one of the interviews to when they flipped to so it technically probably was. I mean, I don't think she did it on purpose, but it probably was Hilton. Truth be told. All right, let me and We Watch YouTube sent me a really good video pertaining to the trial, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it in because we got a lot going on here. I'm gonna roll my stream back and see if I can find it. Gosh, okay, I'm trying to roll back. I think that there's truth to that statement right there. All right, so I'm trying to find it myself. Here, let's all. Yeah, they're trying their best to get rid of the cameras in the courtroom. Okay, so I'm gonna move from what they're doing because all right, this is like some meta right here. This is crazy meta right here. All right, it was one of these transitions right here when it went from the screen, it went and you could see the. Okay, it was definitely after lunch, so it was after Mandy. Yeah, this is some wild Inception stuff. Okay, it was like right, it was after one of those long breaks. They transition, but you see the. Well, Gaither's name is in would be in there, so that would be. I think it was after this. Here, let me double speed it. That might be helpful too. All right, this is crazy. I gotta take this hat off, so at least don't look because it's going crazy. It was a court camera, right? So Judge Whitaker mistakenly thinks like somebody in court took the picture, and I'm trying to. So yeah, it was this. It was just like this, right? One of these moments, and it was just a split second through the transition, and we all kind of said they just showed her on screen. We all kind of said that simultaneously. I don't think it's bad that she called Sylvia. I see some people are talking about that. I'm trying to text and pay attention at the same time. So, all right. I don't think they realized that it wasn't a person in the booth that took the picture. I don't think they realized that part. And this is exactly why I said I'm not going to touch anything related to Gaither. No, it wasn't a juror. It was just a screenshot. Somebody, I mean, they posted it on the video. It's in the video. No, this is my video. So they can't scrub it off of my video. It's mine. I think I can actually. No, I'm still. I think Ashley Merchant is back tomorrow. Somebody said 5:10. All right, let's see. Hold on one second. Stop this. Where are we at? Okay, this is the meta part. I cannot. It's going the other way because we're still cooking. So I got you. Give me a second. We watch YouTube. Where did the timestamps go? 5 hours, 10 minutes, 41 seconds. All right, so let's jump over to Law and Crime, and we'll use that 5 hours 22 for them. So let's stop sharing this. Yeah, there's this a lot going on here. Lots of moving pieces. Okay, so let's jump back over here. You said 5 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, is that far? That doesn't look right. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to catch it without putting it on my stream again. I'd essentially, that's the timestamp. That's the stamp. All right, so it was after 3:30. Okay, so that means it's back here. All right, I don't see it. And I'm on Law of Crime, so I don't have a good way to. It's just a glitch where you can see the person. Oh, I think I just saw it. No, that wasn't it. Yeah, I'm not getting it. So again, like notice this again. So you're saying 4:15 on the timestamp? How about this one? How about this one? Can you clip it and send it to me in email? On the law and crime, 4:15. Wait, stop that. 4:14 on the law and crime clock. Okay, on law and crime. Gotcha. Okay, let's go. 4:15. 4:14. Sorry about that. All right. I don't want to put it back up on my stream. I got enough shenanigans. All right, let me look at this real quick. Oh, I got it. Oh, there's 2 of them? Dearwokec@gmail.com. Okay, I'm gonna text it. Law and crime clock. 4:14 p.m. All right, let's see if that helps him out. Whoa, they did it twice? Oh, I totally didn't see that one then. I just saw that most recent one, I guess. I thought I did. Wow. And there it is right there. I got it. Yep, 4:15. Oh, that was a very good shot too, by the way. No, it wasn't the media, it was them. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I don't want yeah, I can't stop. I would have to cut the live stream. They did it twice. I did text it to somebody in the courtroom right now. And I don't know if they long crimes clock 4:15 because I'm not going to send them a. Yeah, I totally believe that. Because remember this morning, all that shenanigans about keeping this person private. We're like, what's the purpose of it? Blah blah blah. So it's already got it in the mind, and then all of a sudden, magically, yeah, because this is a very good picture. Like the camera is like there. Now it's not there for a long time, but all you gotta do is just roll it back and be a super sleuth, and you're gonna get it. Wow. What was the other time stamp, y'all? I do have Wit's assistance email. I can do that. If you look on the because I'm not putting it back up on my screen. If you go, all right, if you're looking at law and crime, wow, there's a little clock right here. See where it says law and crime? At the top of it is a clock. At that clock right there, if you go to 4:14 p.m., you'll see it. And that's it. Yeah, wow. That is craziness. This is just getting, well, let me do it like this. There we go. That's a little better. This is getting out of control. I mean, this is really, oh, that's even better, Jason. Yeah, if you go right here, it says 4:15. I'm sorry, 4:14. Please forgive me. This is just getting dumb. I mean, really dumb. Yeah, I text that to the person. That's the extent of what I'm going to do. All right, I'm just texting to see if we can get that information to them. Okay, let me go back. Let's go back to the court and see what they're doing. They might have left, man, for all we know. They might have said, man, we out of here. We out of here. Oh, no, they're still here.
And Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, yeah, this is, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, ball up them slimes, they going 7:30, and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, no, that one.
Well, okay. I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
the relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
No, it's just.
Because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show an association between someone and someone else, and the rest were cumulative. And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can.
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together used in any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G, I don't know what G is either.
Golf. That's what they tell me.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn. Okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right. I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H.
Wow. That's a interesting take on it. I got the emails. Thank you, everybody, by the way.
Yes.
Just waiting to jump in. I got several of these emails, y'all.
The
Thank
objection
y'all.
to H.
Okay, I'm just reading.
Okay.
I think if they took the time
What
to
is
read
the-
over the
I have a relevance objection,
Twitter
Your Honor.
post.
Okay.
And happy birthday, Diamante.
Relevance.
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is bullying with my N on his B-Day at Monty Rebel 100. And then there's a green snake emoji. And this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay. And do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
okay.
I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
All right, so okay, they're doing international horse trading over here.
All right,
Yeah,
basis.
I don't know the reason that it coming in. It would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance.
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall. And what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
All right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associating.
Okay, who's the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that one.
I did misunderstand that one.
think
So, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee.
L.
Actually, so.
Oh, so that's a duplicate.
It's
So
a different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll.
Okay, withdrawn.
Yes.
M as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different
person? Yeah, we can take
withdrawn.
this one out. Yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to N November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland
I'm gonna
associates with Mr. Williams. This is.
Hey, real quick, while they're doing horse
Zachary,
trading, I'm
also
gonna
an
real quick.
associate, but an
We have a
unindicted
video
co-conspirator,
from We Watch
posting,
YouTube. I think will
9 days before.
lighten up our spirits. I think it was a good one,
one
so I
of
want to
the-
bring that
one
in
of
real
the
quick.
acts and counts
Thank
in
you
this
so much to We
indictment.
Watch
A
YouTube
picture
for this.
of two
And let me bring this
YSL
in real quick. Drop the audio back. They're just talking about horse trading. I'm tired of horse trading. All right, all right, so one in the chat when you can hear it. Let's go. Why is it going? Ha ha ha. Here's my idea. Certain people should leave their hometowns. But follow me here. You should not stay in your hometown. Especially if you're in a certain if you're trying to come up, especially like in this rap game, we'll use that as our basis for our discussion. I don't think you should stay in your hometown.
Well, let me say this. he stuck around Memphis and tried to help Negroes, just like Nipsey. What he should have did is he should have left Memphis and never looked back.
I was born in the middle of a RICO trial. Asked the man, is this your brainchild? Guess I'll stay and hang out a while and live in the middle of this RICO trial. Just grew up in a RICO. Look away, Dixieland. You're the man, just a product of a RICO. I was raised in the middle of a RICO trial. Get the phone, jail ringtone, three-way profile. Get away, I get away, let me be a child. Survived in the middle of a RICO trial. In a RICO, look away, Dixieland. You're the man, just a product of a RICO. Became a man, riddled by a RICO trial. Made some friends, now they say that I'm defiled. Move away, I moved away, it ain't worth my while. I ain't about to die from no RICO trial. I'm an exile, defile, profile, prison child. Got a ringtone on my cell phone, leads to unknown earphones. I ain't paranoid, I just wanna avoid the schizoid humanoid on steroids. Try to destroy like an asteroid. My life, yeah, I ain't paranoid. Became a man, riddled by a RICO trial. Make some friends, they say that I'm defiled. Move away, I moved away, it ain't worth my while. And live in the middle of this RICO trial. I just grew up in a RICO. Look away, Dixieland. You're the man, just a product of a RICO. Oh no. I ain't your other man, been a wild RICO trial. Made some friends, now they say that I'm defiled. Move away, I move away, it ain't worth my while. I ain't about to die for no RICO trial. I'm an exile, defiled, profile, prison child. Got a ringtone on my cell phone, least the unknown infos. I ain't paranoid, I just wanna avoid the schizoid humanoid on steroids. Try and destroy like an asteroid. My life, yeah, I ain't paranoid. I ain't paranoid.
Like my guy. I don't know what editor Jason was smoking. Shout out to We Watch YouTube, another killer. I like that one though. That was really good. I love it. Yo, make sure you please share that on your Twitter and all that kind of good jazz. Let people know, man. We Watch YouTube. We be crushing it for sure. Let's go back and look real quick, see if they're still doing international horse trading over here. They are still horse trading. So we didn't miss a thing. We ain't missed nothing. Oh, wait. Or did we? All right. I done hit stop sharing. That's my fault. It was my fault. This is my bad. All right. So they're back. Shout out to We Watch YouTube. Thank you so much. And John C., thank you so much for that. Let's get back to this.
Over a
Shenanigans.
cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, if
There's the link. Thank you so much.
since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524.
Hey, extra credit on your time served on your RICO trial. If you just go ahead and flood WWYT in the chat, if you flood that in the chat, that will get you some extra time off of your RICO sentence and maybe some Skittles or something on your books. So go ahead, make sure you flood it. Make sure it's in there real good. Let's go. Let's go.
Sure. Can y'all,
Definitely.
We can share. You sent it already. Did you send it to him?
We're sharing now on the screen.
They're sharing. Sharing is caring.
Here it is on the screen in front of you.
You get out of the 0-second timeout for sure. For sure.
What do you think, Michael? They wanted it because it's
okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee. Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526 YP
Papa.
as in Papa.
Adrian Love is so happy that she knows her military alphabet.
Any objection?
He's so happy.
Nope.
Well, I don't understand.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in an elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
Lay's potato
On a
chips are
different-
Rico.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close. And it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well,
what?
I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right.
You probably would.
Made my ruling. Q, Quebec.
Wow. So just
Your
being
objection is
friendly with
overruled.
somebody makes you in a gang. This is
Objection to Q.
world.
Judge, this one is-
Hang on. Can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes.
Girl,
he
girl
we
bye.
planned
You
to
was
take him
not.
today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant
you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour, maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10. which would put him here at 10:30.
But they still got crossed.
Under great circumstances. If the I just
No, not.
I love how she's acting like she would be done.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we have to waste some time. Okay, all right.
No, it's
Thank you, Your Honor.
she's not going to be done. Hey, yo, real quick. I just want to stop the camera real quick. Look over Adrian Love's shoulder. Over Adrian Love's shoulder, you see that angle, that shot that Gaither was in. Just you see the shot that Gaither was in, the one that somebody in the court took a picture of. Nobody did it. You can see it. This is the angle. These people are wicked. I'm sorry. This is crazy.
Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Yeah.
Girl, if they're going to YY, I'm going home. That people
good.
crazy.
Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show them this picture?
I object. Your Honor, there's
He
already a
said, "I
picture
object."
of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right,
Mr.
I'm gonna permit that one over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're going to pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that is, and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands. I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, I appreciate you coming straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway.
Okay.
And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown. That's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen grab it, and it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world,
Right.
considering she's apparently been on First 48 before.
Right.
So, anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good and allowed to
Okay.
come in.
Also, I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed.
Oh,
If
and-
I had not heard it ahead of time,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get
definitely
you
wanted
added.
to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay. Thank you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back to, so R is in, R, S.
She came on the show the other day.
Sierra.
Really nice lady.
Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraw. It's in on
Withdrawn,
a different
okay.
account.
Tango, I know that one.
Yes.
Y'all wow, man.
Any objection to T? Thank you.
Who got married?
Anybody?
It better not be Miss
All right.
Westmoreland,
This
though.
is-
Mom King will leave us.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
ES.
X, okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
a
go
case.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just have this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have
You're right.
one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay.
already.
All right. Overruled. V.
That was inadvertently added.
Okay. V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell, and he makes a proclamation our argument is that given count one and the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang.
Mhm.
And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever. I mean, you can leave the at Shannon, but he's a gangster. He's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmised would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the at part, but
yes. Does Your Honor not consider it an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL? Even if it's not taken as true, he's asserting
I
something.
understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X. Any objection?
Xylophone. X-ray. X-ray.
I'll object. To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is. I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses. So I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right. So I think that's a relevance and cumulative.
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
And prejudicial.
So this is posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK and free slug. DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavia Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free Slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free This, Free That, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right, overruled.
Wow.
Why?
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
It's character.
it's character, and it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to
So-
character as well.
It's bad character evidence, it's prejudicial, and it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this
Please
Instagram
take the
account,
wheel,
and
Lord. Please. help us.
we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yep.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter. Moulton was a shooter. And prior to, and Copeland took his place. Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me, and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as
All right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
I thought, isn't that what you said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had been told. I think someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge.
Oops.
That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face that's shown is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
Okay.
And it is, since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect. It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. White.
But on the off chance
Uh-huh.
that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto as far as I can tell. I know.
Gives y'all a really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand
I'm
Theft
sure
Auto.
it's
Of
more
course, they're
prejudicial
surrounded.
than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your
I
Honor.
said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life killers versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the decision,
see what
whether
they can do to convince the jury. But I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No, I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Right.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is going to be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
And tomorrow, if you hear
Thank you, Your Honor.
say that Mr. Kendrick was back to us, and would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
In case it does go, Agent Bernie is late, he's delayed. Can we have, is there going to be another gap witness? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he going to take? Can we,
in order for, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time, because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
We've had the poor, what's her name, CAD report person here like 4 times since I've been the judge. So, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis.
This is abuse.
But it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Well, okay.
I like how she took the ownership of
Although,
that.
come on, y'all. As slow as everybody is with everything in this case, I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap. But anyway, yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Thank you.
All right. So I have looked at a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23? 23, okay. And
she can hear me.
what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts, is the notes that any of the experts would have relied on. And there's no indication that that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Muntunk were from Capitol Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
I think that I dealt with what I was
okay, so we
getting
don't need to circle back on.
Right.
Okay.
No.
Great. All right. If there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and see each other at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you,
All right.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, I can't. All right. This is the second day in a row that we say there's not going to be any fireworks. Or I think they probably really gone. Wait for that gone signal to show up. This is the second day in a row that we've said, oh, there's not going to be any fireworks. Everything's going to be low key. We have something crazy happen. So, okay, so tomorrow we know we're going to start off again with, ain't going to be no fireworks. Nothing really exciting is going to happen. Bada bing. Wow. Okay, so this Gaither thing is so lame. Like, I don't understand it. I would love for somebody to explain to me, how do you have a witness, you direct, they cross, you redirect, recross, and you let them go, and then you have to have them come back in the same trial? That makes no sense. Like, what's the purpose of this? And Sprinkle's coming back again. This will be the third time that y'all have seen Investigator Sprinkle. This is crazy. I don't get it. But you know what I do? I do appreciate y'all. This has been a crazy, crazy day. And I appreciate all 520 of y'all, it looks like right now, that are hanging out with me. Thank you so much. This means a lot. It really does. I'm not trying to rather undercut it. I really appreciate that y'all tap in and hang out with me pretty much all day. Like the whole blessed day. I'm over here trying to get work done over at the studio and such like that, but y'all tapped in and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, hit that like button on the way out the door. Let me know what you think about it down in the comments below. We're going to do this again tomorrow, 8:45, maybe. She said 8:45, so we might tap in a little bit early tomorrow and get ready to get going. But we know nothing's going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be no fireworks. Yeah, they cut the feed, so it's over. Nothing's gonna happen tomorrow. No fireworks at all. So that probably means there's gonna be fireworks. I just can't believe it, man. I just can't believe some of the craziness. I will say this though, it is making me really wonder: do I want to go down there? Look, I don't want to be up there on no camera. I don't know. I didn't have my good side, man. I've been up there having to try to explain that, or heard to tell me I couldn't leave. Oh my gosh, bro, I'd have been like fit to be tied. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate you, MC, M-Car, Texan Cali. Thank you so much. We appreciate you here. Thank you so very much for the $10 super chat. Very kind and gracious of you. Thank you so much. But I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Let's do this again. I'm gonna probably start off early again in the morning. Maybe do a little quick recap and such like that. I need to get my daughter and we got to run some errands. So we're gonna go run some errands and before Lady Dear World Christian gets back. So thank you so much. Wait, keep rewinding page going in on. That thing was hilarious. That was so good. I don't think it really worked. I don't think nothing really happened though. I don't think it was a heart change. It was not a heart correction. It wasn't. It's just like, back to square zero. But y'all, I appreciate y'all so much. Let's do this again real soon, everybody. Till tomorrow, grace and peace.